Sounds good. Let's do it. All right, we're live.
But I don't know what I expected to happen. The moment it goes live, expecting some massive song and dance, maybe a few clips. I don't have anything. I have the old opening, the clone theme.
Like a little sound, like
like
Nazi.
Or how about this one? How about this one?
Yes, here we go.
Yeah, that sounds good.
He's been reduced to a feckless, bedwetting, parmesan-shaving imbecile who revels in his own uselessness.
I have tons of these.
Is it?
I clipped so many things.
Are the clips echoing for you as much as they are me?
Oh shit! Never. I didn't think that'd be echoing. There's only supposed to play once. That would be entirely because of my fault anyway, because I'm showing the entire screen. Never mind.
Oh, I see. Hello, Roundmaster and Andrew Clark. How are y'all doing?
If I was gonna play the clips, I would have to close this so you wouldn't be able to hear it twice, and then play one of these.
Anybody here want to look like a little bitch?
Nope, still echoing.
How's it echoing?
I don't know.
Like, is it echoing for anyone else, or is this just me going in? Going
Andrew
insane?
Clark said it was echoing.
Is it? How is it? What's it echoing in?
Hello,
So
Nemo Incognito.
I'm gonna remove
and
myself.
Lord Apex. Oh, okay. I'm by myself.
There is a box. There is inside the box. There is inside the box. There is a sings and plays musical instruments.
Yeah,
Is
it's
it still
pretty
echoing?
bad.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Oh! Wait! Is this solve it? Because you could probably still hear the game.
Yeah. Yes.
There we go. No
Okay,
echo.
so apparently, even though I took the screen off of the screen, it still was playing the audio from the screen.
I sort of see
Reasons.
and understand. Chat, do y'all see and understand?
Which one's more dead?
This is the deadest I ever seen.
All right.
Hello, Cream
finally
Fame
good play.
Chopper. How are you? Well, it's not echoing anymore, so that's good.
Fixed it.
You did it.
Go Jedi Master.
Let's play some Jedi Master. Did you see that new Mandalorian clip that's going viral?
The one with the big lady.
Lizzo? Yeah. Jack Black and Lizzo. They've come to personally kill the Star Wars franchise.
I think it was already dead. This is just its tombstone.
Hey, Feeble Goblin is here. How are you doing? Yeah, it's deader than a doornail. Star Wars is deader than a doornail at this point.
It's only a very unique opening to a Star Wars.
Yeah.
They're playing rock music. Yeah, I haven't watched any of Mandalorian season 3. I just refuse. I let my dad convince me into watching Andor, and
Yeah,
I
is
still
it
didn't
good?
think it was that great. Andor is one of the things that everyone was saying, "Oh my god, it's so great!
I don't want to upset your rhythm,
It's
Cal.
so
Boss wants to
Star
work.
Wars," and then I kind of watch it, and it's like, it's got massive pacing
Be
issues.
good for us.
Ugh.
3 episodes before anything starts. If you like, that's like watching an entire film where nothing happens.
I need 2 workers to climb
Oh,
out the
All
man.
that time, it's so inefficient of time usage.
Yeah, I don't really like shows or movies with bad pacing.
Score? That couldn't hurt. Huh?
So much fat that it needed trimming.
All right, let's go.
Get to work.
This way.
I'm right behind you.
So is the stream playing all right?
Yep, the stream is playing pretty good from my end. Chad, is the stream playing very good? Is the stream all right? As in playback? Y'all know what I mean. Hello, Lord Apex and Matt G.
Don't worry about it.
Great to see y'all. Chat says it's playing well. Man, it feels like forever since I've last been on stream. I highly doubt it's been that long, but it feels like a long
It
time.
feels that long.
Separatist.
I miss it. I want to go back to it so bad.
Ages.
Breaking her will be big money.
I don't think I told anybody why I haven't been being on Morning Nonsense.
Let's go.
Have I? I've been doing a thesis project for school, so I've been focusing all my time and energy into getting up to snuff with schoolwork.
What's important?
Yeah, I mean, this is the last leg of the last semester for me. So once this month and a half is over, I'm set for life.
Meet you at the clamps.
Depart this barge immediately.
Thank you, Apex and Andrew Clark.
Trash. It's not approved trash.
I'm hoping, I won't be off not streaming for too long. Because I want to get back to it. It was really, really fun. And then if I get my own time and maybe like my own whatever, I'd like to like try streaming on my own channel, see how that goes.
Easy there.
What would you stream?
Huh?
What would you stream?
I don't know. Maybe we could play video games, or maybe it could be a drawing stream or a creative stream. Or like a craft stream, because I like doing crafts. I'm currently doing a craft right now. I'm currently making a whole bunch of stickers.
I misheard you and said I thought you said crap
Good to see
stream.
you.
It's gonna be a crap stream. Why not?
Crap stream.
That's the idea.
Personally, I've been really wanting to do more streams and more videos for ages. And I've got tons of scripts lined up for either need a tiny bit of tweaking or ones that I could just record.
Just passing
But-
through, guys. No need to come out and say hi this time.
I've been mostly working before this week, as well as this week being my relaxed week.
Mm-hmm. Because it's Easter break too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my Easter break, so I've got about 3 weeks off. I'm going to be at home for 2 of them, and this week is just the week that I'm taking to completely relax. And then next week, I'm going to probably go out and
Meet you at the clamps.
also do some videos.
Man, Easter break falls on your birthday. You lucky dog. You're so lucky.
I've had
Yeah, because my
few
birthday falls in
Easter-
September. So
I've
usually
actually had
falls on
a handful of Easter Sundays and Easter Mondays that have been on my birthday.
Oh wow, that's actually pretty cool.
But then people give me Easter eggs as presents. Cheeky
That's kind of
bastard.
cute.
Think they can get away with not giving me a birthday
Hang on
present,
real
some
quick.
cheap
I'll be right
£1 Easter egg. All right, I'll keep the stream entertained by myself. Keep her drop at one birthday on 9/11. Mark in 3D going with the edgy humor. That'd be pretty
Sorry, I'm back.
unlucky. So Mark in 3D asks, do you have your birthday on 9/11?
Oh, even worse. Even worse. It's the first day of school, usually. It's,
Imagine like there's got to be someone that had their birthday. You okay?
oh my gosh.
What?
I think
What
someone's doing
happened?
construction where I am. Because I keep hearing this knocking and it's scaring the crap out of me.
Yeah, you just got sound like you just got scared out of nowhere.
Whew. I think either someone's hammering something either next door or downstairs, or it's the squirrels in the attic.
Hammering. Giggity.
Ha ha ha.
Got it.
I swear it was so loud it
Someone's
sounded like
hammering
it was at my
something.
door.
Hold on. All right. Lab secured.
Whoa.
You okay?
Still here?
That scared you.
Give me a friend
Bit of
there,
a
pal.
scaredy ghost. Oh shit! That was stupid. Oh
What the
fuck!
heck? It's
Wait,
such
wait,
a
wait,
loud
wait.
knocking noise. Jeez. It's like someone's trying to
hell?
get my attention.
Have I broken? I think I broke the game.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
I can't get to the. I accidentally jumped when I shouldn't have, and I'm stuck on. Oh, there we go. Got it. I pressed A and I jumped into the void and I died. Don't press A. Press the mouse. Press the joystick.
Hang on, I'm gonna check if it's my neighbor. I'm sorry.
Okay. If you know the scariest thing that you can ever find is building construction.
Jedi fighter. What a score! It's a real scrapper's payday. I mean, this he's been here, what, 4 years?
5.
Never flew this, but down in a blaze of glory. Those Jedi. Real tragedy.
I haven't seen the Marrow movies. I don't really have an interest in seeing it.
Yeah, maybe.
Guess it's just our lucky day.
Yeah, it wasn't my roommate.
So apparently Skids wants you to read me his message.
Hey Erie, can you read Shiny my message?
And the pay with
What
that-
message that?
Sure. Where'd you send it?
Find us fee like this? Maybe you take
But
it
if
off.
it was a members chat, I can't see it through StreamYards.
My birthday is during July, so thankfully I'd never had it during school. Ah, you lucky dog.
Eventually, you gotta move on and live your life.
Where did you post your message, Skids?
Member
Member
message.
message.
It's
Oh.
really annoying that StreamYards doesn't tell me member messages.
Yeah, where are they posted? 'Cause I can't even see them.
I think they're public, but it just doesn't show up on.
Oh, son of a gun. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna log in. I'm gonna go to YouTube, and I'm gonna double check.
Wee.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Workplace accidents.
Skid says, "Happy birthday, Shiny, my friend."
Okay.
If anyone else has any member messages, let me know. I'll read them.
Thank you for your say happy birthday. Oh,
Birthday wishes.
thank you. I'll just say thank you.
No, don't let go.
I can't hold on!
Bro,
Big hentai tentacle.
Oh, I've seen enough hentai to know where this goes. Wait, what?
you okay, bro?
This is a bit of a workplace
Pilot's gone.
violation. Why would you do your work above a giant pit alien?
Look out! This thing is barely flying. Hold on.
Am I going to play the sequel? Yeah, I do plan to. I've actually pre-ordered it because I really like Jedi Fallen Order.
Prof, you all right?
You are the stormtrooper after all.
No, 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 no. I'm not a stormtrooper. I'm not a clone trooper. I'm a centurion. It's different.
Please trust me.
Keyframe Chopper sends 400 puffs of internet gas. He says incoming internet gas. Thank you,
Right.
Keyframe Chopper.
Wonderful. I love how that's just continued. That was a thing from the New Heroes, wasn't?
Yeah,
Is it
yeah,
New
yeah.
Heroes?
New Warriors.
Whatever it
or
is, New
something like
Warriors. That's it. It's New Warriors, and one of the people got themselves the powers from internet gas, and it's just remained a whole ass thing. It's just a meme that's continued.
It's Keyframe Chopper's thing ever
I still
since.
love the Danish one, the Donkey Kong currency.
The Donkey Kong currency?
Yeah, because it's DKK.
Cal,
Currency doesn't begin with a K, but fuck it.
I've been working with you some time now. I've never seen you do anything like that before. We've been through some hell together.
Who's this alien-looking guy?
Oh, that is the friend. He's such a
Your
good
friend.
guy, and you saved him. Oh, it'd be a shame if anything happened to him.
You don't have to worry about me. This place, it's not safe.
It's not safe. You gotta use the Force.
Maybe you should, disappear.
Just gonna head back to my place, grab my.
I don't know. It feels very, very, very dark and serious
I heard he was up on
for Star Wars, and this guy looks like an elephant.
For a while, bro.
Elephant.
He's one of the aliens
Genital
from
man.
the sequels that they put in this game. I'm not a fan of the sequel aliens. They're a bit too alien, if that makes sense. Like there was something very 80s about the aliens that was in Star Wars.
Yeah, they felt puppety. Oh, Tristan Reinhardt is a new member.
Thank you, Tristan
And-
Reinhardt.
And Andrew Clark sent $2, and he said Daniel Kibblesmith's New Warriors.
New Warriors.
Oh yeah, it was the new Warriors. wasn't it?
New Warriors.
It's like when we find another country and we name it after York again, and it becomes New York to the third power.
Bro, wait up.
Right there in the darkness. Reminds me of Doctor Who when they go to New York. It's the 13th or something. Spooky. Gonna press the button. There's actually an Easter egg. If you press this button 66 times, it goes execute order 66. That's a really lame Easter egg. But oh, turn around. Where are we?
Dun,
Spooky,
dun,
eh?
dun.
You turn around, and all of a sudden we're in the Square
Spooky
Beneta.
town.
Having a flashback. Or vision
Take
even.
me down a spooky town.
And oh look. The door goes into spooky door.
Ooh, Force perspective. Lord Apex says, "You're the ghost. The reason it's so dark is because it takes place a few years after Order 66. I see.
Order 66 is the genocide of the Jedi, essentially. Whoa.
Apprentice, mark well and listen.
Leviosa.
Trust only in the Force.
Why would your vision of your master just assault you and then say, trust in the Force, and then piss off?
Yeah, something's going on.
Andrew
Oh,
Clark.
you think? You think something's
$2.
wrong?
It's been a while, Shiny. I hope you're doing well. Thank you, Andrew Clark. I am doing very well. Thank you for your kind thoughts and your $2.
Move out and line up.
I shall spend it on.
Contraband inspector.
Spend it wisely.
What can you buy for $2?
Cadbury eggs.
I'll get a single Cadbury egg. Inflation's a
Hey,
bitch.
don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
That's like, well, that wouldn't be looking a gift horse in the mouth. That'd be being
Shooting a gift horse in the mouth.
ungrateful. No, shooting. So a gift horse comes along and you shoot it in the face.
Oh man.
Oh, that's still funny.
Don't mean to shoot a gift horse in the mouth.
And look, this is the character, the evil character everyone simps for.
Is this all of them?
It's a woman. Of course, everyone simps for her.
It's a woman and she's evil.
We seek a dangerous fugitive. This is
I could see Let Dev being like, I can fix her.
but a devil too. of the treasonous
The Azula syndrome.
The Azula syndrome.
failure to turn over this traitor will result in a charge of sedition.
What's up with guys and just liking crazy hoes?
In
I can fix them.
present,
What's the appeal of a crazy hoe?
execution.
Well, they just tend to
I
be
think-
hot,
It's time someone came forward.
and it's like why do women like crazy guys in like bad boys?
Yeah,
In-
yeah, you're right.
You know,
I'm still
it's the
thinking of making you
it's
watch
the fantasy
Way
of
before the war.
no, we're not watching Twilight.
Twilight. Yeah,
No,
we have to watch Twilight.
Best in the galaxy.
It's too funny.
Then came the Empire.
Chat, should we make Shiny watch Twilight? What do you guys
don't
think?
you fucking dare!
The workers
They just got
started
worked.
getting worked.
Yuri goes, well, she is goth, so we probably would.
We all know the truth. We're just too afraid to say it. To the Empire, we're all just expendable.
Yes, you are.
No!
I could hear all the boys going hot.
You stab someone? Oh, that's so hot.
Stab me, mommy.
I found the Jedi. Checking out the disturbance. Oh, that hurts.
McCaffrey says, happy birthdays. Hashtag bunny boom. Let's go.
Easy now.
Bunny boom.
Got a stowaway.
Bunny boom?
You don't
Maybe
I
because
fell
you
through
like
the
a lot of
ceiling.
bunny
How
food?
is that a stowaway? Hey, someone crashed in through the roof right in front of us. Maybe they stowed away.
You hear that over the comm? Jedi? Stay sharp. They won't get past the traitor. Blast them.
Haha.
Contact confirmed. Shoot to kill. Ready for that.
Come at me.
Shoot to kill and
Ow.
shoot at will. How do we know
Oh,
his
shit, it
name is
will. He's
Will?
very nice. Oh, yeah.
You aren't leaving here alive.
Booyah.
Here's the cargo door.
Ow.
It's almost like this
Dick.
game is trying to make it too easy.
One way out.
Oh, fuck, wrong button. I did a goof.
Oof.
There we go.
Gotta keep moving.
I would not watch Twilight for $100. I wouldn't even go that far.
Hey, Jack, can we raise money for $100
No.
to make Shiny watch Twilight?
If you give me $100, then that is your fault. I never promised anything.
No, we're gonna watch Twilight. We are gonna watch Twilight if you guys if we get $100. I will make you watch Twilight.
No, you
It's the
won't.
last thing that I do. Keyframe Chopper asked $1,000, maybe.
Mm,
Mm.
mm,
Mm.
maybe $1,000. Maybe that would be my price. Just because it's never gonna happen.
It's like I love how Twilight is like a so bad it's good kind of movie.
No, it isn't.
In my opinion, it's that Edward is such a dick to Bella all the time, but yet they're supposed to be in love, but they're not really selling it, you know? And yet he'll like shove her out of the way and like call her names and stuff.
I'm so
And she's
absolutely
like, "Oh,
fucking
it's so
normal.
hot."
And I'm completely average, and there's nothing special about me. But for some bizarre reason, there's a vampire and a fucking werewolf, and it's nothing more than some girl's cringe ass fantasy of wanting two guys fighting for attention.
This mediocre gal. Also, did you know that 50 Shades of Grey is
Shit!
Twilight fanfiction?
Is it?
Yes, it is.
That kind of makes it even worse.
Yes, it does.
The fugitive comes this way. I'm ready for it.
50 Shades is like, I've never seen it. I've never read it. I've read the synopsis on Wikipedia. It sounds like a garbage fire. Just like some average like secretary gal.
The funny thing is that when I was in high school and I worked in the school library, the librarian who worked there, like, I can't remember, it was so out of the blue. Like, I think someone asked her a question about it, and she complained about Twilight because it was so garbagely written.
Oh yeah, yeah.
She hated it.
It's Keyframe Chopper. It's typical femcel literature.
Get to the front. Stop the train.
I want characters that are bloody interesting, you know, not
Yes,
people
please.
who are just blank slates.
Need cover.
I don't really like romance for the sake of romance. I mean, if it's gonna be it's gotta be a good romance to me. Even a vanilla romance can be good to me if done well. Anime does it all the time, where they write just good vanilla romances, and I'm like, okay, I like this. This is nice.
I want a story to be written well, just regardless.
I'm ready.
Yeah, that's a good metric. Just be good. Just be written well.
You shot the coupling out.
People Goblin for $9.99. Shiny, I've been watching y'all since the beginning. It's been a fun ride, brother. Also, does Eerie now that you promised you'd watch Cowboy Bebop? If not, I have the
Oh.
receipts.
You have receipts, People Goblin?
Also, was it does Eerie know?
No.
Oh, no, it's supposed to be no. Does Eerie know that you promised us you'd watch Cowboy Bebop? If not, I have the receipts. If I remember correctly, it was at a price that I'd watch Cowboy Bebop. It wasn't.
Are you
Like,
sure?
I'll just watch it for nothing.
Are you sure? People Goblin,
I'm
send me the
sure.
receipts. I'd love to see it. And which Cowboy Bebop should I make him watch?
No, not
The-
the
the
live
one that-
action. At the
Didn't
very
your
least, I
dad-
want to watch the one
didn't
that's
you
good.
Didn't you say that your dad loved the live action one?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, and I
look,
talked to him, and I was like, "What the heck is wrong with you? How dare you?"
Only way is
Ironically, I use it against him. I've seen what makes you cheer. You're boozing me nothing to me.
Oh man. But yeah, your dad like Cowboy,
Zash
the live action
Productions.
Cowboy Bebop.
Hello,
and
happy
I'm
birthday, good
serious.
sir. Thank you, Zash Productions.
Hello, Zash. How are you? It's our favorite Scottish boy.
So, Eerie, where's Edinburgh?
It's in Ireland, right? Right? Am I right? You're not telling me if I'm right. I'm scared.
Well, wait, do you really think it's in Ireland? Or are you taking the piss?
We'll pick you up when we can.
Yes.
It's in Scotland.
Fuck.
We went over it. I thought you were memeing.
No.
I thought you were memeing because we already went over this. Why do you think?
It's in
Why do you think
Ireland.
Edinburgh's in Ireland?
I don't know your funky European
We've
places.
been through this.
I don't know. Hello, Alex Halo. How are you doing? I thought,
You know,
yeah, I thought I
this is
said
probably
something
why
else, and
you
I'm like,
never
oh
see any
yes, I'm right
Scots-
this time with Ireland.
This is probably why you never see any Scottish people dating Americans.
Oh man.
He's injured. On my way.
Dublin is the capital of
Oh,
Ireland.
shit.
Interesting. Okay.
Republic of Ireland. I think Belfast, the capital of Northern Ireland.
Let's give him a thrashing.
Keyframe Chopper sent 400 huffs of internet gas, and he says, "Your old man is drunk. What kind of taste is that?" And apparently, he's seen the original anime too, and he's like, "Oh,
He's
I
seen
like
parts
the-
of it,
I
I
like the new one."
believe. I don't think he's seen the entirety of the original.
Huh? But yeah, he'll like jump to the live action, and he'll be like, "Oh yes, this is good. It's very good." And I'm like, "What's wrong with you?"
Says,
dad's a
look, you love to
geriatric.
date an American, just not in America.
Well, why don't you tell me 3 United States states that start with the letter A? How about that?
Now, this can't
Tell me only 3 that start with the letter A.
I managed to
Then
get 2.
we're even. Yeah, you managed to get 2. But I don't know that many Europeans who can name 3 states that start with the letter A in North America.
Can you name 3 countries that begin with A in Europe? I don't know if there even is 3 countries that begin with A in Europe.
I know Andorra. Andorra. I just know Andorra. I don't know why I know Andorra of all places. It's like the smallest, like most insignificant country.
To Americans, Europe is Britain and France and Germany, and that's all that exists.
That's it.
That's just Europe.
I mean, I know other countries.
Spain sometimes gets brought up.
Going somewhere.
I know other countries like, oh, Austria. I'm such an idiot. Austria and Andorra. And Zash, you looked it up, didn't you? Alabama, Alaska, Arizona. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Okay, fine. We're even. Yeah. Okay, you got that one.
Jedi gave their life so that you might live.
I know Austria, Hungary, Sweden, Finland. I knew I had a German friend ask like, "Oh, give me give me 5 European countries," just to like try to make fun of me. But I surprised her with how many countries I actually knew. You know, Britain, France, Scotland. What else? Then, hold on, I'm like multitasking here. Okay, so Britain, France, Scotland, Sweden, Ireland. We got Andorra for some reason that just sticks in my mind. We have Hungary. We have I could remember. Scotland is in Britain. Yeah, but you're part of the Europe, right? Right? Am I wrong?
So when you say Britain, when you say in Britain, you're basically saying England, Scotland, and Wales.
Shit.
When you say the United Kingdom, you mean
England,
Scotland,
I
Wales,
meant England.
Northern Ireland.
I don't know why they're not. I know they're not synonymous. Britain and England are not synonymous. I know you say Britain and England interchangeably, Shiny. You know what I mean? Damn it.
I think it's just you get confused. You know, how can you? Americans get confused a lot. You know, tiny brains.
Of course. Okay, I have a good question. I'm not sure if any of y'all know. Puerto Rico is a United States state, yes or no?
No, it's a territory.
Oh, you got that one. Okay. It's a commonwealth. You're right.
Thanks for the help. But who are you people?
My name is Sir Junda, and this is my captain, Grease Dritus.
How you doing?
I think it's funny that they kind of like being a territory because they don't have to pay taxes. And they also still get protection.
Yes, because taxation is theft, everyone.
An Imperial Inquisitor. She's a Force user hunting Jedi survivors.
Wait, I've seen this chick before.
She will not stop until
like she made the rounds on Twitter for some reason.
The big eyes.
Yeah, the big buggy eyes.
We heard the Inquisitors were heading to
They don't stick out as much on the actual actress. I think in the video game makes them a bit bigger than they are on her. And
just make her more alien-like.
I don't think that they're supposed to look alien. Because I think they genuinely try to base it off her, but the fact that they made her eyes bigger than they are on the actress just make them feel a bit weird and inhuman. Because whenever you look at video games and whenever you look at animation, they always make the eyes bigger so you can understand their emotions better.
Yeah,
else?
Oh, we're not good enough.
but like it makes her look like a cartoon character.
The Jedi Council.
Lord Apex, if Erie can't name all the countries in North America, I'll be so disappointed. Can't even read a compass. Shake my head. Oh man, it's North America, Canada, and
Oh no,
Mexico.
Erie, you're gonna get cancelled. You called a black woman an alien.
Captain.
No, I didn't.
That she looks like an alien.
Receipts. I need receipts.
Try and relax.
Send the receipts.
Go. You're safe.
I had done no such thing.
You did.
Andrew Clark going to work. Good stream. See you around, Andrew Clark.
See, Andrew.
You gotta move on and live your life.
This is a black screen.
Find your destiny.
It is.
It's a racist screen.
You were talking.
Can't be right. Is it racist if I'm not white? I'm not white, okay? But it's not racist if I'm not white, right?
You've got internalized racism.
Internalized racism.
You like coconut, brown on the outside and white on the inside.
Here, did you just say North America is part of North America? The United States. You know what? Y'all are making me trip up. Oh my gosh. See, I failed geography in high
amazing.
school. Can you tell? Geography was my Achilles heel, I swear.
I wasn't paying attention. Oh, just to go over here.
Zash, yo, did you know Britain is in England? You son of a bitch.
Zash didn't take geography in Star Wars.
Oh man, y'all are funny. You are the ghost face of white supremacy.
Well, the thing is, are ghosts racist? Because if you're a black
I wrote it.
person and you die, you become a ghost,
Years
and that the
ago.
ghosts are white.
Yeah, do you
White
become a
facing.
black ghost or a white ghost? That's the question.
That's the real question.
Go in the force from the
Is ghostdom
I
racism?
have that skill.
How would you know that?
Whitewashing.
Whitewashing.
But not anymore.
Oh man, everyone's hitting me up with the geography questions.
Yarrow DePaul. He was a true guardian of the Republic.
He was a hero.
You're pretty limited in here in the afterlife, you know. When you're bound to a place and you're doomed to like be a part of it,
When
that's
you're
the only
stuck in a
geography
room,
you'll ever need.
You don't need the world geography map.
My connection to the
Nope.
Force is damaged. When I meditate, if I let my guard down, I lose control. And it's like I'm back in that moment when
You survived, Cal.
She just looks a little creepy. I don't know about y'all, but
Hmm.
she looks like those eyes. Like,
The pupils are really small and her eyes are really big.
yeah, they're activating my fight or flight.
I just like the idea this woman walks up to you and you're like, I want to run away. Or punch her in the face. Your response is either to punch her in the face or to run away, according to you. You see her and you have a fight or flight reaction.
She
there.
reminds me of a Furby. You know, like have you ever
What?
seen Furby? You've seen Furbies, right?
Reminds you of a Furby.
Y'all know Furbies. Furbies have like
I know
these huge forward-facing eyes,
plan.
which is like the sign of an apex predator.
I believe that holds the key to building the Jedi Order. But it requires someone strong in the Force.
She has these huge, like forward-facing eyes. You know, like she's
That's why you need
she's
me.
gonna eat my
I love
flesh or
you.
something.
I really love you.
I'm not too sure I trust you.
It's not racist when I do it, guys. Remember.
Enemy. and a common.
I get the racism-free card. I'm brown.
More of my plan after you reach the vault.
Uh,
But until then, there's someone here I think you should.
Man.
okay.
May the force
Just,
be with you.
just gonna calm down from that.
How does she, as Ash asked, how does she
Just
remind you of Herbie? Because she's got like these big forward-facing eyes. It's the eyes, you know?
As opposed to any other human that has their eyes pointing out to the side.
Guess I'm looking for.
They're like really big and just really like funky, you know? Like she's staring down her prey.
I know what you mean, but it's just funnier to take the piss out of you for it.
Oh. Says Ash. Oh, so only white people can be racist? Apparently that's how it goes in the media, right? It's only racist when you do it, but when I do it, it's based. Oh my gosh. I am. If anyone were to clip any of this, I'd be so canceled.
You'd be cancelled for life.
Yes, I would. Yes, I would, but I'm brown, so I can't be canceled.
You can't keep using that as an excuse.
Oh man.
Oh, okay.
Where are
But
we?
I love
What
this
are we doing?
character. I love BD. He's so adorable.
Hey,
He's a
BD1.
little droid.
I'm Cal.
He's so small.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just looking for someone. No, not you. I'm searching for.
Skids the Lone Spartan asks, haven't you watched Velma? That show proves that that white people are only racist, and it's fine when everyone else does it. Yeah, I can racially profile everyone. I can racially profile even myself. But will I get any repercussions for it? No. Want to know why? Because I just need to take one photo of myself, and suddenly the mob just ceases to exist.
Then
I
you
only
have to
use
dox
race when
yourself.
it's funny, huh?
But that means you have to dox yourself on Twitter.
That's true.
You know, funny. There's a Twitter user that became popular recently called Mari, and she uses an avatar of Batgirl, and because she uses the avatar of Batgirl, everyone thinks she's white. So when people keep saying that she's a white girl and she has to keep showing her the hand. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen.
You're upholding white supremacy. Okay, here's my hand.
No, it's not even that. Apparently, she's holding a white supremacy. People will keep accusing her of being white, and then she'll have to just show the hand, and
As
then
if being white
they still
is a
say
crime.
that's not her hand. Your hand isn't proof. It's so stupid.
The media likes to use the prejudice plus power definition.
Any ideas?
How much
I
power can
really-
just the average Joe have? Like, seriously. Like a regular ass working class, like not even working class, just a basic dude. How much power does that person have, really?
Wait, you did.
It's not like we're still in the age of segregation.
It's the weird dynamic. Because they don't. There's been. I think the reason why that definition started popping up is because if you use the definition of like racism, it's essentially just discrimination based on race. But then,
AKA the real definition.
When people were discriminating, white people, they didn't like the fact they were being called racist, so they had to say it's like prejudice or discrimination plus power, which is bollocks, because it's just discriminating against anyone, which should be wrong. Which even if you change the definition, it's still discrimination. It's bollocks.
Yeah. But like I only like invoke race when I think it's funny or when I think it's based.
Yeah. Because you're just a person.
Well, right. I don't wake up and think, oh yes, I am going to do my Latina thing today. I'm gonna go drink my Latina coffee with my Latina breakfast.
People should just think of themselves as people. They shouldn't define themselves by their gender or their race or sexuality. They just should be people.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the way that I live my life. Certainly,
Okay.
I'm just me.
Yes. Just a spiffin' Brit.
Well, this comp link is busted, but this should help you.
Turns out I'm actually spiffing Brit. Oh yes, everybody. I'm gonna have a cup of tea. Something. Something is totally not broken, and I'm something that I can't remember. What Spiffing Brit does those video? I mostly know him from when he plays Trouble in Terrorist Town with the Ozcast.
Yeah, that's where I was headed too.
I mostly just know a Spiffing Brit from when he played Trouble in Terrorist Town with the Yogscast.
Oh, Yogscast. Yeah. I didn't watch Yogscast. I just know Spiffing Brit is sometimes like invoked upon, and I'm like, who is this guy? I shall too invoke the Spiffing Brit, even though I have no idea who he is.
Don't worry, I'll find
Oh,
my
he's
own way out.
just British. That's all you need to know.
Tight fit, but this should work.
That's all I need to know.
Mr. Reinhardt, I'm going to dip out here in 15 minutes to watch Critical Drinkers stream with Russell Crowe. Figured I'll stop by beforehand to renew my membership and wish you a happy birthday, Shani. Thank you, Tristan Reinhardt, for wishing me a happy birthday. So,
Keyframe Chopper says, I'm convinced all Brits have a top hat in their wardrobes.
no, you know, I actually kind of ironically want though. I want
flat cap.
I want a flat cap. Yeah,
right next to your top hat.
just a regular flat cap.
Right next to your pants.
Be my underwear.
Exactly.
I'm going full Sith. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Because I'm an edgy boy.
Is your hair red too?
Yes.
We need to
Sith.
revitalize the redhead population.
No, Zash, of course all Scots wear kilts. I've seen it on TV. It must be true.
Yes, it has to be true.
I do think it's funny that whenever you see like a Scotsman in animation, he's got to be wearing a kilt. It's just something you'll notice.
Real men
all
wear
Scotsmen in
skirts.
animation have kilts.
Lead somewhere. Hope they're sturdy.
You know, here in the United States, I used to sing for a lot of funerals because that used to be my job. And you know, Scottish people specifically would have like a bagpipe song played for them as their caskets wheeled out of the church. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
And this is all of them. Is this a normal thing in Scotland to just have bagpipes everywhere you go, just serenading you every time you enter and exit the room?
No, it's just the funeral.
I know, but like that's what I'd like to imagine that implies in other in Scotland. This is the last bagpipe serenade for this fella.
Yeah, I'm all right.
All right, Nemo Incognito. We'll see you later. Skids the Lone Spartan says gingers have souls. And
No, they
Rawmaster
don't.
says citation needed.
Full of surprises.
Gingers do not have souls.
Better.
They
Thanks,
are
Will.
soul-stealing black holes.
Okay, let's try this again. Oh,
Aw, he's such a cute little droid.
I know. I love BD. He's so adorable. I love
He's
him.
like a monkey. He's like
He
a
does little dances. I see more as like a rabbit.
You see him as like a rabbit.
Yeah, because he's got his little ears.
never known a forgetful droid.
Oh, he's got
little
ears?
he's got a little antenna. Look at the back of his head, and they pop up. You see?
Ah, he
antenna.
does have little antenna ears. But like the way he like climbs on you, he like reminds me of a monkey,
Go. I can feel it.
like a tiny little monkey.
I want a shoulder rabbit. I want a rabbit that's going to climb on my shoulder.
Zash Productions asked, "Does Erie not know anything about this game?" No, I don't.
No, she's not much of a Star Wars fan.
No, sorry.
She has asked me to introduce her to Clone Wars, but I'm not ready for that yet.
And that's
maybe I
completely
am now,
understandable.
Ben.
Because I know my brother super loved Star Wars. until The Force Awakens, and then he was like, "Yeah, I'm done with this." And
Would
I
that
don't
be
blame
The
him.
Last Jedi, not The Force Awakens.
Hmm?
Because a lot of people
Oh, yeah.
would what broke after The Last Jedi at the very least.
Well, I know he started to get annoyed by the Force Awakens, and he's
Yeah, so
like,
did I.
you
Got
know,
that in common.
if it smells like shit and it looks like shit, you know what that means, right? It's probably shit.
I try, how old was I when I watched Force Awakens? I would have been. I think it was 2015. Yes, I probably would have been 15 years old, and I really didn't like it. But my reason for not liking it was that I was still very spiteful because Clone Wars had just got cancelled.
Yeah. I mean, I saw the trilogy, the original trilogy, when I was like 12 years old.
I love how I asked you if you only watched the sequel trilogy. You said yes, and then I posted it on Twitter, and everyone hated you.
Oh boy. Yeah, I saw it when I was like 12 years old, but I didn't take it too seriously.
It actually did kind of start with because I remember now when I loved the Clone Wars so much and I was obsessed with it. It became my entire fucking identity as a kid, and then it got cancelled, and I was outraged. Little 14-year-old me, really peeved off by it.
Yeah.
And because of that, hello, Big Frog.
And then I saw The Force Awakens, and that was like the first time I actually took Star Wars kind of pseudo seriously. I'm like, okay, I guess this is nice. Okay, this is what it's like. And my brother was like, no, it's not. Don't, no.
Yeah, your brother's based. But when Star Wars Rebels started and I watched that, I hated it. I pirated it on Kiss Cartoon. Just watching the show, and it always started with the Ezra going, "Come on, follow me," with a fucking hologram, and I hated that. I hate Ezra so much. I hated season 1. I despised it, but because I was a little shit that just didn't have anything else to watch, I kept watching it.
Oh damn.
Yeah, so I watched the entirety of Rebels. I didn't really like it at all. As a kid, mostly for bias reasons, but if I watched it again, I probably wouldn't like it still.
Oh, you want to hear something funny?
What's funny?
So you know how my mom didn't let me watch Pokemon because she like heard some preacher say something at one time?
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing was my brother really, really, really loved action figures. He had a bucket of them, right?
Okay.
And he wanted one that was the Darth Maul. What do you think my mother said about that?
Oh no, she didn't like Darth Maul.
No, can you guess why?
Because of the horns and he's red.
Yeah, he looks like the devil, that's why. Yeah. Growing up Christian conservative, y'all. It's really fun.
At some point, maybe we'll watch Clone Wars. Because I've at least recently started becoming a bit more, like, at least okay with coming back to Star Wars, mainly because of
something in there?
like the hearing what was it, Jedi Survivor was coming out. So I finally gave Bad Batch a try, and I'm just going to keep my opinions to myself on that one right now.
Okay. Is it not a popular opinion?
The Bad Batch is quite liked, and I don't want to rustle any feathers without actually bringing some evidence. Like I want to. If I'm going to put my thought forwards, I want to do it in a very well constructed way.
Mm-hmm. Zaz Productions wants to know if you've watched Andor.
I have. I watched it with my dad, and I loved the tone of Andor. There are many ideas that I was really liking. Like I really liked the guy that played Gollum. I'm trying to remember his name now. I wish I could remember the guy's Gollum plays name. Fuck. Yeah, that guy anyway. I really liked him in the prison. It was cool, and I love some of that world building. I liked the old guy. But I'm already forgetting the name of that fucking.
Think you can show me that shortcut?
The guy that everyone
Yoda.
thinks is a Jedi, or something like that. Andy Serkis. That's who I'm thinking of. Andy Serkis, who played Gollum. Yeah, I liked his character. I liked the old guy. I didn't like Andor that much. Funny enough, his own show, he's a bit of a passive protagonist, and he's a bit of a blank slate. And I just don't really find him that interesting. I want to know what's happening with the old guy in his little collector's shop as he starts making rebel contacts. That stuff's interesting to me. And the pacing of the show is like I think it's not very good. It's a bit all over the place, and I think they could have redrafted it to at least make it a bit more coherent within itself, if that makes sense. So so it should be that he goes to the prison at the beginning of the show. Oh, fuck's sake. So it should start off. The first episode starts the story, and then he goes to prison, and then you kind of build it around that. And there's some things that just get dropped, like the whole story is started because Andor wants to find his sister, and that's very important to him. He risks going to a place he shouldn't be, and he gets caught by 2 Imperials, and he has to kill them. And then his sister, I thought, is only ever brought up once by the woman that everyone thinks is his mother and is kind of like a stepmom to him. And she just says, "Stop looking for her," and then he does, and then she's never brought up.
Okay, then.
I think that's it's a bit weird that that's the whole inciting incident for the story, and then the main motivation for the character just gets dropped. He's like, "No, I'm not interested in finding my sister anymore."
New membership by the Ultimate G-Man, by the way. Sorry.
Oh, thank you, the Ultimate G-Man.
Okay.
And 400 huffs of internet gas by Keyframe Shopper saying, Erie's mom, no playing with Diablo, Chico. Oh, man.
Like, I think if they really should have focused a lot more on Andor's sister as that being the motivation for why he's doing anything. Because at the very least, if they made it about that, Andor wouldn't be so passive in his own show. It would give him a motivation for why he's going on this adventure.
Oh, passive main character. They're the worst.
Because in the first 3, it takes until the 3rd episode until the police come and he gets kicked off the planet, essentially. So 3 episodes to start your show is and they're 40 minutes each, so it's like an hour and 20 minutes. It's almost 2 hours in which nothing really happens. I don't think that was a great idea for pacing.
Tyler Preston sent $5.
Especially when there's so many limited episodes as well. You need to be much more concise and link a lot more of your plots together. Like, that's why I think it should have been redrafted. It had the ideas in place to be a brilliant story, but it just kind of fell flat for me. I really wanted it to be good, though. The ideas deserved to be good.
Of many encrypted logs stored in the droid.
So Tyler Preston for by the way, this guy, funnily enough, Master Cordova, he's played by one of the characters from Stargate.
Oh, really?
Funny. I'm trying to Master Braytak, that's it. So anytime I see him, I just think Master Braytak. So Tyler Preston, $5. Happy birthday, Shiny. Eerie, please convince him to watch Gundam. It's like Star Wars with giant robots.
I have yet to have watched Gundam, but I will check on it for you.
You'll scout it out.
Tell you if it's good or not.
Throughout the galaxy. Ahead, you will find the inner
Also, Lord Apex said, Eerie the Ghost, I feel your pain. My mom's Catholic conservative and concerned about intelligence in her kids. She thinks you're stupid. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh man, that's just where my mind went. I couldn't watch SpongeBob as a kid and other shows like that. Oh my gosh, yes. I am also conservative Catholic, and I grew up in a very conservative Catholic home. And we couldn't watch a majority of things. And of course, like we just ended up watching it, you know.
The bit that gets me is
without them knowing.
Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon, SpongeBob SquarePants was also off the. We couldn't watch SpongeBob. We couldn't
Wait, okay,
watch...
what was the reasoning for SpongeBob? I want to know that.
Cause I remember my sister had to turn it off because Squidward said the word idiot. So yeah, that was technically like, oh, you can't say that word. You can't call somebody an idiot, you know. But like as a child, it's like okay,
It's just a stupid insult,
right?
So just simply because Squidward said the word idiot.
Well, like yeah, and then like Squidward was like also super antagonistic.
Like if he said the word retard, or if he said something I don't know a bit more harsher, I would understand. But just idiot.
That's what I remember. That's what stuck with me. That's what I remember to this day. And then Pokemon, like the issue was like there was a preacher, and it went around the Protestant circles, and then it went into the Catholic circles where like Catholic talk shows were talking about it, and the Protestants were like, "Oh, it's the power that's inside. They're teaching your kids that these pocket monsters, that they can be summoned and they can be."
I only just found out that
energy.
that Pokemon meant pocket monster.
Yeah, so
power. I love that. That's the same meme as the why.
Yeah, that's where that came from. So yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. I love that. The why.
Sounds like it is. We'll be waiting.
And it's also kind of interesting because even my youngest siblings, like they will watch things and I will know that they'll be controversial because, you know, like what circulates around. And then I'll tell my mom about it and she's like, "Oh, I had no idea." Like, you know, and they're watching this. It's like, okay, don't let them watch that. It's like if there's anything questionable, don't watch it as a whole. But with these, like for instance, what was it? The Muppet Babies with Gonzo being like non-binary and he was like wearing a dress and he's like, "Sometimes I feel like a boy and sometimes I feel like a girl." And I told my mom and she was like, "Oh, I had no idea. Your sister's been watching it." I'm like, "No, don't let her watch that." And then Blue's Clues had like this one song with a drag queen just in a pride parade, and like they had like a float with like beavers, and the beavers had
oh
like
no, not the beavers,
breast scars, as in like
Wait,
they had
what?
they had a mastectomy.
What?
On Blue's Clues. This is a child's show.
Wait,
it's
this is like when is this?
This was like a year ago.
A year ago, I thought I remember watching Blue's Clues as a kid. A new one. I was thinking the original. I didn't remember. I didn't remember trans scars being on a big balloon.
No, yeah, it's with the new one with Josh. He's like he's like Joe or Steve, and Blue is like CGI now. And yeah, they had like a pride parade, and like the drag queen was like singing, you know, a song that's like 2 beavers with mastectomies, and it's like, what the hell is happening? So my mom somehow doesn't know that, but what I remember, the line was drawn with shows with real people in them. That's where the line was drawn. If it has like real people, and it as in it has to be, it's fine if it's animated, but if it's not animated, it's off the table altogether. So I remember I couldn't watch a majority of Nickelodeon shows or Disney shows. Yeah.
Wow.
Because like sometimes they would get really weird with like the romance stuff, and like the kissing scenes would happen like way too long, and my parents wouldn't like that. I'm like, okay, looking back, I'm like,
no
okay,
kissing.
I see it.
This is a Christian show.
This is a Christian household. This is a Catholic household. And yeah. No kissing. No kissing before marriage.
No hand holding before marriage.
No dating before marriage.
It is kind of funny to me that, well, without trying to offend Catholics, it's interesting how Christians kind of they pride themselves on like their values and all this and the other, but then will also turn around and just take essentially a bunch of bullshit at face value.
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like, when it
hey,
comes
look,
to a
someone
majority...
said this guy who apparently is the word of God, some pastor, goes on a talk show and he says Pokemon is demons, and then they all think, without even looking for themselves, without even like thinking about it and watching Pokemon, they instead go, oh, Pokemon's demons, and then stop their kids from watching it.
Yeah, that's what I kind of have a gripe with when it comes to like Christian communities, because let's be real, when it comes to communities or like groups of people, like people are very easily swayed because we're just flawed people. So when it comes to like some outrage or something that's happening and the Christians are getting riled up against it, it's usually like with this fear of, oh, this can harm your soul and you could go to hell kind of thing, or like this is Satan's attack or anything. But notice that the main thing is fear. So I'll give you an example. I remember there was a thing with Disney in which they had like the Christmas story kind of thing, and then they changed it up to make it more vague, and then the Christian news cycles were like, oh, this is an attack on Christianity because they don't acknowledge Jesus Christ's divinity because they changed this poem in this Christmas presentation and blah 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 blah. And then I looked further into it. Turns out it wasn't even in the poem in the first place. And turns out the news cycle just played a bad game of telephone and just misinterpreted each other so much that the news was so distorted that it wasn't even telling the truth anymore. So it was so guided by this fear that it just became so far from the actual truth. And I think Disney kind of flubbed the ball a bit, but
even
it's Disney.
Glib came to me about that. Well, he didn't come to me exactly. He put it in the Morning Nonsense group chat, and like he tried to argue that like, oh, this is Disney hates Christians, and when he actually did look into it, that was actually really interesting because I wouldn't know anything about that. They just used a different poem. It wasn't that they just changed it.
Yeah. And I looked further into it and I'm just like, nah, this is why are we all complaining about? Because it's fear. That's why. It's very easy to fall into fear. And when we fall into fear and we don't look further into it,
very much that the culture is just kind of like follow the leader, essentially. It's not. It's ideology. You follow the ideology because it's your ideology, not because you actually think about it. It's very much a kind of an extreme of groupthink.
I suppose.
Which makes it much easier for people to talk bollocks. Because if someone's focused purely on the ideology, it becomes so much easier to hide bollocks within it and just sell it to people, which is why you have so many like weird cults. Because especially around religion, because they feed the bullshit with the guise of their religion.
Exactly. So and then you have like Christian grifters, like that guy who's like selling
donate to me and then you'll receive your heaven.
Your heaven water.
Your sins will be Yeah.
Lord Apex says we don't believe in papal infallibility unless it's something said through a very bureaucratic and time-consuming method. Where what the Pope has said becomes church teaching. It doesn't happen very often. That is very true, actually. I think the last time that happened was in the 80s when there was like a huge like doctrinal stance on something. They were like, no, this is how it is in the Bible and how it should be interpreted, and it's set in stone. There you go. But that's the thing about like when it comes to like I guess doctrines and whether and people like interpreting it in certain ways, because then reality starts to get like really, really twisted. and then you start looking at reality in the lens of like symbolism, or this is a symptom of this thing, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not. So Disney is changing the poem from something that was not that significant to something even more insignificant, and then being up in arms about it. It has no bearing on how serious it is at all. But like the fact it was changed, and there were some people who were like, this was weird, and then it became an uproar. It's
a bunch of
think going wild.
It's difficult to often find the truth in a lot of things because the truth will become very much obscured. You'll hear so much about it's almost like that there are two things in which you can't even piece together the truth, because the facts that will be reported or the way that the facts will be interpreted, they're completely different to each other.
Right.
Like you'll get one broadcaster that says, "Oh, it's a violent protest," and they'll show videos of a violent protest. Then you'll get another one that's, "Oh, it's a peaceful protest," and they'll show a video of a peaceful protest, in which the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. But a lot of the people who watch it won't interpret that. They'll either go one way or the other, then they'll get set in their mindset, and anything that's ever going to disagree with that mindset is essentially just going to, like, they'll double down on it.
Couple bumps ain't gonna kill you, kid.
Lord Apex, there's also the fact that some stuff in the Old Testament, especially Genesis, was written as symbolic history to get the point across, like obviously the world was not made in a week. Lord Apex, you're like coming in with all these base takes today. Good gracious. Very nice.
Yeah, you told me about that because you said it's like taking the Old Testament as fact, as like complete fact. It's like taking what is it as fact? The
Vincent Van Gogh's
Vincent Van Gogh painting. That's what the analogy used to say. Vincent Van Gogh painting is fact. That's literally how it looked.
Right. That's how I.
It was
how I can best explain it.
Retelling.
I'll be in touch.
Right. So Genesis and the story of like Adam and Eve, the world's creation, it's literary art that can be. It was originally written in a language that's not ours, and the way to fully enjoy that literary art is it's an original language. But at the same time, it's a painting of how it's basically painting how the relationships between humanity, the world, and God is through this this poetic lens. Does that make sense? So it's like Vincent Van Gogh's painting of the Starry Night, right? We all know the Starry Night painting by Vincent Van Gogh. It's like all the stars are like swirling in the sky. It's really impressionistic, very, very pretty. But imagine like circling your worldview of like, no, Vincent Van Gogh had it right. This is what the Starry Night looks like. It's an impression and an artistic interpretation of reality of how the stars are, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's how the stars literally are. Does that make sense? So
Can you hear me?
that's how I kind of can explain it the best I can.
A lot of people take it as because so many generations of people have interpreted it as absolute fact, that then just becomes, oh, this is how we interpret it in the past. This is how we always must interpret it.
Exactly. So imagine if I wrote a piece of poetry and then I was like, oh, Shiny, your eyes are like the ocean and your freckles are like the sand. Or your eyes are the ocean and your freckles are the sand. And then some postmodernists, idiots from like 2,000 or even 5,000 years into the future like read my poem. They were like, oh, she was a beach babe. She had such a fetish for like the beach and the ocean. Like she literally dated the beach. Like, damn, like she was passionate about the beach. And it's like, no, that's why the Bible's meant to be interpreted. So it's not meant to be taken literally in like even a lot of cases or even most cases. So
I remember
the lone Spartan, I don't like sand.
I was reading about on Twitter, there was a discovery in Turkey or something like that, which was 5,000 years old. That was estimated to be, and like some old, what's assumed to be some kind of encampment. And in the comment section of it, it was immediately just, oh, this can't be true. The Bible says that what was it, the world is 4,000 years old, and something God, and we have to believe in his truth, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that gets funky. Nightbreed, great to see ya. Dr. Crow's Carnival Comics, great to see you too.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's meant to be interpreted. It's when you get into like Christian, like scientists and all that, it gets really sticky.
Because
I don't
it's
really like
all
to
about
deal with that
validating their
personally.
beliefs rather than actually finding the truth.
Exactly.
Like,
And
so
the truth
you
might hurt.
get to the point where people say, "Oh, dinosaurs live with humans. That's the only way to explain." It's like, for fuck's sake. The only way to explain dinosaur bones is that they lived with humans. Of course.
Yeah.
That's fucking creationists.
And it's like, maybe there's validity in creationism theory. I don't know. I don't even want to open that box, to be quite honest. I can't explain it other than Genesis is literary art, if that makes sense.
But a lot of them revolve around the idea that the world was literally made in 7 days. I've even seen people refer to the fact that the Bible says that the world was made in 7 days to say, "Oh, that's why these scientists are lying to you, and they're just they don't know the truth. They're making it up," and it's all then becomes a conspiracy about atheists trying to get at the Christians.
Yeah, it gets really, really funky. And then it's just an area I just don't want to touch usually.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, even science has a faith element to it. Like, you have to be able to trust that the scientists are relaying back to you what their studies are.
But then those are all peer reviews, and they'll usually go through why they've come to these conclusions. It's not something that you don't go on complete faith, and usually scientists will, have a history of if they've been right or what. I talk about specific ones, and if they're reliable, and if they're ones that come up with complete bollocks, then they're not going to be considered very credible scientists, are they? That's how people build their names.
Are you saying it
their
hasn't happened
credibility.
before?
I'm not saying it hasn't happened before, but then the things get proven that they weren't right in the first place, and that's how we expand our knowledge constantly, by proving that, well, we were wrong, and it turns out there's much more evidence to suggest that this other thing happened.
Yeah.
Like, ideas shift all the time, and the whole idea of being a scientist or believing in science is that your ideas of what the world is always going to be flawed, and it's actually quite malleable. The only thing that isn't malleable is the facts that absolutes.
Right. But at the same time, it's not necessarily absolute. Like, science tends to change over time.
Facts are absolute.
Well, I'll give an example.
Because facts are how we come up with what happened. So the fact would be that we have a skeleton, and the fact would be that the skeleton is carbon dated to, I don't know, 1,000 years ago, so we know when it existed. And the fact would be that the skeleton is found with these things. So we would then shape our perspective of what we believe based around the facts that we know. And these facts that we have found are absolute. There absolutely is a skeleton.
Right.
That can't be open to
but that could be
because we know
that
it's
could be,
there.
Those are facts that can be replicated. You could cut yourself and know, oh, I have blood in there. The blood is red. I have a skeleton. Those are replicated. Those are able to be replicated. But other things, like, for instance, the food pyramid from the 1980s, right? Like, the food pyramid was so awful that they were like, oh, carbs are the best thing and fats are the worst thing. You should never have fats. And turns out fats are an essential part of our diet. That kind of thing. And then it just got updated because it was that bad, to a point where even funny story, I used to go to a Catholic school, and I had to make
it wasn't biologists coming out here with the food table. It was something that was essentially okay. So, for example, the that thing that you were taught in, I'm trying to remember what it was now. The one that you tried to argue to me, that one case of that woman getting raped and murdered in front of lots of people and no one did anything about it, and it turned out to be.
yeah.
There are many things which you can find within education that will seem pretty reputable on the surface, but are actually just fallacies that have been propagated because, well, no one's been able to prove it wrong publicly enough for it to be 100% discredited.
Right, the bystander effect study that was ushered in by that
Yeah.
one case.
And that
Yeah.
is still taught, despite the fact that the original case is complete bollocks.
Yeah, that's the problem. So
So it's not that you what was it? That biologists were saying this isn't absolutely the best thing. It was that it's something that was just predicated and continued to be taught in schools because it had been taught in schools before, and it seems pretty insightful on the surface level.
right, and I would say that that's ushering in like the faith element, that they know what they're talking about and they're relaying to you the truth. So for
But
the longest time,
there's a lot
United
more
States
faith in.
thought
Sorry,
there
let me
was
finish.
truth in the food pyramid, but then it turns out to to be very, very wrong. Those kinds of things, and I'm just drawing up parallels, because
But
it's not.
there's an element of faith which you have with teachers, for example, but not necessarily an element of faith which you absolutely have to have with scientists, especially if they can show you. It's like when in maths, you have to show you're working out. You don't just come out here with a claim and say it's true.
Mhm.
Compared to those ones which are much more about essentially just saying what is true or not. Like, it's been a very long
Also,
time since I played this game.
Lord Apex writes, yeah, science can be manipulated by the government to control people, like the food pyramid being designed poorly so the good stuff could be sent to soldiers during the war. Here's the thing. I don't know which razor it is, whether it's Occam's razor or someone else's razor, how it says do not attribute to malice that which can be attributed to
That's
stupidity.
Occam's razor, yeah.
Yeah. So I would say just being terribly misinformed about how nutrition was in those days and how it actually was. Like, maybe they did have good intentions of figuring out, like, oh, these foods are good or / bad for you. But then they were just terribly wrong, It happens, kind of like how, early people thought, the planets revolved around the Earth, but then heliocentrism came along and turns out that wasn't true, even though they didn't have bad intentions in believing that. They just were misinformed. And, we're all people, and that's the nature of people. We are all fallible. Or at least it's... And then Dr. Crow, Schrodinger's cat is kind of like that. It is meant to show how stupid the thoughts of quantum mechanics actually are. I agree. Because Schrodinger's cat has to be the dumbest thought experiment. You know Schrodinger's cat,
Yeah,
right?
I know what Schrodinger's cat is. You lock a cat in with a random radioactive element, and if the cat was supposedly the cat's both dead and alive.
Until you open the box to observe it.
Yeah.
Which is the stupidest thing.
It's the idea that observation is what makes something happen.
Right.
Which, strangely enough, there is an element of observation that impacts certain parts of science. I can't remember which ones those are. I'm not a scientist. I can't say that for a fact, but I just remember that there's... light works in particles, but then when it's observed, it works in... It's both particles and waves, depending on how much you observe it, or something strange like that.
Yeah, but like the best I can chalk up with Schrodinger's cat is something that's literal. It's like a woman is pregnant and going to have a baby. So until you observe the
baby is both stillborn and alive at the same time.
No, the baby's both a boy and a girl until you observe the baby. It's like, come on, it's not that.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. It's not that stupid.
What? No, why are you climbing on this? Why are you climbing on this? No, get off. No, fuck. No, what the fuck? Oh, shit.
Damn.
Wow, that was impressive. Why the hell it climbed onto
This
that?
is this is the shiny and eerie big brain stream, isn't it?
Apparently so.
It's a funky goat man. What's his problem?
He's I don't know, insert goat pun here.
Thanks.
Does all of the natural animals have to have a problem with you?
Yes.
Can they just be like, "Hey man, you're on my mountain. Good to see you. See you around."
Ow. Shit, no, don't run off the edge. Oh, I swear, I used to be better than this. Out of the way. Ash! I rolled out of the way that time, for fuck's sake.
Damn. This game is harder than it looks,
at
doesn't
this
it?
point, I had I'm Bondule Master as well. I had Force Push. I could have sworn that I had Force Push when I first did this, but I don't have Force Push yet. Wait, do I have any skills that I can put points into that might be a bit helpful?
What is this, like this bunting place or something?
This is meditation, essentially. Kel's life is increased. I'll have that. That's going to be useful. Maximum life.
This is like the cheap pathways from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Take. Oh, we got a guest.
Oh?
Second, let me welcome in Mark the Cyborg. Let's just find a clip for him.
He's been reduced to a feckless, bed-wetting, parmesan-shaving imbecile who revels in his own uselessness.
Hello, Mark.
My puppy started growling almost immediately when you brought me in. She wasn't growling a moment ago. She's very, very different from the other puppy. Hold on one second.
Oh, she Angie. She Angie.
Doesn't like us. Maybe it's the fact we're
Hello,
going to
Mark.
ghost on stream.
She's just a very territorial puppy, and the Chihuahua's in her space right now. Ah, Jojo. He's just a baby.
Oh, I see.
She doesn't
They're
like
so
Mexicans, I
cute.
think.
So, how you doing?
I'm doing quite well. I'm just trying to still calm the puppy. Sorry about that.
So I forgot to put
What kind of dogs are
on my
they?
screen. Anyway, what
Zaj,
we were
puppy
talking
go
about
girl.
again?
Okay, it's a poodle and a chihuahua. She's
poodle and a
starting to
chihuahua.
calm down. Oh God, no. And now the chihuahua's on the move again. Jojo, no. Hey,
Who's?
sweetie
I'm
pie.
guessing the Chihuahua's the angry one.
No, that's the poodle.
Oh, okay.
The
The
poodle,
plot twist.
the chihuahua is super chill. He's always just doing fine. The poodle is just like, no, my daddy.
To breed profile.
Yeah.
Just
No,
racism.
we always joke that the poodle is just racist against Mexicans because Rocky's a chihuahua. It's like, oh my God, Jojo,
Oh, that's
you're so racist.
It's racist.
And then Jojo's growls are just like, they're not sending their best.
Lord
Get
Apex
those
says
top-
Eerie. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just kidding.
Lord Apex says, Eerie the Ghost, if you plan on forcing Shiny to watch anime, might I recommend Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood or JoJo? I don't think Shiny would like JoJo.
Yeah,
to
no,
be
Full Metal
quite
Alchemist
honest.
Brotherhood's a really good example. JoJo, you have to be up for JoJo if you're gonna.
You
end
gotta
up
be
liking
up for JoJo.
You've got to understand that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a show which contains the gayest characters you can possibly imagine.
The
but
gayest
pretty much,
straight characters, might
that's
I?
the thing. Pretty much none of them are gay, though. It's going to be very confusing. Like you're going to be like, wait, so none of them are? Like they're all straight? It's like, yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
The whole show is about a lineage, really. So yeah.
I mean, I would say the best weeb converting anime.
I don't want to be converted.
would be Death Note. Yes, you shall be converted. Is Death Note and / or One Punch Man? Because my weeb hating brother. Yeah, because my weeb hating brother hated anime until I showed him those two, and we watched Death Note for a little bit, and I was like, "Oh, if you don't like it, we could stop." And he's like, "No, keep going." And I was like, "Oh yes, one of us."
Well, I think as much as I don't think that one necessarily, Shiny, just I guess to take a load off your shoulders, needs to be converted or as a specific one-time thing which you can never go back from anime. You just got to kind of look at it as it's a medium, and there's examples of really, really great writing in the medium, and there's examples of really, really shitty writing in the medium. But I mean, yeah. It doesn't mean there's nothing there for you, even if you just never really thought to look because you were initially put off by, say, the art style. But I mean, to say, hey, I'm just put off by the art style and just not into it at all, I mean, that's fair. Lots of people say that about what's that? The college in California, the Stephen Cal Arts. That's it.
Yeah,
like that style. Lots of people are like, the second you see that, it's done. But it's like, well, I mean, I like Rick and Morty, or at least I liked a fair amount of it. So it's not like a show can't be, isn't it? Like the kind of super round eyes, and sort of.
No, it's more like Steven Universe, Gumball.
Well, I don't know. I kind of
along those lines.
Yeah, I guess there's more. You could say chibi anime and more kind of shonen serious anime are both anime, but there's kind of some variation in the style. I kind of thought that I was under the impression, at least, that Rick and Morty was the more serious toned version of the Cal Arts style. But.
Well, the joke is that I tend to drag Shiny to watch terrible shows and movies. So, for instance, we watched. What did we watch? We watched Turning Red, and we watched.
Princess.
It was fantastically awful, and I might drag him to watch Twilight, the Twilight series.
Oh God. Yeah, X-Ray Girl. I'm married to X-Ray Girl. If anyone knows who she is, she's a streamer too. But anyway, she's way bigger than I am though. But she made me watch the Twilight. It didn't make me watch the Twilight movie. They would be the thing that she would decide to watch every time we were in bed together. So like she would throw it on, and she wouldn't really mind if I'm like fiddling around on my Steam Deck or something while they're on. But I was definitely exposed to them relatively recently, and yeah, not good, not good films. And I say that thinking, wait, Anna Kendrick's in it too, and whoever the one with the dark hair is, and then I don't know, Kristen Stewart. They're all attractive ladies, so I wasn't hating every second of it, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, even on a level of just, hey, these are attractive people that are like in romances together. Isn't that kind of cool? I'm just like, I don't know.
Oh, by all means, I don't think it's good. I just think it's so bad.
What I mean to contextualize that, because I'm trying to be fair to that genre, I enjoyed The OC, for example, and that is just shitty relationship drama. But I was like, okay, it's good enough that I can enjoy it. Whereas Twilight is like, I don't even enjoy the relationship drama that's here. Like, I don't get why girls are liking that aspect of it, because it's bad. I'm like, I don't care about any of these people. They all seem like they have terrible, incredibly toxic relationships. They're all horribly bad for each other, and I don't understand why anyone cheers these relationships on. I'm just like, you all should be far, far away from each other.
Oh yeah, there's a scene where what's her face? Kristen Stewart just yells, "You named my daughter after the Loch Ness Monster!" And it's supposed to be so serious, and it's just the funniest thing. And what else? There was some other amazing parts. Oh yeah, like the CGI baby, the creepy CGI baby. That was at first it was a puppet, and it looked even worse.
Fifth. Was there 5 of them or 4?
I don't know how many there are, to be quite honest, because I never like seriously watched them. I've only
the CGI baby though was one of the. It was one of the last ones though, right?
I think so, yeah. And what else was like? And also like he seems to like absolutely hate her the entire time they're together.
Yeah, I don't understand the relationship at all. It doesn't make any sense. Even from like knowing it's shitty teen relationship drama going in, because that, I mean, say what you will about that genre, but it is a genre of storytelling with a whole lot of examples that are successful. I mean, for example, like the John Hughes movies in the 80s. You know, like some like Breakfast Club, that's kind of an all-time classic, or things even like Clueless, you know, like there's kind of a wide spectrum of that type of, you know, storytelling, but I didn't even think Twilight was a good example of it. I was like, I don't buy the relationship. I don't like any of these people.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
get
all-
why people like it. I'm just like, just watch Buffy. Buffy's
just-
kind of the same shit, but it's good.
Yeah, I heard Buffy's pretty good.
Oh yeah. Oh, if you've not watched Buffy and if you're able to sit through Twilight, you will absolutely love Buffy.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of the same premise, and granted, it's low budget TV from the mid to late 90s, so especially the first few seasons, you're gonna have to give it some passes for having like obviously shitty looking makeup, and kind of look at maybe some of the special effects and things like that as a bit of a play, like, you know,
Yeah.
or community theater type deal. Like, view it within its proper context, but especially once you get like 3 seasons into Buffy, you will be hooked, because the characters really start shaping up in some interesting ways.
I know it's something which was very much praised by a lot of YouTubers. I know Mauler really has a hard one for it.
Yeah. He was talking. I actually have one of the only shorts on my YouTube channel that features another person is him explaining one particularly interesting morally gray character's redemption. I would almost recommend not going to watch it, because it spoils something if you do plan to watch Buffy and Angel. But it was kind of one of my favorite characters, and Mauler brought it up independently of me ever mentioning that I like the character at all. And yeah, it's good stuff. It's oh wait, neither of you have seen any of Buffy and Angel, right?
No, I haven't.
haven't.
Okay, well, in the chat, who I'm talking about is Faith. If anyone in there has seen Buffy and Angel, they'll understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, so yeah, Shiny, how have you been, man?
I've been very well.
I feel like
Mostly
we've been
being-
talking about shitty vampire stories for quite a while now.
About average girls, and they're like, oh no, but there's this werewolf and this vampire both in love with me. Oh no, who am I gonna choose? Oh, you know, that kind of fault. Yeah, I've been fine. Mostly just been working on my Spitfire. I'm very proud of that so far.
Oh, right on.
Yeah,
I really mean to get back into making YouTube videos, but don't always have the time.
Yeah, lately I've been mostly focusing on streaming. I haven't had much time to make videos, but I've been playing a lot of stuff and kicking around a lot of ideas. I feel like I want to write something that's unlike things I've done before, but good in a way that I think I've never achieved yet, if that makes any sense. But
Yeah.
it's not a finished product yet. It's more like a series of ideas that I'm trying to shape into a thing. Because yeah, I think some stuff have been going on in the video game industry around things like the survival horror genre, and people learning the right lessons from old kind of cultural touchstone games that have come before it, and other franchises, other sequels and things, learning the wrong lessons from them and applying them in interesting ways. But right now it's just kind of a big swirl of ideas, and I got to find a way to focus it and actually write it into a script. But yeah, I guess that's what I've been working on. What kind of stuff are you thinking about making videos on?
Sorry. One of the things that I want to make a video on is the Orville season 3. I have very mixed opinions of that season because of particular episodes. It's just lots of missed opportunities or just strange things that I wanted to vent on about. Other videos. Well, there's one video that I'm going back and forward on, which is the Bad Batch. I halfway made a video on that show, but I never finished it. And
What was your overall opinion of it? I didn't see it, so I haven't even seen the last couple seasons of Clone Wars. I've totally skipped out on Mandalorian, and I watched the first 6 episodes of Andor. I've kind of hit a point with Star Wars that I'm just kind of
the entire show bases around like four archetypes, or no, is it four archetypes? I can't remember how many of them are. There's the nerdy tech guy, and he's stereotypically the nerdy tech guy. There's the big guy with the big heart, who's stereotypically the big guy with the big heart. There's the Rambo leader, and then there's the moody sniper.
I found something.
And they may as well fit within the Team Fortress 2 archetypes. The exact same. They're very cookie cutter. And they don't have a lot going on. They do have occasionally like small things, and there's even one big thing in the first season, which is just a massive bullshit contradiction. So they put a lot of focus on one of them who doesn't go against Order 66, and that's what's his face, the moody sniper guy, the Crosshair. So Crosshair decides, oh, I'm going to go through with Order 66 and I'm going to kill the Jedi. And the other Bad Batch go, that's weird. Why would you be for that? And then they're like, why are you so about following orders? And they confirm that it's the chip in his head that's making him go evil. But by the end of the show, he goes, hey, I had my chip removed. And I believed this all along, which is the stupid... a very stupid plot twist that they tried to go with, but just doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, I don't even understand what the intention of that is.
They want to make it so it's like, oh, he actually believes in the Empire, but they don't show why he would, and it's against his original character that he'd believe in the Empire. So it just makes him confused. And then when he watches Kamino get destroyed, he knows how little the Empire cares about clones, but what turns him back to the good side is that he finds a clone. Also, he works with a clone and he respects him, and they both go on a mission. They nearly die. He comes back with him in his arms near death, and he said, hey, this guy needs help. And then the Imperial guy goes, no, he's a clone. I'm not going to help him. And then he lets him die, and then Crosshair then thinks, oh, maybe the Empire's not so good. So, oh, you think the Empire's equipment? You think the Empire's not so good? That's what turns him. It's retarded. It's very stupid.
Yeah, it really. I feel like the majority of modern Lucasfilm has no clue how to write moral subtlety. You know, like they seem like they're trying to sometimes, like, hey, what if the Empire is actually right? And then in the middle of that, they won't get through an entire story without doubling back on it and being like, just kidding, the rebels are right, obviously. You know, like there's never any commitment to the alternate perspective.
The rebels have to be right at the end of the day, but you're right, there is no commitment to the Imperial perspective. That they do hint at it, they do occasionally try to shed a light on it. Like the famous example is Battlefront 2, in which they go that this is from the Imperial perspective. And I really want to know what's going through the heads of the average Imperial, because while the Emperor and Darth Vader and Tarkin at the top, they're obviously very corrupt with power, they're very power hungry, they're evil, there's no moral ambiguity there. But when you have your average Joe stormtrooper, he's not going to be evil, he's going to be fed lies and propaganda, and he's going to see the world through justifications. But they don't even try to do that, because it's just, hey, this Imperial who does bad things sees a bad thing and then they're good. In Star Wars Rebels, there was this one character, was it Kahless? No, I want to say Kahless. He's the Imperial agent coming after the Rebels. Kallus, that's it. Kallus, he's like, oh, I'm after the Rebels. And in his very first episode, he kills one of his own men. That's a very much a sign, oh, he's not a good person, right? But then he will see something the Empire does, and he's like, oh, maybe the Empire are the bad guys, and he turns coat. It's like, You think the Empire were the bad guys? You were the bad guy. You killed your own men for no reason. So it's stupid. The Battlefront 2. Hey, we're okay with blowing up a planet, but the moment that we attack our own planet, that's when we turn to the rebels.
Yeah, and it's such a just instantly she's like, okay, well, let's kill all of our coworkers.
There's no mistrust. There's no trying to reach out to the stormtroopers. There's no justification that that the Empire that she believed in is what she wants to hold on to. It's like, no, it's just that she's a rebel now.
Mm-hmm.
There's no questioning of that at all.
It's like that one. It's like, oh, I'm a rebel. I rebel. From that Star Wars movie.
Talk about Iden Versa.
That was the line.
Rogue One.
They removed it though.
Yeah, there was tons of things that weren't in the final Rogue One cut. But that good because that line was cringe.
That line is pretty cringe.
Absolutely.
Who are the other like Imperial perspective characters that they tried to go with, and then just never followed through with? Because there's been a few of them, but they always just fall really short.
I mean, I guess you could make the argument that Boba Fett on like in all of the recent Disney stuff, they've kind of just tried to make him seem like, oh, well, he was actually a good guy all along.
Yeah.
I mean, that whole him being the most badass bounty hunter in the galaxy, taking down Han Solo, don't worry about that. He's actually a good guy. It's like, well, you can only do that to so many of your villains before I'm not going to ever trust you, right?
Yeah, like, why are the villains all of a sudden just turning to the good guys when they've done some very bad things? Some of them even worse than the people that they're lambasting against.
Mm-hmm.
Boba Fett's a bounty hunter. He, at the very least, he might have a code of honor, but making him out to be just, oh, he's the good guy now, and not questioning that at all. It's kind of a bit bogus.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wonder if they connect.
Rawmaster 2 has a really good question. He asks, otherwise, how did Italy turn to YouTube naughty word? And I would have to say that's when Tifa joined the Senate.
Yeah. Woo. Good job, Italy.
I think he's talking about fascism, where fascism took over. Okay, he's not talking about Tifa.
Bad Italy. No. Let's
even if he was, I still think
the fascism towards Tifa in the Senate. That's the Italy that makes me proud to say I'm Italian.
I want Tifa to turn around and just say, I am the Senate.
I am the Senate.
Yeah, that was my favorite of the Tifa Senate memes. It was the I am the Senate.
Someone actually did that. Oh, well, a bit late on that draw then.
That was a good one.
I'm not in with the Final Fantasy crowd, if you can't tell.
Oh boy, am I.
Jeez. Lord Apex. Lord Apex says she was like Caesar, impaled during an Italian Senate meeting.
Yeah, I mean, that's how we
work.
work.
My gosh.
One played Tifa porn in the
Yes.
Senate.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't get that. That's what we were talking about.
No, well, I thought the other things that happened. I didn't only know that tiny bit.
That's the
That's
only
all that
bit
happened.
you need.
Oh, that's all that. Oh, I thought there was more.
No, there was a Zoom meet. So the Italian Senate held a Zoom meeting, and then someone hacked it and just played Tifa Final Fantasy Rule 34, and it was shut right off. But everybody remembered it.
Yeah.
That's the funny part.
Best thing.
It's
to
not
come out of
something you
COVID.
can forget.
I wonder, what the original artist, how proud he was of that moment.
I mean, highest honor.
Whoever animated that scene.
You can't be a Rule 34 animator, get played in someone's federal fucking government, and not be like, all right, I'm done. I win. I won the Rule 34 game. Support my Patreon, bitches.
That's when you peak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was like Lord Apex says he thinks it was like 10 seconds. Like, oh man, that must have been 10 long, agonizing seconds.
You see that?
I think, like, at that point, if it's your computer, you just got to be like, yeah, what of it? Like, just immediately own it. Like, yeah, oh yeah, so what? There's nothing on your computers, you prudes? And then play it off like everyone else is being weird for thinking you're strange for playing the porn.
Well, you know, we don't
That's
go
your
out
only
and
move.
play in the middle of Senate meetings, do we?
Yeah, I mean, to be like, hey, like, I wasn't gonna play it in the middle of the meeting, but yeah, you know, I'm sorry. Like, I got caught with a tab open. Never happened to any of you, I'm sure. You know, like, I would
sure it's
immediately be like,
embarrassing
yeah,
to be
what?
exposed
It's
like
2023.
that.
I can't watch porn. You know? It's the only way you could play that off. You would have to lean right into it as if, like, yeah, well, you know.
Oh, was it like someone
I
who was
like
like,
Tifa Lockhart, sue me.
was it like someone who was like caught with it, or was it like a hacker that just like
No, I
the
think it
free
was
Tifa
someone
porn?
accidentally shared the wrong window. Like, you
Oh.
know, share screen, the way you can
Oh,
do that on
no.
StreamYard right here. It was just a share screen, and the person shared like the wrong monitor or the wrong tab or something, and it
Hey,
just
here's
played
this
the
legal
entire
document.
meeting. Sorry?
So, oh, hey, here's this legal document.
Not just wind.
Yeah, well, I mean, exactly. And so it's one of those things, like, from that perspective, I sort of see it as a almost kind of wholesome human moment in a lot of ways. Like, it's not wholesome because it's porn, but it's like, yeah, well, you know, I
Yeah,
guess.
porn, most wholesome
Don't
thing.
I have
Very
egg on my face
wholesome.
kind of deal? Well, but you know what I mean? It's like you can kind of, like, isn't there a part of you who can kind of understand how embarrassed that person must have been? If it's like, oh, fuck, the worst thing that could have possibly happened there happened, and it's only because I was really
I think
nervous
that
about
there's-
this meeting with the Senate. I
There's
tried to
worse.
relieve a little pressure in the office first.
Like
We're all working from
guy-
home, okay? It's mid-COVID.
Who was the streamer that was friends with was it Pokimane or something like that? That's another famous female streamer, and he accidentally revealed that he watched deep fake
Oh
porn
yeah,
of
yeah,
her.
that happened
Oh,
recently. I think
yeah.
that was Atrioc, I believe is the guy's name. I'd
Atrioc,
never heard
yes.
of him.
And then he
before
fucking
that.
cried.
He did.
But I mean, you know, I even maybe this is me just trying to be as empathetic as possible in all situations. Did you see who was sitting beside him while he was crying?
His girlfriend.
Yeah, so I think
Oh
tears
no.
No, but
were
like
more-
she was
Oh my
also
God,
crying as well.
I just destroyed my relationship, and she's putting me in a situation where it's like, hey, you're gonna lose me unless you go on your stream right now and disavow everything that you just did. And
But the way that
man.
he was phrasing it, though, it didn't seem like his girlfriend was crying next to him and he was crying. I never took it as he was apologizing because of her. I took it as he was crying and apologizing because it was a friend of his.
Yeah,
he
they were
was-
friends.
Well, I mean,
Definitely
yeah,
too.
but you got, if you like think of like, okay, we know X-Ray Girl's my wife. She's
Mhm.
friends with, I don't know, like Chrissy Mayer and Brittany Venti. Like they're all pretty girls. If I had like a deep fake porn of them on my computer, my marriage would be so screwed. Like that, I think that's a step beyond being like, yeah, I've got some Tifa porn, sue me, sort of.
That is
deal.
a step beyond,
And
I
be like,
suppose.
Yeah.
hey, you have porn that's CG animated, like people who we both know and hang out with. Like, what do you mean? Like
Big,
there
yeah.
is something
No,
ultra fucked
It would be
up
like
about
finding
that.
out your I don't know. It's like a Eerie found
like
out
have someone
that
else's
I
OnlyFans.
had a huge crush on one of her friends or something like that. to a
Yeah,
really
like
awkward
that's
degree.
that's the weird part. It's like, hey, it is weirder when they're not just a public figure to you, Atrioc. They're your friends, which makes this so strange. And yeah, I think he was in a situation where he knew that flagellation, like self-flagellation over this issue live on the internet with the girlfriend right there would be the only way he'd save his relationship. And my honest opinion, that relationship's done. No chance. It's not.
It's over.
I don't think you can come back from that, in all honesty. But which I mean, lesson out there, boys. Don't ever do shit like stick to
Don't.
It's much more wholesome. As I was saying.
Stick to rule 34. Don't
Yeah.
go to deep fakes and watch deep fakes of people that you're friends with.
I'm sitting here.
Let me just delete all
subtly
that,
talk Shiny into making tons of money by being like, yeah, man, you're helping the world by animating Rule 34.
Let me just delete all that.
It's a
Literature
noble
Devil,
pursuit.
Rule 34 porn.
Literature. It's just all Literature Devil and PSA
It's all
Yaoi.
deep fakes of what is it? Shadiversity. Deep fake Shadiversity's face onto some porn star.
Oh boy.
Shadiversity X Literature Devil.
God. Strangest
POV.
Yaoi.
Oh, God, that's worse.
That would be terrible.
You know, I think I haven't paid attention to any stats. Let me quickly scroll through because I think there was one of them that I did miss and I kept meaning to go back to, but we kept talking. So the Ultimate G-Man, sorry it's taken so long to get to your super chat. Happy birthday, Shiny. If you get him on some anime, check out Legend of Galactic Heroes. It's straight out of a space opera.
I've not seen that, so can't comment on it. Though I will suggest a space opera, Gurren Lagann. Though it all pretty much takes place on Earth and the surrounding orbit. But
what makes it a
trust me,
space opera then? If it's
well, I
on
mean,
Earth?
the surrounding orbit, there's a threat from space. It's a very
I see.
yeah, well, trust me. If you get to the end of it, you'll understand exactly what I mean. It's,
So-
Gurren Lagann. Isn't that an anime?
yeah. It's the same people who did the Cyberpunk one, Edge Runners. And,
Oh yeah,
Kill la
it's
Kill.
Trigger. Studio
Yeah,
Trigger?
well, I mean, it was before they were Studio Trigger. But
Gainax.
yeah, basically, it was the same dude. I'm now his name slipping my mind. 'Cause,
We have a guest in the
I was
back
trying to
room.
think of it, and all I can think of is the name Isayama, and I know that's the Attack on Titan guy, so I'm 100% sure that's wrong. But
Nazi!
Hello.
Hello there, Dev.
It's boy, Literature Devil.
I'm here with your the Shadiversity porn you ordered.
You heard that?
Oh, he heard that. Oh no.
hey, I gotta watch what I suggest with both Shad and Literature Devil porn because they're both in my wife's Conan Exile server. So you know,
Oh man.
that's fertile ground for storytelling, and those are stories I don't want told. You feel me?
Not yet.
Oh boy.
But hey, Devil, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Had to fight off a purge earlier.
Oh, right on.
It was fun.
Yeah,
It was at my house,
survival-
obviously. Of course, it was at my base.
Yeah. Oh, so it like I don't think I understand that. Then do you guys all have your own bases and houses? I thought a bunch
Well,
of people were living together.
It turned out okay. So what happened in Conan is Darwinism. So all the guys build their own bases. All the women moved into the guys' bases. So, well, not really the guys, but they all live with Shad.
Yeah, no, I was about to say I know my wife lives with Shad.
That's why they call him Shaddy
Should I
Daddy.
be worried? But well, I mean, you know,
Daddy,
I gotta say I
no.
feel a lot better
No.
about all of the women living with Shad than only my wife living with Shad.
Yeah, everyone goes over there.
It's better if it's an orgy, apparently.
I mean,
Y'all
is
need
it
to
not?
Calm down.
It's a commune, okay? It's a communist sort of situation going on.
Hey, I
You
think in
own
all
nothing and be
circumstances,
happy.
though, it would be right. I mean, I even if it is the deal that it's like, hey, they are all having their way with your wife. It's like, yes, that is bad. But I almost think that that's better than it just being a one-on-one deal. you
Just
know?
being Shaddy Daddy.
And it's like, well, I feel like she'll get bored of that and just come back to me at some point. But if it's a one-on-one, like, hey, I've just left him for you, I'm like, okay, well, so we're done then, right? I mean-
Shad isn't that robot.
What does that remind me of? Who does that remind me of? The guy with the beard, and he's like, he had the cuck article. He's like,
Oh, Jack Murphy.
Jack
Murphy. Yeah, there you go.
Oh wait, you know, like I'm actually getting super scared about that because I just turned 39 and I'm starting to get a
Just
lot
to
of
dye your
gray.
beard?
And I'm never gonna dye it, or at least I don't want to. But I think if I start ending up with the
You don't
Jack
want to pull a
Murphy
Richard
coloring-
Hammond.
I just don't want to end up looking like
Richard
Jack
Hammond.
Murphy.
Well, just dye the
organically.
whole thing. You don't have to dye.
See that? I think if it ever comes time to dye it, I'm just gonna shave or just go down to a mustache or something. Because like, especially, I mean,
bald?
the Super Mario movie came out today, and
Just the mustache is back in. They should have gotten.
If I
Pedro
shave
Pascal.
into a mustache, I just look exactly like Super Mario.
I can't wait until they do a live action Mario, and then it's Pedro Pascal playing Mario because he's just playing everything for some reason.
Pedro Pascal is playing every character ever now. But I didn't hate him as Joel. I thought it was a different Joel, but I liked the Last of Us show.
I preferred the original voice actor, to be honest.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think Troy Baker was better, though he is on the show.
Yeah, it was interesting that there was a lot of the original voice actors on the show.
Just couldn't use them because they weren't woke enough.
They weren't.
So what was this with Shad? Was it a D&D campaign or something?
That's Conan Exiles.
It's a game.
Oh, okay.
Chad built like the best castle ever. It was like this
essentially
looking castle.
Do you know what Rust is, and which you probably don't?
I have a vague idea of what Rust is.
Valheim?
Okay, so it's essentially
Valheim.
Yeah,
Valheim's probably closer.
It's Valheim with slaves.
Oh,
Very scantily clad slaves.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Not necessarily. I mean, not especially not in the server.
You can't tell me that everyone plays the game doesn't have scantily clad slaves.
Maybe you might do that in single player, but not here because
Maybe you do, Shiny.
things happen in the server, like the Purge. And we had to fight like this gigantic 10-story monster or something. Like destroyed some of my house. It killed all of my thralls except for one. So they need armor. They need armor in this one. But I think I'll get some more. In fact.
Yeah, for the last couple
of
weeks,
they are scantily clad just in armor.
Yeah, that's an armor.
Well, I mean, at least X-Ray Girl's warrior or barbarian, I don't know what you call them, is just wearing like a bra and a thong.
Because you can, I think they added in mods that allow you to like just sculpt whatever you want out of clothing.
Very proper, very modest.
So all the women are just like it's in these
Very
like leather
Christian.
bikinis. I've added this cool Roman-looking scenario where everyone is like a Roman soldier look.
Nice.
Took forever because I had needed like hardened brick, a bunch of iron, but it took a bunch of steel. It took forever, but I managed to do it finally.
I haven't played Conan Exiles in so long. And the last time I played it was there's something that my family do. We like to set up servers, and me and my uncles and my dad will play a game. The current one that we're playing is Imperium, which is the spaceship building game. But a while we played Conan Exiles, and I planted a castle right on the viaduct. If any of you know where that is.
It's good to have water nearby.
I think my current Conan Exiles game time is like 30 minutes, something like that. I've been glued to Resident Evil 4 since it came out. I'm playing it right now. I'm trying to get through the professional mode before EFAP on Saturday.
And it's crazy because Az has been like doing like 11-hour streams playing Conan. It's been crazy.
Yeah, well, those kind of games where you get those little rewards of, hey, I now have the materials I was looking for to build that next thing I'm building. Now I can expand this wing of the house that I was building here, and
I can build.
Now
this
I have
thing.
the weapons to go fight that monster that I can then get the materials to get the. It's easy to get sucked in.
I just got hardened steel axe finally.
Oh, nice.
Ow.
Throw it.
Yeah.
By the way,
what's everyone's thoughts on the next Jedi Fallen or Jedi Survivor?
It looks cool.
Because I think it looks okay. I don't know if I can muster up excitement.
It still has a good ginger representation.
I'd give it a go because I do like Respawn Entertainment.
Yeah,
but
I'm surprised
I'm going in neutral.
I'm surprised they didn't make him black because he's ginger.
We got to repopulate the earth with gingers.
Gingers are not
starting to go
thing.
extinct.
Okay.
They're fake. Is this?
Yeah, gingers aren't real. You're making that up.
They're a government conspiracy.
They don't actually exist.
By the way, LitDev, did you hear that Lizzo and Jack Black are in The Mandalorian now?
I heard about that.
Officially kill the franchise.
I heard about that. I had to hear about that because I'm not. Who watches The Mandalorian still?
There were so many people for so long. I always felt like I was against the grain when I started talking about against Dave Filoni and John Favreau.
Yeah.
Because when you actually listen to what they're saying, so many people have projected their own opinions onto these people because they've made things that they liked. Essentially, just talking a bunch of bollocks. like the whole narrative that Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau were going to come in and save Star Wars, and that
save the franchise.
they were going to decanonize the sequels and save it. It was nonsense. It always was nonsense. And
More
whenever
nonsense.
I fucking called them out on it, they were like, "Oh, but the Mandalorian's so good. They brought back Luke Skywalker. They deep faked his face.
This guy's in the movie, and this
They
guy's in the
deep
movie.
faked his face.
Yeah, they deep faked. What was it young Mark Hamill's face onto an actor, and they said, "Oh, it's so amazing that they brought back Luke Skywalker for the Mandalorian."
They brought in the PS3 version.
I don't know why, but something about that feels deeply unethical, and I
yeah,
can't put my finger on
They
it.
sold his visual rights to them.
I'm fine if it's someone that's living, but I'm still iffy on it. But the main problem I have is when it's someone that's dead.
Oh, the
I
first time
really-
they did it was someone who was dead.
It was Tarkin, wasn't it?
Yeah, with
Yeah.
Tarkin.
Tarkin
yeah.
and Leia.
Mm-hmm.
Although Leia wasn't dead at the time. Carrie
Wait,
Fisher.
no.
That's yeah. I guess theoretically they could have.
What was it like a King Jim Il sort of thing? Or like, oh, he died, but we can't tell anybody until like a month later or something.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's.
Exactly. Weekend at Leia's.
But essentially, all of it was like, "Oh, here's something nostalgia." I clapped for nostalgia, and it was
Member berries.
always, yeah, it was the Mandalorian was just member berries, and I remember I got so much flack for saying that the Mandalorian was just a really blank character who was going around doing a bunch of side quests.
I'm pretty sure any hope for Filoni or any of those guys went out the window and he's like, Luke just opened the door for Leia. Like, oh, you are a complete
That
cuck.
was, if I remember correctly, that wasn't actually Dave Filoni. That was
one of those guys. It's
remember his
Favreau.
name now.
The
Not
Favreau?
Favreau. The other one. One of the,
The
other
other one.
ones. It's one of the lore guys. He sits in a room and he
Pablo
replies-
Hidalgo.
Pablo
Pablo
Hidalgo.
Hidalgo.
It was Pablo Hidalgo that's claimed that. And then
Well,
it was-
wasn't that didn't the one in the cowboy hat?
Dave
I can't-
Filoni went on a stage and
Yeah, that
then
was him.
started clapping himself on the back for patting himself on the back for what he did with Ahsoka.
Yeah,
It's like,
which
oh,
is-
I made a character that everyone looked up to.
Like he
but-
did one good thing and one okay thing. I think the
And
fandom
Did you,
made it better.
did
But
you guys
the
see
reason-
the clip of him saying Luke Skywalker was never a Jedi?
I think I heard
Because
that.
that one's rich. And John Favreau is just like, wait, what are you talking about? And he's
He-
like,
he
he,
never,
was
like,
never a Jedi. He never
never,
like
like,
went
war-
through the
like,
Jedi
graduated or
trials.
whatever,
He's
but-
like, yeah, but you remember the whole, yeah, I'm a Jedi, like my father.
Yeah, you're-
before
yeah.
me."
Yoda
And,
was literally there. Like Yoda was there.
Yeah, like, it
Yoda was like, "Hey, you Luke, you're a Jedi now, Luke."
There's a clip that might make you lose faith in modern Lucasfilm if you think that Dave Filoni is going to be the salvation of us all. Okay.
So I've been saying it for fucking ages. None of you believe me, and then it only takes till the 3rd season of The Mandalorian for people to actually fucking listen. Well, not even listen.
I don't even remember the first
But they'll start going against the grain. It's like, oh well, I've been here the entire fucking time. Thank you.
I remember there being a little baby Yoda, and then they should have. Remember, there's at one point where he goes to that village, and he has to fight off all those weirdos, those weirdo bandits, Seven Samurai style.
Yeah,
he should have just stayed there. He should have stayed there for the rest of the series, and then just having to defend that place while also defending Baby Yoda. He had like a woman there that was very receptive and everything. Like she's like a school teacher or something like that. Like classic Western love interest.
It's a bit too. The show is too.
Yes.
Episodic for a serialized story about a Mandalorian protecting a baby. In that it's so many side quests. It's insane.
I like how they actually did something definitive. Like, oh, Baby Yoda is going off with big boy Luke Skywalker.
And then
something changed. And it's like, no, you know what? Never mind. Let's go backwards. Let's go backwards.
Well, in the Boba Fett show, we'll just give him back.
Mulligan everything that happened in the previous show.
We can't have things actually happen. I mean, come on. That's way too much.
Well, it's because Baby Yoda was far too popular with the female fans that they had to bring him back.
Oh yeah.
Like after years,
Females
and
don't
years,
exist. Okay.
years and years of trying to get a women's audience by just adding more like adding Ray and crap, and then they added Baby Yoda. Oh, this is how you do it, and they kind of promptly forgot. Like, oh, women are different. They don't actually like powerful characters. They want Baby Yoda.
You want babies? Just put baby.
I don't.
in there.
I don't like Baby Yoda. I don't. I really don't.
I don't like Baby Yoda making sounds. I want him to be a baby, and not like not make sounds that it sound like a human baby. No sounds at all. They can
Babies
be like
are
a
meant to be
silent Yoda.
seen and not heard.
Especially Baby Yoda. Yes.
The deepfake stuff kind of reminded me. Did you hear about this like new like telephone scam that's going around where people have been doing like AI deepfake voices to like ask relatives for help?
Hello, this is Joe Biden. Please send me $500 in Starbucks gift cards.
Hello.
Oh yeah, but not just that. But like it'll sound like, you know, someone's like grandkid or child like is in like it's like usually a very convincing scenario where like it's their voice, but it's a deep faked.
How do they get?
That's
How do they
pretty
get
creepy.
the voice of them?
That means I
there's
assume
this
that they
loophole.
call the boy or they call the family and just get the voice by recording the boy's voice or something.
No. Because yeah, you could get it from like social media or wherever. But one of the most popular places is. Did you know that you can access your voicemails remotely, with the password being set by default being the last 4 digits of your phone number? So they will have a voicemail. They will take a voicemail of your loved one, create an AI deepfake of it, and then they can clone phone numbers. So it looks like that contact is calling you. So it seems like, oh, my kid, you know, got into a car accident and he has to like pay all these bills, and like the police is like holding them, and they'll like make this entire story, and it's getting more and more popular. So yeah, be careful.
I just never answer my phone unless I know who it is.
No. But like, you can clone your
don't
contact.
answer my phone when I know who it is. I'm
Yeah,
like,
me
I
too.
know
Yeah,
this
exactly. Me
person. I
neither.
have
It's like,
no need
But
to
like,
talk
they
to
can
them.
clone your contact,
I
so
usually
it'll look like that contact is calling you.
Well, usually I just ignore the call, and then I'm like, okay, text me.
Oh, mother's calling me. It's all right. Just.
Oh, my old grandma. Screw grandma.
Yeah, I don't really do the talking thing. It's just mainly texts. If you want to contact me, it's just text usually.
Litiv doesn't do the whole talking thing.
Yeah, this talking thing say too much. You
Talking
will text
to
me.
relatives. I'd rather kill my relatives.
Usually
We
the
all know
protocol
Litiv is the quiet guy. He doesn't talk too much.
Usually the protocol is you will text me first, and then I will give you permission to call.
I love that idea.
So you're the guy who would text first and text call me.
Yeah, call me.
Meanwhile, I'm the person who will call you and say text me and hang up.
Hey, give me text real quick.
I mean, there's some value in, hey, call me when you have a minute as a text, to be like, yeah, I get that you might not immediately have the time to talk, but when you
Yeah.
get a second, I have something that will be easier for us to discuss via phone. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Heard
but
there was-
usually it's like some big emergency. You know what I mean? It's like,
Well-
oh, I need it. I need your money right now. Oh my gosh, I need you to wire it. I'm in jail. You gotta bail me out.
I need
Wire
4
it to a
grand.
Cayman Islands bank account.
Yeah, wire it to this bank account I never told you about in the Cayman Islands. I need you to send this money ASAP. Or I've been in a car accident. I need you to send me $10,000 in
Here's the
Walgreens
thing.
gift cards.
If my parents heard me ask like a deep fake of my voice asking them for money, they wouldn't give me any fucking money. They'd be like, what, you got yourself into some situation, get out of it yourself.
Yeah, hang up.
Bye.
If I don't see you later, then I guess you failed.
Right on. I just want an Ada Wong charm for my briefcase. 30% off armor repairs.
Heck yeah.
I heard
I know
everyone's going
exactly
over-
what you're talking about.
Everyone's going crazy over Resident Evil 4 because of the mods.
I haven't even installed a single mod, and I've been going pretty crazy over it.
I mean, like the Twitter has. Like, how dare you give like jiggle physics and stuff?
Oh no, not the jiggle
Someone
physics.
complaining about all the mods and then
There
not
is still
complaining about
jiggle
any of the
physics
male
in the
mods.
game. Like, it's,
Well, you can
they
add them
didn't
with
even
mods.
take it out.
It was the costume mods that they were complaining
As
about.
the costume mods, yeah. They were like, one I saw was hilarious. Like, why come his balls don't have jiggle physics? Like, what are you talking about?
I mean,
oh yes, because you see the balls in the
Well,
game, of course.
Most, I mean, this might not be
Equality, people.
apparent to people who don't ever, buy pants for active situations, but most men's pants, in which would be for the type of activity that Leon Kennedy is engaging in Resident Evil 4, are relatively rigid. So
Yeah.
there's not a lot of like, oh look,
No,
at,
we need
look
those
at-
ball
look
jiggles.
At that, look at
Those
that dick
ball
flop in action. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's plenty. I'm willing to bet there is as much Leon Kennedy Rule 34 out there as there is for Ada Wong,
yeah,
or Jill
definitely.
Valentine, or anything.
But,
He's the number one husbando to many a woman.
But only
But-
one of these things is wrong. Only like if sexualizing a guy is fine, but women, oh my gosh, we got to come.
How dare you? How dare you?
How dare
burn
you?
him at the stake?
Well, but I mean, like you can make a realistic argument for the boob physics. I'd be like, hey, well, I mean, considering what she's wearing, yeah, if she is jumping up and down or running, there probably should be some jiggle. If you want to say this game is actually being somewhat immersive. Also, it's a spy thriller type game. I'd say as far as the story goes, it's pretty similar to a Bond type deal in a lot of ways. Just filtered through the lens of Resident Evil, I think, with a lot of inspiration from Metal Gear Solid 3 in particular.
definitely.
There are things like him looking through the binoculars at the beginning to sort of see it's almost beat for beat with like the radio conversations almost presenting the same way, like a codec. And yeah, like Resident Evil 4 is this campy kind of crazy adventure, but I think you can't really make the same argument for ball jiggle physics.
Yeah, not really.
It's like, dick
I bet they
flopping
actually
would be
did
weird
add it, but there's too
considering-
much pants.
There's too many.
Well, because he's wearing like combat khakis, right?
He's the one doing things. I think isn't that the girl in that one, the president's daughter, and she's like iconically the most annoying character in video game history.
I mean, yeah, I never thought Ashley was that bad. I honestly
we
found
already
Navi
have-
from Ocarina of Time far more annoying than I ever found
Navi.
Ashley.
Navi.
Hey, listen.
Also, we
Obviously,
do
I've
have
never
ball
played
jiggle
any
physics
of
in some. It's in Red Dead Redemption 2.
Well, yeah, for the horse, and that's ball expansion physics.
Ball expansion
Yes.
physics.
Also, I think I would make the argument that is unnecessary.
Or is
Not
it?
because
Meaning
it's
of,
not
like,
realistic,
sexualizing
just
the horse?
because. No, not because it's not realistic, just because I think most players won't ever notice. Whereas you probably
No one's
will
going to
notice
look
if-
intensely at the penis of the horse.
There's even
Or-
shrinkage in
Bosch will.
cold weather.
Oh yeah, Bosch will definitely look very closely at the horse.
They put in the horse, dick, and ball physics for the commies.
Vosh would love it.
Absolutely. So would Cenk Uygur, I think.
I mean, I
No,
think though
that's a
that
bit of a
it-
callback.
I would probably assume that the reason the balls shrinking and the cold physics are in Red Dead Redemption 2, I would imagine based on the type of research that Rockstar puts
The
into their
research.
games. Well, I mean, the R&D that they have. Like, think of the resources that Rockstar has. They can't afford to hire people who are absolute experts on horses
That
to
would
be
be
like,
hilarious.
hey,
You go to
we
research
want these horses
experts
to
on
seem like
horse
real
balls.
horses. What do we need to know?
Go to the
I mean,
research
if you went
credits
up
and
here,
just
I'll
Bosch
tell
is
you
in
something that's
there.
kind of funny if you're planning on animating testicles on them. They go up to the mountains and we're talking 400% reduction, man. Like it's really funny to see. Like that could be the kind of thing a horse person might say to the devs that they could throw it in there.
Local
But I
horse
feel
expert.
like I will push back on Leon Kennedy's dick needs to be flopping around because I'll be like, no, I've worn those type of pants. That's not how that works. at
Nothing
all.
moves, yeah.
Damn, feminists complain about ball physics and then they actually get it and they still not happy.
Now,
Exactly.
hey, alternate costume where he's in a banana hammock, phew, flop away. You've got free reign there because you did the work.
There's an excuse, okay?
Yeah. That's all I'm asking. It's consistency.
There you go. Wouldn't you know they're oppressed? Or something?
I mean, the balls.
Something like that. Yeah, the balls are always
Balls
oppressed.
are oppressed.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, no argument there, I guess.
Let's see. Rockstar's one horse expert, Vosh. He's just the only guy underneath the horse research.
Oh boy.
Oh yes,
That's,
he's the expert.
I
Thank you,
don't,
there
I
might be-
don't, I don't want him anywhere near my horse.
The Cenk Uygur thing, I genuinely am curious what the fuck was going through his mind when he said
wants to legalize.
I'm
horse
okay
cock.
with
attempted
bestiality
edgy
if you're
humor is
receiving.
He said that?
Yeah,
He said that?
He said Cenk Uygur said bestiality should be legal if you are receiving and not giving.
I think that was in
And
like
the-
I think it's
the
like the Senate or
justification-
something. I think it's on Congress or something like that.
No, Cenk Uygur didn't say that in Congress. He said it on a live stream on TYT.
No, wait, I think he's got a point that wasn't it brought before. I don't know if it's before Congress, but
It was
wasn't-
something important.
Cenk was he's got that he's got some political action committee like a what's it called, the New Democrats or something like that.
Like that.
Justice Democrats. That was his thing, and he got kicked off the board of that, even though he founded it because of things like the basically his old videos, just his old videos. That's
Oh, was he used to be?
He used to be a lot more conservative.
He used to be super edgy until like the
yeah, I
money was
think-
better.
yeah. I think he
Young
was.
Turks used to be conservative?
Well,
No,
Cenk Uygur
um,
specifically used to be a lot more conservative.
Oh,
And
more
I think
conservative.
he also used to kind of lean into being an internet person and was a little more edgy and understanding of the wide-ranging perspectives that we have. On
Now
this
he feigns
particular
ignorance and
internet.
like, oh my goodness, how could anyone think?
How could I have ever said this?
Have you guys
I'm
seen
so
the
sorry.
stuff though with Anna kind of basically sort of turning on him?
Okay,
over-
Anna Kasparian turned
Oh.
on him because Cenk Uygur denied the what was it, the something genocide
Armenian?
that Turkey did? Armenian, yeah.
Oh,
Cenk Uygur
no-
denied the
no, I
Armenian
think
genocide.
That was a long time ago. What I'm talking about is very recent, and
Oh.
it's something to do with the definition of, or it was official documentation for Biden, the Biden administration, saying something about referring to a woman in OBGYN healthcare as a birthing person.
Oh
and
yeah.
Anna
Birthing
took
person.
well, she took a lot of exception to that. Like she was like, "Wait, no, hold on. You're removing the term woman from this thing about obstetrics and gynecology. Like, what do you mean?" Like, and Cenk was basically trying to toe the line of, yeah, well, I mean, look, who's to say what a woman is? Like, if we're gonna be honest, Anna, you have your opinion.
I'm not a biologist.
Then there's the truth, Like he was just being really condescending, and Anna kind of let him have it. Such an Adam were covering it last week.
She went off on Twitter. She's like, she refuses to be called a birthing person, and she got in trouble with the trans people.
Yeah.
Of
I mean, like,
course.
I'm not an ultra political guy, but I do find it interesting. It's kind of like theater in a lot of ways. I understand that it's more serious than that, but like it's kind of it's the enjoyment I get out of
Actually,
following
it's they present it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, the monster destroyed my fermentation barrel. What a jerk!
I'd like to think of
You know
like
that the most embarrassing part of my past is the fact that I used to watch the Young Turks.
Oh yeah.
When I was 16. When
We
I,
all
it
did.
was a
I
long
ever
time
did.
ago.
Let's be
I did
honest.
see Cenk and Anna on Joe Rogan like years and years and years ago, and that's the only time I had ever heard of them. And I remember thinking that the Young Turks was a strange name for a news organization, but didn't really have any opinion on them. But man, they became more relevant. I'll give them that. It's hard to kind of ignore who they are, but they're essentially
then,
the world of politics' biggest lol cows. So
It turned out that they named the Young Turks basically like if you called a German podcast called themselves the Hitler Youth.
yeah.
Oh,
Like,
'Cause
whoa,
the
what's wrong
Young
with that?
Turks-
Hitler Youth, they're cool. Those are disciplined kids right there.
Because there was an organization called the Young Turks in Turkey that took part in the Armenian genocide.
oh, interesting.
Fun.
I know absolutely nothing about TYT, and it just
And
gets worse and
he
worse.
tried to defend it as well.
Oh my gosh!
So, yeah. There's it's a rabbit hole. It really is.
So is it true that does he use the term birthing person for like every woman now to be hip with
I
the
don't
kids?
know that he does. It was that there was some literature from the Biden administration's. I'm pretty sure it was Biden. Maybe I might be misremembering, which is sort of why I don't like spearheading this stuff because I'm not really like a politics guy. I think Sitch and Adam are entertaining, and I enjoy sort of.
I usually leave the
observing.
politics to Sitch and Adam because
Sorry?
I usually leave the politics to Sitch and Adam. It's just the politics is way too frustrating. It's It's about
Yeah.
basically modern day politics is about who can be angrier than the other person.
And I think my only intention anytime I do talk about it is to let people know that it's like, hey, anything I say, just so you know, I don't have super well developed positions. I haven't done all of the reading. I'm not the guy who you should be listening to when it comes to that stuff. I can only view what other people say and then, like, you know, give my opinion on it based on how it sounds to me. But,
Exactly, from a normie perspective. Yeah, I have the normie
Right.
perspective.
You want to be the
yeah,
average
exactly.
Joe.
I think that's a good way to look at it.
Now, if you want to talk to me about Neil Gaiman, I can say a few things.
The way that I look at it is that I talk about what I want to talk about, and politics is just a toxic cesspool. But I like to talk about media. I love stories. I love creativity. I love
Kratos.
Films, and that's what I want to discuss. And unfortunately, it becomes difficult to always talk about that without at least dipping your toes into politics, because of how politically charged a lot of conversations can get around the topic.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that
I literally couldn't talk about Lower Decks and criticize the main fucking character without being accused of being racist, despite the fact that her race is never brought up.
You just hate melanated people, okay?
Yeah, I saw this thing. I've been watching. I'm not sure if y'all know of Short Fat Otaku.
Oh yeah.
I
was
love that
on
guy.
The show with Dev a couple weeks ago.
Adam
we were
and
talking about
Stitch, yeah.
Atomic Heart.
He's cool.
But,
but
that's great.
Yeah, he quoted someone where it was like Gramsci, who was like a big time communist, who said he wanted to use media and entertainment to be political, so that way there was no escape from the political. So that way there is always outrage, and not letting entertainment be a medium of escape. So I was like, oh, that hit a note for me.
For some reason, escapism is wrong.
Well,
Yeah,
there's
he's
always
got-
something
he-
to
I
complain about or be outraged about.
Right now, I think Dev's working on a really big video on Gramsci. So if you're at all
is.
interested in that topic, that's Short Fat Otaku is where you want to subscribe.
I think he was talking about anime or something like that, but
No, well, I mean, he started his channel as an anime channel, but through I believe the Gamergate years and being friends with Sargon and stuff, he
Yeah.
kind of moved more towards politics. But he's on Stitch and Adam a whole bunch. I'm actually surprised you haven't interacted with him.
Yeah, not
Devil, if
much.
Yeah.
You know him.
Yeah, he's like a big like center kind of guy.
Yeah,
in which
I'd say,
I used to like. I was a brain dead rightoid person, as a teenager, and I just kind of towed the line. But then after a while, it just got tiresome, and then
I think I was probably further left and became more of a centrist and kind of rational centrist.
Yeah.
But I think that it's sort of weird.
I had
to
the
try to
same
describe
thing.
myself a position because I think there's issues which I'm right wing on, there's issues which I'm left wing on, and there's issues where I'm kind of in the middle. Whereas I'm not just in the middle across the board, like where I would almost make it easier to be like, yeah, I'm a centrist. But
that is exactly
I'm
where I'm
centrist,
at.
I guess.
I've got too many conservative opinions to be called a liberal, and I've got too many liberal opinions to be called a conservative. So I'm just I don't want to call myself a centrist because there's a lot of centrists that I really don't like because they hide their own bias behind the fact that, oh, I'm centrist and you're just wrong because you're part of the system. I fucking hate that to bits.
I think
you're
I don't
part
think
of this party, and therefore by default you're biased. I just hate that kind of conversation. So I just tried. I don't like applying that kind of shit to myself. Like a label, if it doesn't fit me, why would I ever apply it? I don't fit. I think I fit as a conservative. I don't fit as a liberal. So why do I need to call myself either?
Right.
It's just me.
I just prefer to be just the normie, I guess, instead of just rallying for one side and only one side because my side is right at all times, forever.
Yeah, team tactics are usually not the way to go about it with politics, because
It's so
it's like,
cool.
well, if the second I think you call yourself like, hey, yeah, no, I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican, like, you give yourself a team, it's like, well, what happens when a new issue comes up? Do you just wait for your opinion to be downloaded from Party HQ? What if your party all of a sudden decides, hey, our position is going to be something that you're vehemently against? And it's like, well, I guess you got to decide to just change your total line of thinking.
Then all of a sudden,
now.
you find yourself on your way to Portugal to be
Yeah,
beaten
like,
up a
so-
second time.
Yeah.
One of the perfect example of this is
I understood
is
that.
Elon Musk himself. So Elon Musk used to be essentially a big person to the left. He
Balding
was
man.
creating a stable of electrical vehicles that were they're sustainable and all that crap. And he was creating all these inventions. And he was like, "Oh, this guy's really cool." And then the moment Elon Musk kind of switches and becomes a lot more Republican, it turns around almost immediately. Republicans all of a sudden start loving him, and then liberals just start hating him because that's just what the line tells them to do now, for no other reason. And I really hate it more on the right, especially when I don't identify more with the right, but I know a lot more people who are on the right. So I kind of hate it when I see people essentially just praise Elon Musk for the fact that he's more conservative now.
I think it turned the image
that
for
shouldn't
Twitter
be the
for
reason why we
Doge.
praise people.
I like that you switched the image of Twitter to the Doge. That was pretty funny.
Oh yeah, we did do that.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think a lot of crypto people really don't like Elon Musk now because I mean they.
I think he bought a bunch of it.
Well, especially when they said, like, dude, you could have so easily made it so that in order to pay for for Twitter Blue, you had to pay in Dogecoin or something like that, and been like, yeah, no, like legit a factor which pushes cryptocurrency in a way that's positive because he always claimed to kind of be on board with it, and then
what that
is the one who kind of
is
tanked Bitcoin.
He put a bunch of money into Dogecoin and then publicly supported Dogecoin on Twitter, which shoved up the value of Dogecoin, and then he sold it all and then caused Dogecoin to crash.
Yeah. And that's a lot of people have been
and-
like, yeah, no, he basically fucked everybody. Like,
Yeah.
and was just
Because
like, yeah, well,
he
I've got the
sold
influence.
all of his
where I can
shares in Dogecoin, it crashed, and it fucked over everyone that bought into Dogecoin after him.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, like I don't think the guy's perfect. I still do think I'd say net good, force for net good on the internet, just because of how unbelievably anti-free speech most of the internet is becoming. Having a guy who is even moderately free speech owning Twitter, I think, is good.
It's pretty good,
Yeah.
And so like regardless of any of my other disagreements with like his, I don't know, products, policies, whatever you want to call it, or positions, it's still like, well, I think obviously I'm still on. Yeah, I'm happy Elon Musk is around and doing what he's doing.
Also, the
More than
community-
not, even
the-
if it's not like, well, I don't think he's perfect either. And I think that anyone who looks at him as if he's like, oh yeah, he's basically real world Tony Stark, so obviously I love him. It's like, well, no, that's not a good mentality either.
The addition of community notes has
Well,
been
we have-
awesome because like all the people who just spread lies and AI work and like
Yeah.
this fabricated crap is like, no, actually the community note says no, it's not real. And so
Oh, yeah.
you have like these Democrat politicians who have gone unquestioned for years. Now they're getting that like Biden got community noted, White House got community noted.
It's a
can't lie,
really
is it good?
useful tool, I think. It does kind of scope the fact checker problem with like who fact checks the fact checkers, but at the same time, at least it's something to try and stop a lot of the misinformation that's happening on Twitter.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that.
who
It's-
watches The Watchmen?
It's really funny to see these people who have gone unchecked, like a AOC or Biden or something that just spread lies and just bold-faced lies, and then get community noted. It's hilarious. Like this one journalist was going insane because every single tweet was getting community noted because he just kept lying and lying and lying. I've been having a good
That's
time.
amazing.
I've been having a good time.
I mean, one thing I would have to say I learned so far from Devin specifically is Devin, because he's in the middle, right? He actually, even if he disagrees with something, he will still try to observe the most moderate position of his opposer, of the opposing side.
Yes,
what
he'll
he believes.
steal in the argument.
Right. And I
He'll give it
kind of
the
never
shared
seen that before in action until I saw him do it. I'm like, oh, I want to do that. That's cool.
Yeah, and so That's the best way. That's what the kids mean when they talk about arguing in good faith. It's like, well, assuming that there's a possibility that your opponent could be correct, and
Right.
then
Or have
going
good
from
faith.
there is usually a better
not
better
doing
mentality
it
to
with,
have.
with
yeah.
purpose to lie or spread misinformation or anything like that.
Right. Like assuming that your opponent has like, good intentions, good moderate intentions, not overblowing their case or, straw manning or any of that. And I feel like in these past couple of years, like I learned a lot as far as that. And I kind of made enemies with like, it feels like the right people and, friends with, people that even I disagree with, as in the right people, as in, people who can't argue in good faith or, genuinely just want to take you down to win,
You can definitely have disagreements with people which are civil, like where it's like, hey, no,
Yeah.
like I appreciate where you're coming from on this, even if I disagree, is a lot different than like you're retarded, man. It's
Right,
like, well,
right.
one of them you might have a productive conversation with, in which you might both learn something, even if neither of you end up agreeing with the other one. But if you're just kind of gonna like go at things with like, well, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking school you in this argument, and you're gonna be super embarrassed, and you're gonna know
And
that
no one
I'm
learns
awesome,
anything.
and- yeah, it's like, okay, and yeah,
you got
nothing.
owned by facts and logic kind of thing.
Let me
yeah.
educate you.
I better facts and logic.
Right, and that's what I mean by like the right people, like the kind of people that are willing to dialogue, and the wrong people are the types that will just shut you down and just want to win, who don't really care
actually,
about truth or anything.
One of the things that
your point
you'll
is that you just
notice
block
as well is that most people are just normal people. They're just essentially they believe in their own thing.
That's what I
And
learned.
If you just treat them like an asshole because you disagree with them, it's just going to end up with pushing them against you more. So if
That's
you
what I
try
learned
to
from
take them in good
David.
faith and you try to listen to them, it turns out that they're not evil people. They're just regular people like you who just believes in something different.
Life is Strange. I learned it from Life is Strange. Like the Life is Strange 3, I played that game. I was like, oh, obviously this game caters to SJWs, and they kind of do. So there's an ending of it. You're not gonna play it. So.
Go ahead, spoil it, Dev.
So the ending is that, of course, the bad guy is the evil old white man, and he's the one who just orders whatever happened that ended up having your brother killed. And then
It makes no sense.
You can
Life
either
is Strange.
you can either forgive him or condemn him. It really makes no difference. Like the same thing happens either way, except there's a character moment. My guess was like everyone's going to condemn him because he's an evil white man, and of course I forgave him. That's the best part of the narrative. Like it'll be more significant for the narrative if the character changed, matured, and forgave the guy. But then I was like, wait a minute, this is probably catering to women, not SJWs, but women, and like some of these people are probably normal. So I instantly switched to my side. It's like, actually, you know what? I bet you more people forgave him. And then at the end, they always tell you like what the percentages of what the choices are.
Mhm.
And I had assumed at first it would be everyone's going to condemn him because he's an evil white man. But no, turned out that most people forgave him. At the
Oh,
end.
wow.
And I was like, oh, faith in humanity restored a little bit.
Yeah,
a little
you
bit.
used to get those at the end of like the Telltale games, where it's
Yeah,
here's
those are
the
fun, too.
choices everyone made by percentage.
I really don't like narratively driven storytelling. It's always just the Telltale Games format, and I don't like the Telltale Games format at all.
I don't know. I think
like
you can
it.
do it better. I think that the CRPG genre is like the evidence of that. That it's like you can't look at something like Divinity Original Sin 2 or even what's been released of Baldur's Gate 3 so far, or I mean even like, scaling it back a little bit further from there, stuff like Knights of the Old Republic or Mass Effect. Like that genre is all narrative storytelling in which
But
you
it's
choose your own.
still a
adventures.
game.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. Oh, okay.
in that,
sorry, I
there's
thought
still
you meant-
plenty.
Okay, yeah. I misunderstood.
Like I'm talking specifically about like the Telltale
when it's
format
only
of narrative-driven
when
gaming.
it's only narrative.
It's not even a
content.
game at that point.
All right, if y'all don't mind if I take a minute. The Ultimate G-Man gave a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. It's funny, I just watched the video on how organized chaos is systematically bad faith by an Adam and Sitch viewer, Andrew Clark. Enjoy the rest of your birthday, Shiny.
Yeah. They had the whole argument
Organized
with
chaos
an
is
organized
a
chaos.
special creature.
Very special. I'm not even convinced he's a real person. I think he's an AI or something. 'Cause he has like everything generically all the generic opinions he's supposed to have, he has. You're supposed to have an opinion.
I
you
like
have an
good
opinion.
things, and I also hate bad things.
Exactly. That's pretty much organized chaos.
And it
I
really
have far more
seemed-
experience with what the other one. What's his face?
Forced
Actual
adversity.
fandom.
No, he went by Forced Adversity, but then he changed his account to
Actual fandom.
Actual fandom.
Actual fan. That's it. I have much more experience with him because of the whole. He went into my Discord server. He searched up some bad terms, screenshotted those bad terms, and then went on fucking Twitter to denounce my Discord, as well as then you put those tweets in a video. When to get that, he would have had again. He had to search it. These were not conversations that were recent. One of them was calling Jim Sterling a faggot. The other one was a meme that was slightly edgy, which was little Asian don't eat the dogs while they're young. That was it. And then there was another one in which he got really upset at me for saying he had claimed that I was calling myself a centrist, and his evidence that I wasn't a centrist was things other people said, which their worst evidence was someone calling Jim Sterling a faggot. And so if anyone in my server, no, someone else called Jim Sterling a faggot in my server, but because he's in my server, that means that I can't be centrist.
Yeah, organized chaos and forced adversity, like the
but
movies,
it doesn't end.
They never
It
do
doesn't
good
end
faith.
there.
They never get.
I did not call myself a centrist in the quote. The thing that he went back on was a time when I was having a bit of a difficulty with my friendship Glib, and even a little bit of difficulty with, I suppose, just the conservative elements I was constantly being surrounded by, because I was just having a difficult time with it because everyone was disagreeing with me. I'd been called an SJW quite a few times. I wasn't happy with it, especially with how Glib had been treating me at a specific conversation. So the way I vented was I went into my Discord and I said, people keep calling me, on one side when I talk to people, they call me conservative and far right. On the other side, I get called an SJW and I get called leftist. And, you can't seem to win. And he took that as me calling myself a centrist, which I don't even ascribe to myself.
I almost would ascribe that to myself, and I always find it particularly hilarious when people act like centrist is some like vile position that's like it just means I like all the worst things about both the commies and the Nazis.
Yeah, you want to do all the you want to kill all the people. You want to kill everyone essentially.
But how can you take someone at good faith at all when they are purposely going to cherry pick things other people have said and apply it to you?
Yeah.
Well, you've never said them.
Yeah, that's kind of what he is. The kind of guy he is. It's kind of.
Oh yeah, and he complained that Lit Dev was in my Discord, in which. Yeah.
Of course.
I have a question. Was it actual fandom who like put those quotes on Kiwi Farms?
What quotes?
What quotes?
Nice work out there.
You said that like there were screenshots and they were put on Kiwi Farms, or
no, they were put on Twitter. Oh no, you're talking about a different one. A different one were I can't remember what the screenshots of me that went on Kiwi Farms. I can't remember what they were. They might have been me talking about the Snyder Cut.
Before they disappeared.
Might have even been I don't know what the conversation was, but yeah, someone took conversations I had in my Discord and put them on Kiwi Farms. Fun.
yeah, there's some sickos on that site.
And I remember when I had a conversation with Southpaw, and obviously Southpaw's not doing very well with his old friends at EFAP, and it's a very complicated. It's a very complicated situation, and I was willing to hear him out. And he mentioned he was disagreeing with me on my take of actual fandom, in which I called him disingenuous, and Southpaw said, "I've met the guy; he seems fine." And I literally said to him, he's using you. You can't tell at face value if someone is or isn't using you. And guess what? It turned out he was, and then it was only a little later that Southpaw actually disavowed actual fandom as like a bad faith, and it's like, if only someone had listened.
The guy's absolute scum. There's nothing good about actual fandom. Absolute scum.
Yeah, there's
nothing. I'll be quotes that. I puts it in the Twitter bio. Absolute scum.
The thing that
literature
finally
with the year 2023.
Yeah, 2023. Actual scum. That's it. That's just the quote. Actual scum. That's it.
What broke them was there was a disagreement between me and Actual Fandom on Twitter, and then Jeb pointed because Actual Fandom was going after Gary from Nerderotic because he used to be a drug dealer, and that whole thing. And I said that's a pretty low bar.
Gary
So
never
like
talks about that.
someone that turned their life around, and you're gonna go for like their lowest point. And Jeb agreed with me, and then Jeb got in an argument with Actual Fandom, and then Actual Fandom claimed Jeb was a bad son because he wasn't like looking after his mother when she was in hospital, and said he was on Twitter, and like made jokes about it, and that was the point in which Southpaw and the others were like, "No, dude, that's pretty low. You don't want to go that. You know, you should probably apologize." And he would not apologize to Jeb at all for taking the piss out of his mother that was in hospital.
Quadruple down, like he quadrupled down on this nonsense.
He quadrupled down and said, "Oh, I'm never going to apologize to any racist." In which Jeb never said anything racist, but yeah, he just ascribes it to him because Jeb agreed with me on a fucking point. So it took to that point for Southpaw to realize I was right about Actual Fandom the entire time.
I don't know why. This reminds me of that one Jesus meme of like most people rejected his message.
They hated
Shiny because he told them the truth.
Well, it's kind of weird how I'll say things and then they'll turn out, you know, I'll be proven right.
Does it come true all of a sudden?
You know, I have been wrong. I will admit, you know, in the rare occasions, but I'll talk about a certain thing. And,
rare occasion.
Hey, you know, Dave Filoni's not great, and then no one listens to me. It turns out that Dave Filoni's not great. Hey, The Force Awakens isn't great, and then no one listens to me. And then
it wasn't.
But everyone thought it was at the time. Everyone praised The Force Awakens. I remember being. I was 15 years old. I was in a Facebook group of Star Wars Galaxies, and I had people getting very upset with me the fact that I didn't like The Force Awakens
because you told them the truth. That's why
they weren't ready to hear it.
They weren't ready.
Oh man. Like sometimes
there was no videos on YouTube either.
Barely spot on. Just annoyingly spot on sometimes. That one time that I was like taught something in school, and I told you like, no, this isn't. I learned this in school was the bystander effect that was spurred on by a murder that happened, and then you were like, no, that doesn't sound too accurate, and I'm like, look, I will show you. And then I looked up the article where the murder that spurred the study happened. Turns out it was overblown. It was inaccurate. The New York Times was lying. I'm like, but I learned this at school.
Was it Kitty Genovese or something?
Who was right? Huh?
Was the murder of Kitty Genovese or something?
Yes, that's exactly it. Yes. Turns out, like the claim was that she was in a crowd of a bunch of people in New York, and she was murdered and raped in front of everybody, and nobody did anything.
Yeah.
Right. The truth was, quite a few people actually did something, and there was only like 30 some odd people there. And this article just spurred on like the bystander effect to be taught in psychology classes everywhere. That even I learned it, and I was so pissed on how fast Shiny pulled, like sniffed the bullshit. And then when I finally pulled it up, it's like, oh.
Yeah, because that seems way too nonsense. Like, okay, raped and killed in front of it. No one did anything. Yeah, right. Someone would have stepped in.
Yeah, and it was just the New York Times overblowing.
The failing New York Times. The correction is it's called the failing New York Times, as far as I've learned.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Wouldn't it be amazing if you could do stuff like that to get a tax write-off?
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
You just have to imply that your business isn't doing well.
That'd be great. I wish I could do that. Hey, my business sucks.
Yeah.
Stay alive down there.
It's like, well, all that's going to happen is people are going to just say that their business is doing horribly so that they can get the tax break. Be like, you'd think.
Yeah.
But then you're not considering how much people want other people to think they're doing really well. Like people are shockingly honest. It's like,
when it comes to like something that might ingratiate them, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's a way to trick people into being honest about their income.
Nice.
It's like, yes, you can lie, but just so you know, if you want to lie, you also have to say, my business is borderline in the red every single month, and also we might not even make it through the year of productions.
That's like a Nick
It has to be
Prentice, like,
something
Rebecca
very
First thing.
explicit.
Like you could
I
tell
mean,
like all these
you could
weirdos.
probably fake that you're not getting too much profit by just raising the overheads like artificially.
Erase them all.
Well, yeah, you can, but I guess that would be fraud, though. Like if you just say, "Hey, we're spending
some
$50
people call
on
it
every
fraud.
HDMI cable
I
we
call
buy,
it
but you're
creative
actually
use
spending
of
like $6."
taxes.
I call it not paying taxes.
I'm telling you, man, the best way to do it though is to be honest, and you just got to maximize what you get, which is
You
why
gotta do
Expert Girl
write-offs.
and I incorporated.
Gotta do
If
a lot
I
of
could, I
write-offs.
would write off this puppy, and I think I'm starting to use them in enough of my content that I might be able to.
That's this is why I have like Netflix and HBO Max, and I still have Disney Plus and everything, because I can write those off because I talk about the content on these shows, on these
you do.
platforms. For my
That is
primary occupation.
possibly one of the only times that you can do that.
I don't pirate anything, because if I pirate something, I get it for free, but then I give money to the government. I don't want to give any money to the government. Thank you very much. Not one single penny.
I love
Taxation
to imagine
is
Lit
that,
Dev
ladies and
as
gentlemen.
that one character with the woman with the big boobs comes along and it's like, "Hi, Ed, I'm a supermodel, so I don't care who the IRS sends. I'm not paying my taxes."
Exactly, I'm not paying any taxes.
Hi, Dan. I'm a supermodel. I
Remember
just
that was
moved
it
next door.
Was it called Stan Pines? He's like, "Oh no, the IRS
No.
found me."
No, it wasn't Stan Pines. It was Dan Versus. Did you all remember Dan Versus? Am I the
don't
only
think
one
so.
who's seen Dan Versus?
I think so, probably.
No, I don't remember that. Is that an
Dan
old...
Versus was like this like millennial who's like upset at everything and anything and everything. And that's the joke all the time.
Most... Yeah, I was about to say that
Like,
sounds
that's
like
like
most
millennial.
of us.
So yeah, it was
I'm one
a
of the
scene.
cheeriest ones, and even I have pretty crippling depression.
Yeah, it was a scene where like some hot chick moves next door and she's like, "Hi Dan, I'm a supermodel. I just moved in next door." And he's like, "I don't care who the IRS sends. I am not paying taxes."
No taxes.
And
Got
that's
it.
where the meme came from.
Nice.
That's fantastic.
Well, I mean, gotta
Based.
say, pretty based. Yeah.
Pretty based. It's pretty based.
But I'm actually kidding, viewers at home. You should pay your taxes.
Pay
Real
your
easy
taxes.
way to go to jail.
Pay your taxes, but zero out. Like, don't give them any money.
Yeah,
I
don't
love
pay
that Al
more taxes
Capone
than
got
you need
away
to.
with so much shit, but then what he actually got caught on
Was
was
taxes.
taxes.
Yeah.
he murdered
murder,
people. He like
everything.
showed drugs. No, but taxes.
But taxes got him.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the Joker doesn't mess with that.
I'm not
Yeah,
crazy
which
with
is
this
why,
video
as
Batman.
much as I like libertarian memeing, like lib posting, if you will, I also do not want anyone to think, hey, I guess I don't have to pay taxes because they're bullshit. It's like, no, don't do that. I don't want anyone going to jail because of something I'd memed about on the internet.
I remember like
I still think it's
Onision-
funny that income tax only came about because of
Yeah, World War
was
II.
it abolition of alcohol.
They just kept it.
Yep.
But I
Yeah,
remember,
because alcohol production was a massive part of what made taxes in America. It was a huge industry, and because they were getting rid of a huge industry, they had to replace it with income tax.
Prohibition, baby.
let's see. I remember
That was it, prohibition.
What's it?
So that Americans, that's who you can blame for your income tax, the prohibition.
I
Like
remember.
you can join the army at 16 and you can get legally married at 18, but drinking, that's where we draw the line. You
No
got to be
drinking.
21 for this, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
I joined the army at 17 and got married at 36.
And then boom,
It took me a while. Maybe I
Then
shouldn't
you
have
can
joined the army.
and then you can drink.
Yeah. I know, I'm Canadian, so I could drink at 19.
I remember Onision tried to write off his wedding ring on his taxes. Got in trouble for that one.
Onision?
Yeah, Onision.
It's funnier when you're
That's a
British
name I haven't
because
heard.
British people can drink at 16 and then buy alcohol at 18.
That is
Damn.
a big part of the reason why I went to the foreign exchange program in Austria when I was 17. Because, yeah.
Luvia.
That was a good move. I'll say that.
Yeah.
What happened to the guy that was on the windshield? Did you see the guy? What
Oh yeah,
happened to him?
he jumped off. He said hello, hello, and then I said bye bye, and then he said hello
Just
again,
keep
and
coming.
then he left.
What is it? Saw Gerrera that pops up?
Yeah, it was Saw Gerrera that popped up on the windshield.
Sorry, I was,
because they had
watching.
to reintroduce him to connect it to Rogue One.
Yeah. Speaking of like the prequel stuff, did they ever, before all that nonsense, before the main trilogy, did they ever explain why they separated Luke and Leia? Like, how come Leia gets to go live a lavish life of princess, and Luke gets
I don't
to
think
go
they
live
ever
a life
do
of a
explain
farmer?
Sexism.
Screw this guy.
But
He's a boy.
also,
He
I think isn't it pretty well documented that the Luke and Leia being brother and sister was a between Star Wars and Empire Strikes
wasn't actually
Back
originally.
thing.
Yeah. He was originally supposed to have a different sister, and that's the other that Yoda's referring to.
Oh,
in
really?
Empire Strikes
Yeah,
Back.
see, I
But
figured they knew
the
about
plot
that.
line
Because-
was dropped in the middle of writing Return of the Jedi, because the end of Return of the Jedi was originally going to end with Luke going to go find his sister, but they wrote it in at the last minute to say that Leia was his sister.
See everyone in the chat. You can pull some crazy shenanigans with your writing, and you can still potentially become a legend.
Yeah. And here
Definitely
I am
possible.
under 10,000 subs, and I've got nothing but premium puppy content over here.
That's a cute ass dog. That's a cute
Yeah, no,
dog.
he's wonderful. He's the best of boys.
I'm a huge dog person personally.
Yeah, same here.
Which is why you got a chinchilla, obviously.
Obviously.
I do
It's
enjoy
just the only
tiny
contraband I can I can sneak into my dorm.
Let's see.
I have a
Gigi is
chinchilla.
adorable.
Yeah, I have a chinchilla, but pets aren't allowed in the dorms. So I managed to get away with it by
makes
like arranging the furniture in such a way that the cage is hidden. So, yeah.
Let's see. Isn't
I
the Inquisitor in
personally
this game?
prefer rabbits.
Isn't the Inquisitor in this game? Like the one from
Not the Grand Inquisitor. There's the second sister, which
the Reva,
is
but better.
Reva, but better.
Yeah, it is Reva, but better, and everyone simps for Trilla.
Yeah, no, she's good. And I think it's not that she's written that much better than she is, but it's not only the writing.
She's
it
not
is
that
just,
complex.
Yeah, but it's just the actress puts in a solid performance. Like and the animators, I guess, did a good job of conveying it as well. Because I mean, obviously, when you're dealing with a mocap performance, I'd say 60 to 70% of it is the motion capture's quality itself, like the actor. And then 30% is the devs making it look good. Like, because I've seen plenty of games with full-blown facial capture that look like garbage.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was Until Dawn? Is that one of them?
About
Until Dawn, I think looked okay for its
about
time.
Andromeda.
But it was
Andromeda.
Yeah, Mass Effect Andromeda.
They overly played the facial mo capture in Until Dawn. Like they took normal, natural movement and ramped it up to 11. In
I
like
guess
so
that's
many
fair.
twitches, so much movement, and it made it look so inhuman. And I don't like it at all. It's uncanny.
I guess I think for in-game graphics at early PS4 era, there was probably a lot more I was willing to forgive. It's been a long time since I played Until Dawn. I played it at launch. Crazy to think though that like Hayden Panettiere was the biggest star at the time, but then friggin' Rami Malek comes and wins an Oscar. It's like, oh wow, the Academy Award winner Rami Malek in fucking Until Dawn.
But
I always found the
speaking of
casting.
Speaking of
kind
Star Wars and people named Malik, is there any like progression on that so-called KOTOR show or movie or?
Well,
remake,
Darth
whatever it
Malak was he was the Darth Revan's apprentice in
Yeah.
Knights of the Old Republic, but
Yeah.
Rami Malek is just an actor. Like that's his real name.
But like, are they doing any progression on the KOTOR project that they had going on?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Oh wait, you mean the fan project, or are you talking about the actual show? I haven't heard anything.
I think they're
doing
remaking
KOTOR.
something, and they're
So the KOTOR game was originally supposed to be remade by I think it was Aspire.
Aspire. Yeah.
Yeah, and then that fell through because Aspire only ever made ports before that. They, as far as I've been told from someone that knows some people in Aspire, they got overwhelmed with work and they didn't have enough experienced people to share the workload with, and that apparently was the issue.
I think a big part of it too was that someone at Aspire, I'm willing to bet on the executive end, not the developer end, probably said, yeah, we can be the ones to just remake Knights of the Old Republic from the ground. We did the patch for Knights of the Old Republic 2. We ported Knights of the Old Republic a few times. We know this game better than anyone. And then I'm willing to bet Sony. I'm not basing this on anything but speculation. Okay, so this is me just adding a tilt in. I just know that Sony had a marketing console exclusive for Knights of the Old Republic, and it was around the time that they announced that they said, oh yeah, and it's gonna have modern action gameplay. And I was like, okay, so it's not gonna be a CRPG. It's probably I'm willing to bet they're probably gonna shoehorn it into being a Sony third-person movie game, but sort of with the Knights of the Old Republic story. I'm willing to bet it's going to be ultra linear. I hope I'm wrong about all of this, but that's just kind of the impression I was getting. And then it didn't surprise me when the whole project fell apart.
Fire has lost the rights to do that project now. And now it's been given to someone else. I don't know who. I just know that Aspire is no longer doing it.
I think the official story is that Aspire is still working on it. It's just been indefinitely delayed, and that usually precedes.
I was told
hey,
they weren't working on it anymore.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe you're like the person you know that works there might know better than me.
I don't know someone. I know someone that knows someone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, but I mean, like, I have no grapevine. I just know what I've read from. The internet.
We know that the Rian Johnson trilogy was in quotation marks.
It's still going to happen, guys. It's still going to happen. Okay,
for a long
Rian Johnson
time,
trilogy.
Even though we knew it wasn't.
Rian Johnson trilogy is going to come out any day now. All right, any day now.
There was so much cope. Like
the Rian Johnson trilogy is like their version of Kathleen Kennedy getting fired this month. You know, it's like oh, maybe it's going to come out this month. No, totally, guys. Kathleen Kennedy's totally getting fired this month. Okay, probably going to happen.
By the way, you know and yeah, I mentioned this before, but I wanted to know what you guys thought. You know the black chick with the buggy eyes in this game?
Oh yeah,
Deborah Wilson. I
yeah,
think is the actress name.
Does her eyes like remind you of like a Furby? Like, it reminds me of like a Furby.
They
like the big eyes.
A little on the buggy side. I think if you take a look at how she looked in Wolfenstein: The New Colossus, that actress isn't quite as unsettling looking as she looks in Jedi Fallen Order. I think they didn't do her any favors with the makeup and hairstyle they gave her. In Jedi Fallen Order or the animators. That's kind of what I was saying. But
my theory is
they did Trilla a lot of favors, but
because every character that they make are obviously based on real people. Like the guy who plays Cal is a real actor.
Yeah,
forgetting the name of him. He did. I know him mostly from Gotham.
He's Joker.
He played Joker. Yeah, well, not Joker. It's the joke is that he's J-Man because they couldn't get the rights to Joker.
J-Man.
But he's Joker, but he's not Joker at the same time. It's Schrodinger's Joker.
It's not Joker.
They could have made him like Jester or something. I don't know.
Oh, I don't
so
know.
They actually call him in the show Jeremiah, but the joke among the fandom is that he's J-Man because they can't call him Joker.
Jeremiah Ginger.
He's a real actor, and obviously they make his eyes bigger in the game just so you can register his emotions better. And it's very common practice in video games and animation. So my theory is that they just made her eyes bigger, and she's already got big eyes.
Oh,
and it just made it even more unsettling.
Because the forward-facing eyes, with a Furby or with any creature or any person, it screams like apex predator. You know what I mean?
I suppose. Yeah, I know what you mean by that.
They might have modified her eyes to make her look more intimidating.
I guess.
I don't think it was on purpose. I think it's probably just a mistake that it looks bad.
Yeah, I mean, like the actress, she does look quite a bit like that. I mean, she's been in a bunch of other games recently too. It's one of those situations I feel like the video game mocap industry can only cast like 5 actors at a time. I remember there was an era where every single game had Nolan North, Troy Baker, and Laura Bailey in it. Those were kind of the 3 who were just in everything. And don't get me wrong, they're still in a lot of stuff, but it seems like it's expanded a bit. But now we're seeing another crop of actors who just seem to be in movie after movie, game after game after game. Pedro Pascal is the live action
movies.
It's just in everything that's coming out. And you're just like, wait, you guys not have anyone else you can cast for any of these roles?
By the way, I wanted to make note, Shiny, Josiah the Brain and Harry Guys Sketches wish you a happy birthday.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm focusing on the game a bit and notice the
Yeah, no
chat.
worry. I can focus on chat while you do your thing.
This is this is the reason why you need to get yourself a girl on live streams. She can worry about the chat, and you can just do other things, like the fun things, like playing the game.
Meanwhile, like while we're on Valheim, you build a house, I get the sticks. Get all the sticks.
Playing Valheim, I because she's still learning the game, I had to do a lot of the stuff.
Yeah, I just fetch sticks. I get timber and sticks.
Hey, I mean, that's important, man.
Well, yeah, we needed the wood to build the house.
Yeah.
Here's the edgy
Try
stormtrooper.
building a house without wood.
Whoa. The Dark Stormtrooper. He's got a purple lance. So badass.
I'm at the part in Resident Evil 4 with the 2 trolls. Actually, I think I could share my gameplay. Hold on one sec.
So are
I
you
did this
playing the
before once
remake
by
Resident
accident.
Evil? Oh, you
Yeah.
are. How is it?
Haha. Now we have my game. And it's okay,
Gaming
but
game.
I'm playing on
second.
professional
I-
mode and
It is a very low frame rate.
oh
the
yeah,
playback.
absolutely.
Also,
you're
I
sharing it
remember-
through your webcam. Oh, I was trying to.
No,
I
it's
thought
through
you were sharing
my
the screen.
it's my capture card. My capture card is it can register as a webcam in StreamYard. I found
Can
that out a little
can
while
I
back. It was funny.
I don't think I can solo you, unfortunately. Oh, there you go. You can see it bigger.
I think you probably could, but the frame rate's gonna be trash. So.
I played Resident Evil on the DS, and that was a nightmare. I didn't even get through any parts because the controls were like really screwy. How forward is to walk forward, meanwhile the left and right was just to turn left or right. Does that make sense?
So the way it's what's referred to as tank controls, and the way to think of it as it's the literal directions that you're inputting. So it's you walk forward or back is always forward or back. So if the camera was following behind you, it would probably feel more organic. But in the original Resident Evil games, what they did was they had static camera angles. And the static camera angles made it so that if in the way third person controls used to work, it would have been difficult if they had it be true analog control where just the direction you press is the direction you move, because the static camera angles are constantly shifting. So they just made it so that forward is always where your character is facing forward. So you can walk between a bunch of different camera angles and not get confused about which direction you should be pressing the controller. Following me so far? Sometimes I go
yeah.
too far down rabbit holes. Okay, cool. Also, I died.
Also, there's always a cutscene every time a door opens.
Yeah, and that was a loading screen.
Oh, it's a hidden loading screen. Okay.
Yeah. So the loading screens in the old Resident Evil games used to be like, hey, we can have a loading screen be just a bar at the bottom of the screen, and they're pretty long, and at least in Resident Evil 1. Or we can make it seem like, hey, now your character is walking through the door. And the door would usually represent the model of the door you'd see in the loading screen would represent what the door you're actually walking through in the game looks like, to try to retain a bit of immersion with old PlayStation 1 / Sega Saturn graphics. It's
Yeah.
Resident Evil, it's a pretty special series, and it is unique in how it has evolved over the years. I don't think there's really been any other series quite like it, except maybe Final Fantasy, but Final Fantasy is different in that each numbered sequel might as well be a brand new game, because it's like it's very disconnected. But
the history of Final Fantasy is really cool, though. Like the
Oh, yeah.
whole thing where it's supposed to be the last game was called Final Fantasy, and it was so cool that it saved the entire company.
Yeah, safe.
By the way, in the remake, is there still Jiggle Sandwich?
Oh, Jill Sandwich. I don't know.
The
Actually, in
Jiggle
Resident Evil
Sandwich
remake,
line.
It was Jill. So Jill is the character. Jill Valentine is the she's the player character of, or one of the 2 player characters in the original game. And there's a trap in which the ceilings, a stone ceiling is coming down really slowly to crush her. and this character named Barry, who in the original game, in the original PlayStation 1 Sega Saturn game, was famously poorly voice acted. And he said, "Oh, thank God I saved you." He sort of sounds like a weird cross between Deckard Cain and like an old man who's dying. He's like, "Jill, thank God I've saved you. You were almost a Jill sandwich there."
Stay a while and listen.
And it's kind of a famously bad video game line. The other one is he gives her lockpick, and he's like, "I found this lockpick, Jill, so I figured I'd give it to you, with you being the master of unlocking." Yeah, like Resident Evil, the original Resident Evil has a terrible translation, but it's delightful. It's really kind of a special experience.
That's why
I thought it was Jiggle Sandwich because it's the way he said it was so weird.
This is why the universal truth remains that the Resident Evil movies are way better than Resident Evil games. Like this, unquestionable.
I don't know, man. The Resident Evil games. They've got a charm to them, even the original ones. And granted, the production value skyrocketed with Resident Evil 2. Like all of the voice performances in 2 were actually pretty good. It's still a little bit campy and cheesy, even all the way up to 6, arguably 8.
I had a friend in grade school who went over these things, and he's like, he kept bragging to me every day that like, "Oh man, it's the scariest game. It's so scary." I kept bringing him other games I played that was scary. Like, "No, man, it's way scarier than that." Like, how on 1 to 10, how scary is it? That's like 11, man. Like...
I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of things scare you in games. So in Resident Evil, there's not a lot of enemies, but I'm talking about the original Resident Evil game, like 1996, because I'm assuming that's the one you're referring to.
Yeah.
But every enemy you encounter is a major problem. So in the fear that you feel playing the original Resident Evil the first time you encounter a hunter it's unbelievable, because you're like, "Oh my God, this thing moves really, really fast." And it has a one-hit kill move. So even if I'm at full health, this thing can just cut my head off with its claws. Like, what do I do? It's really, really terrifying. But I mean, you go back and play it now, and the visuals alone will nerf the scariness to a pretty significant degree. You know?
Especially now.
Yeah.
I did.
But
like
I mean, I
the-
think that this remake is quite good. I think the Resident Evil 2 remake is actually genuinely still very scary. I'd say it's legit scarier than the original version of itself. But,
the only the game I ever played is I don't know what it was called, but I remember my uncle let me play a Resident Evil game on the Wii. I remember that there was a Stephen Hawking ripoff and an evil guy who killed the Stephen Hawking ripoff, and then there was the daughter of the Stephen Hawking ripoff, and there was a lot of swearing, and that's all I remember.
I think every guy needs an uncle. The one that will show him like all the horrible games he's not supposed to play.
Yeah, day in
I
hell
had
my
one of
parents
those.
would let me.
Trying to think of who the
play
Stephen
that
Hawking.
game.
Exactly.
He's a guy in a chair, and he
behind the chair.
I think he talks through voice modulator. Like,
yeah, I'm trying to think of which Resident Evil that was.
Would you like to play?
Maybe
It
that was
probably-
like Umbrella Chronicles or something, because I didn't play those ones. I never had a Wii. I know Resident Evil 4 was on Wii, but I don't think that's what you're to, because
Yeah, probably
I've pretty recently played both versions of Resident Evil 4, and I do not recall that that
Do
happened.
not recall.
I like
and then the other one that
Resident
I
Evil
know
7.
of is that Biohazard, the one where they're all the crazy family.
Yeah, Resident
think
Evil
so.
7 Biohazard.
I know of
Biohazard is
cool.
also the Japanese name for the franchise. So the funny thing about 7 is it's called Resident Evil 7 Biohazard here, and Biohazard 7 Resident Evil in Japan.
Oh, then it wasn't the 7 one that I liked. It was the one with Lady Dimitrescu.
That's 8.
The tall
The big
vampire lady?
tall 8. There we go. It was
Yeah,
Resident Evil.
and that
it was
one,
the
I
Village.
like that one the first time I played it, but I really soured on it since. And I think it was replaying. It's once I got reaccustomed to Resident Evil 4, original Resident Evil 4's control scheme, and replayed it, I realized how Village really falls short in a lot of ways. And I think it's mostly due to positional damage on bullets in combat, as well as explorability of the environment, because Resident Evil 8 is oddly linear for how it's structured, because it's structured in a way that makes it seem like it's really open-ended, but you can actually kind of only go to one of the places that they tell you. Yeah, at the beginning of the game, you get out of the castle and they're like, okay, now you can go here, here, or here. But you actually have to do them in a very specific order because you can't open up a one until you unlock the other. And it sort of makes me feel like they might have chickened out on the structure of the game, where they're like, hey, what if we make it so that, you have the village hub and then you branch out to each of these 4 or 5 family members of this, like the Dimitrescu family or whatever, like a lady, Mother Miranda. Yeah,
Yeah.
you played the game. Each of her lieutenants or children that you could go take on, and then you just had to get all of them to go fight the last one. Kind of similar to how almost Far Cry 5 was structured, if anyone's played that.
Yeah.
But
Far Cry
they
5
didn't
is
do it that way. It's just you had to really do Lady Dimitrescu first, then you had to do the scary lady, or was it fish person, and then scary lady. You know what I mean?
So,
Dollhouse
Dr.
one.
Crows is asking if the game I played was on rails. Is it a rail shooter? And I think it was.
Yeah, so then it
and
might
it's-
have been Umbrella Chronicles or the Umbrella Conspiracy, and I didn't play either of those.
Yeah, so that's my only experience with Resident Evil. Other than watching Markiplier play I watched Markiplier play Biohazard, and that was it. Yeah.
Shiny, play Resident Evil 4 remake. It's
I've
pretty
got-
good. I think you will enjoy it.
I've got the remake of 2, and I think I've got the remake of 3. I just never played it.
4 is something different though. Like I would not compare 4 to any other game in the series really, because it's not a survival horror game at all.
Mm-hmm.
It is an action horror shooter. It's a shooter, really. This game is 100% combat. It's really all you do. There's some puzzle solving in the game, but it's all very rudimentary and usually pretty clear cut. There's no strange goals. There's no figuring out, okay, what does this item do and where do I bring it? It's all like, hey, here, I found the key that now opens up this door. Now I can get back to that thing that was locked back there. Okay, I can move on. Most of what you're doing is fighting. You get drops, ammo drops when you kill enemies. Like it's really unlike the original Resident Evil games, which were all about like, okay, there's 10 enemies in this game and I have 6 bullets. Like it's not exactly that, but that's sort of the difference between the two. I don't know, game design paradigms of the Resident Evil games. But I think 4 remake would probably be the thing I would suggest to anyone who's never played a game in this franchise and wants to try, because I think it is by far the best designed. I think there are things about the original version of 4 which I prefer, but this one, I think it nails everything that was amazing about 4 while updating things that make it feel more modern in a reasonable way. Not in a way that made it seem like, oh man, they changed all that was great about it. Now it has no charm. There are people that are making that argument. I personally disagree. I think they did a really good job, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. End rant. Sorry.
Right now, to talk about survival horror, I think out of all the games that I like in survival horror, I have to put Soma and Alien Isolation on my favorite, because I just love atmosphere.
Soma is one of the best ones, I'd say, like ever made. And that, I'd say, would be a survival horror, arguably narrative horror game.
I've heard of Soma. Does the title have anything to do with A Brave New World?
No, not really. I mean, not exactly.
The book.
No, I know Brave New World. I like Aldous Huxley and Soma being the euphoria drug. But yeah, I think that anything I tell you about Soma is arguably a spoiler, so it's kind of tough to answer those questions. Like,
what type of game is it? Is it a fighting
it
game?
is a hide and seek horror game fundamentally, but it's also a very high concept narrative experience that will give you an existential crisis.
Oh, my favorite.
Yeah,
because a lot of the themes of like, are you really who you are if you're copied? Because a lot of the game is about copying someone's mind, and then like there's now 2 of you. It's not that you transfer. It's because like digitally, when you have a file and you move it somewhere, the file gets copied and then deleted in that space. So when you have someone and you copy them into someone else, you now have two of them. And it's not, but it's a question of who is you, if that makes sense.
Oh, interesting.
'Cause
So it's like
there's an
that
instance
one Black
in the-
Mirror episode.
There's an instance in the game where the suit that you're in, that your conscious is habiting, is essentially, it's not good enough. It can't go deeper, but there's another one that you can use. So your brain gets copied, but the AI that you're with doesn't shut it down in time. So you hear essentially yourself crying about what's going on before he gets shut down.
Oh,
And it's like,
that's
oh,
dark.
is that you? Are you? Oh, so many questions being raised.
I just killed both trolls on professional difficulty, bitches. You're not bitches. I love you all. I just wanted to brag.
Little bitch.
Yeah, no, I was working on that for a good chunk of the time I've been on here.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of like I've seen one episode of Black Mirror with a friend of mine, and it was the one. Have y'all heard of Black Mirror?
Oh yeah, I love Black Mirror.
Yeah, it was the one where it was like the cookie, where like your brain is copied, and then it becomes like a home virtual assistant.
It actually, that one comes up in a bunch of different episodes. Are you talking about the one with John Hamm? White
I don't know.
Christmas?
It's the one where the lady does it, and she likes her toast slightly toasted.
Yeah, that's White Christmas. Or Black
Yeah,
Christmas,
and like
White
there's the
Christmas.
guy, and he's getting interrogated.
Yeah, and they're in like a cottage house together in the
Yes,
in the wilderness, and yeah, it's kind of 3 stories. So that way, if everyone knows how things like Doctor Who or Shiny, I imagine you would know how
Yes.
British television tends to work. You know how you will often have a
Okay.
Christmas special that's like an extended episode.
Yes.
So Black Mirror originally being I don't think it was BBC, but it was a British production. I think it was another Channel 4 or something like that. And it was originally the Christmas episode that is the one she's referring to. And it was I think it's about an hour and a half long. It's sort of one story that's made up of 3 smaller stories. But Black Mirror in general is kind of Twilight Zone like in structure. So each episode, it's sort of its own thing, though there are similar things like pieces of tech, such as the cookie that that Erie was referring to, that show up in a few different episodes. And basically, what it is a digital clone of your consciousness.
Yeah, and it controls your house, and it like knows everything about you because it is you.
It's you. Yeah, it's a clone of
And
your
they
brain.
torture it basically.
trapped
I've
in the
only
computer.
seen one episode of Black Mirror, and that was the weird video game one because my parents were watching it while I was
that
visiting
one.
home.
The one
And
with Wyatt Russell.
it
And
was
funny
the one with
enough, the girl who
guy
played Jill
who plays
Valentine.
Falcon.
Sorry, from from Falcon and the Winter
so-
Soldier. Yeah, that's
yeah.
Wyatt Russell. It's Kurt Russell's son. And
So
there's a
I-
very overt Bioshock reference at the end of the episode.
So they start
Would you
playing-
kindly open the door?
Would you
That's
kindly?
I'm not gonna lie, I
I-
stood up and clapped. I appreciate
Well,
it. It's like,
the one that
yeah,
I watched, it
understood
was the
that
Street
reference.
Fighter one where
Oh yeah.
they wore these like virtual reality pins that you put on the side of your head so that you're actually in the game. And then they have he and his mate. His mate loves to play the
Okay, I can explain this
rip-off
in like a sentence. So
Okay.
it's VR Street Fighter. You and your bro play as Ryu and Chun-Li. You find out that you can feel every single sense of the other person. And you're like, hey,
oh,
do you want to have sex or what?
Oh no.
yeah, it is that essentially.
Fellas.
And
Is
do you know
it
what?
gay?
Do you know what the thing is that you could absolutely believe that was a real thing that would happen.
Oh, I mean,
Like,
yeah, it would be hard to not be like. So you're controlling Chun-Li, and you can make her do anything. Like,
Well, no, but it's not that you're
like
controlling
anything.
Chun-Li. You are Chun-Li.
yeah, I know, but it's like so. It's like, I mean, do you and I take turns
That
being?
actually
Chun-Li? How
happens
does
in the
this
movie.
work?
Have you seen The Gamers Darkness Rising? There's a movie called The
No.
Gamers Darkness Rising. It's like a spoof of D&D, and one character plays a horny bard, and the other guy character surprised everyone by playing a female wild mage who has like 19, 20 charisma. Immediately, they want to have sex. You know it, and they high five.
Yeah, no, that's it's kind of the same idea.
They got in trouble for fornicating in front of the king. Which should be proper because the fornicate under command of the king is where fuck comes from.
Oh, really?
Legend has it.
I had no idea that was the etymology of that term.
Legend has it. That's one of the legends of the origin of that word.
Oh, is in the like an acronym?
Yeah, that it was initially an acronym.
Yeah, there's a whole movie on that word. That's how I watched that movie a long time ago.
It was a great.
They made a whole documentary on where the word F came from.
Yes, absolutely they did. I forgot. I think it's like a Bill Maher thing, but I could be mistaken. I think he did Religulous.
Religulous was pretty funny.
It was funny. It was funny. He had like this one priest who's like, yeah, it's all nonsense. But it was pretty funny overall.
Ah, shit.
Bill Maher,
you might want to turn on the audio to the video game. I hate to tell you this now.
I turned it off. Oh shit.
But so like in Bill Maher said something interesting recently where it's so true. Like he's like, I haven't changed. I'm still the same guy. You guys all went to the left. Like, I'm still the
crazy
guy.
Left.
And the thing is, like, I think that's everyone's story. Where everyone remained the same. It's just that the corporations and the weirdos that invest in them, all went crazy.
Well, I think that I would not say that every single one of my positions were the same because when I was in university, like I went to York University in Toronto, so the same university that Anita Sarkeesian went to. Everybody, and
I went to York College.
I was probably
the real York, though, not your Canadian rip-off York.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's we at least stayed in the Commonwealth.
Everything is sexist. Everything is racist.
Like,
everything is
not
homophobic.
Like those
you
traitorous
need to call
Yanks.
it out.
Don't throw me in with them. But anyways, I think though that I've definitely in having it be that my core principal positions have probably not changed much since I was like in university / college, whatever you want to call it. We call it university, just the way the British do. But I don't think my positions have changed all that much. But the ones that have now been shifted into being like, well, that's right-wing thinking. I'm like, well, no, it was always just like, normal kind of liberal lefty stuff in 2007 or 8. So I don't know. Like, when did that become a right-wing thing? I don't get it. Like, but things like free speech. I'm like, I don't remember that being the conservatives, man. Like, they used to be the ones who were like, hey, you were not allowed to play Mass Effect because there are boobs. It's like, well, I don't agree with those guys.
Not
but
the
now I'm in
boobs.
situations where it's like,
Titsy.
well, now you guys are saying Mass Effect having boobs is sexist, so you can't say you cannot play
Supporting free
Mass
speech
Effect
is
because
now
there are-
old-fashioned and is now conservative. It's a conservative viewpoint to have.
But I think that in so doing, in my positions being pushed to the right by like the Overton window, you could say, or just the cultural zeitgeist, is the things that I was probably more left on before, just because I was adopting sort of more a general political umbrella, more so than much more nuanced position picking, is I've probably reconsidered a lot of positions that have actually pushed me further to the right from where I was, just by virtue of like, well, now that you've pushed me this far on the left, I'm probably going to question all these other things, and maybe I don't agree with a whole bunch of other stuff there. And
yeah,
I still think I'm kind of left of center still, but I'm probably further right than I was in, say, when I was 25.
I would actually
I'm
say
almost
that
40.
I've changed a lot in my values since I would proudly call myself a leftist when I was 16. Part of it's probably just growing up. The other part of it is probably just that I started questioning a lot of other things. And I remember the exact point that I started changing when I found Dishonored Wolf's video on like feminism and gaming, and then it slowly became oh yeah, well, there's a sect of feminists that do this, and then I started to realize a lot of the mainstream feminists are doing this, and then it was just the feminists, and then it just declined further away from them, and then I became very anti-SJW, and then I just kind of gradually shifted back to the middle.
By the way, I want to quick question real quick. Is that Forrest Whitaker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the guy Save the Dream?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Save the
Save
Dream.
the Dream.
He's in
That
here.
literally that character.
I gotta play this game. I like Forrest Whitaker actually.
He's only in,
Yep,
he's only
isn't
in the
it?
one segment, but yeah.
Yeah, he's only in this segment of the
I don't really
game.
like his character, but I do like the actor for some
Yeah,
reason.
he's a good actor.
I don't
Save
know
the
why.
Dream.
But
By
I
the
like-
way, I want to make a note real quick. Proton
Mhm.
Stalker wishes you a happy birthday, Shiny.
All right.
yeah,
Thank
happy
you very
birthday,
much,
Shiny.
Proton Stalker.
Let's see.
Cal.
Someone should super chat. Have a beer on me.
This is Commander Choisek.
Yeah, so I would say like where I politically kind of came from comes from like the opposite direction. I'm conservative Catholic, of course, but I thought like, oh, the right just embodies all my values, doesn't it? But then I just became like militantly on the right, even more than I was Catholic, really. And then it just the water pretty much got muddied with a lot of things. Like, for instance, the right would condemn the left for doing, but then do themselves. And then I started seeing that, and I'm like, wait a minute, you can't do it just because your opponent does it. That doesn't make it right. And then I started questioning a whole lot, and then I was like, oh shoot, turns out I'm a lot more on the left than I thought it was. So it's not like I was like, oh, it embodies all my values because I'm Catholic. Therefore, NPC mode, go rightward. All right things are right. And it's
And I don't even think there's anything wrong with having that impulse, because I think that it's understandable to want to magnetize to a comfortable method of thinking. And if especially like, I mean, I grew up Catholic too. I'm an Italian kid, so Catholic school until like the last year of high school. And there is something that is kind of comforting about being like, hey, what if I just take all the Catholic positions and just be like, yep, anything that I learned in catechism class for my confirmation of that's all 100% true, and I don't have to worry about questioning any of it. Like it would be nice if that were the case, because it would be easy.
It'd be
But it's a lot
easy.
more difficult to say, hey, well, what if I agree with a lot of this stuff? What if it is where I consider my heart to be at the end of the day? But what if there are certain things that I can't reconcile my own morality with? And what if
your conscience is your guide at the end of the day.
and your own faith and your morality, whatever you want to call it, your own version of how you practice your morals and religion might be something that is heavily Catholic, but also maybe kind of your own thing, right? And and I think that's okay too.
Yeah, I agree. Either way, make a note. Literature Devil sent a $5 super chat. He said, have a part of a beer on me. And Dr. Crow's Carnival
Yeah.
Comics sent $2. And he said, have a beer on me.
I think you can have almost
Beers
an
all
entire
around,
beer
huh?
on this. They put those two super chats together, you might be able to buy an entire beer. Maybe.
Yeah.
I got some tropical rum. I might give that a go.
Damn.
Sounds gay. Nice. But how's all the rum going?
That's the rum.
Why is the rum gone?
So yeah, just kowtowing, towing the line on the right just became ideologically easy at a point. And then I was just like, I got to a point where I'm like, oh, this is something that I can't excuse, or like just some certain things.
Falling in with ideology is rather simple and easy, and it's quite comfortable because you don't really have to worry about the if you're right or wrong, or you don't really have to think about the complexities. You just have to think simply.
It sounds like you say whether you're
wrong
white
and they're
or
right.
wrong.
White and wrong.
You're the white
Play
or
my
you're
accent.
wrong.
You're right or you're wrong.
It's like
You
two
can
things
only be wrong when you're white.
Just like how poor kids are just as bright and just as smart as white kids.
Poor
Yeah.
kids are just as smart
But
as
it's white kids, I saw that
Oh, that's a
poster.
great
That was
one.
hilarious.
Let's gonna get that on a t-shirt.
Well, it's true. I mean, as Schenck once, great man Schenck once said, it's the truth. That's what we know. And then there's the truth,
You know it.
Oh shit.
Oh boy.
Hey, puppy.
Just phase right through. So yeah, don't kowtow to politics. don't assume, you know, people are evil by default or
Yeah,
like have
oh,
bad intentions.
If you
Question
believe
everything.
half the people, it's like everyone that on the opposite side of them disagrees with them is just evil. But then they'll go, "Oh no, but this person's fine. But the rest of them, they're all evil. All of them. They're all trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to take everything away. They're turning the frogs gay." Yes, it's
you vote once every 5 years, but you might have to talk to people, or once every 4 years, but you have to talk to people every day of the
Yeah.
whole rest of the year.
Kind of how it goes.
Yeah, you might want to just, you know, leave the politics at the voting booth for most of the year. I mean, have the odd discussion
Yep.
here and there, but maybe if you
The
find that
funniest-
you and a friend are not having productive political discussions and you're just at each other's throat for no reason when you used to talk about video games or movies together all the time, just keep it to video games and movies when you're talking to each other. It's not hard to do.
The part I always find funny is when you hear all those stories about like people who broke up because they voted for Brexit or they voted for Trump or that I don't know, just picks up one of the latest political issues. That you voted this way and therefore we need to break up. Like it's just becomes too much of a bridge to gap, which I find very overly dramatic.
Oh yeah, but that's actually a very old issue because Norman Rockwell made a painting of like a couple like really seriously arguing about, you know, politics. Like, oh, she voted for this person, he voted for this person. It's like a 1940s painting, so it's not a new issue. It's not an how do I put it?
Yeah, I know it's not new, but it's certainly it's strange that if you were having this much issue with someone's politics and that now in 2016 they voted Trump and now you have an issue with them, it seems strange.
Yeah.
Especially because of how I suppose it's certainly one of the more divisive political contentions of recent years. Because you either believe Trump is the best person in the world,
or literally the worst.
Yeah, it's Trump is either he's the biggest hero ever, he's a true American patriot, or he's literally the devil.
Yeah, he's just
there's no in
charismatic.
betweens.
Yeah, it's sort of like I kind of hope he doesn't even run. Because now and like not because I really have anything personally against him. It's just I really don't want another 4 years of TDS of the rest of the world. You know, like
Yeah. And then it gets to a point where it's like when you meet actual people who are not like you, but you just want to be friends with this person, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And then it's like I started like meeting more people that were different than me, but I wanted to be friends with them more than, you know, argue with them about our differences. Like for instance, I had a Vietnamese friend who was Buddhist, and she was my best friend for like the longest time. And then, you know, she went back home, you know, and yeah. But it's like, you know, I wanted to be her friend, so it was kind of cool. But then I met somebody else, right? I wanted to be her friend, and I think she was some kind of Protestant, right? And then, you know, we were just talking, and I wanted to be her friend, and I was like, "Oh, cool. What denomination are you?" And she like told me, and I forgot what it was. And I was like, "Oh, you know, I'm Catholic." And then just something clicked in her, where it was like, she suddenly did not like me, and I'm like, "Whoa, what happened? I thought we were both
this
we're
person's
both Christian."
either Irish or Italian. I must hate them. They're just
Right.
hyper racist.
I thought like, you know, we're both Christian, we're batting for the same team, you know, dog. You like, you know,
You literally worship the same god.
right?
Nope, you guys
so
are the ones with the guilt.
It's all the same
It's like,
guy.
yeah, well, we also got Daredevil.
That's the
bitch.
funny thing. The Jewish god, the Muslim god, and the Christian god are literally all the same god.
Yeah, All the same god.
And yet they all argue about it.
Well, I mean, and that's where the organized part of organized religion becomes so silly. Because like, guys, come on, stop.
So yeah, and then, you know, I was like, I wanted to be her friend more than, you know, our differences, but I
Yeah.
guess she couldn't see past the differences, and you know what? I guess that's fine. You know,
she's within her right to do so, but it sucks. Like, it doesn't make it any less shitty.
It's a
when it
weird way
happens.
to judge someone based upon their beliefs. Like, if you want an example, me and Erie, I would call myself an atheist, but I also kind of lean to agnostic because I don't know there isn't a god.
Yeah.
So I don't 100% rule it out. But at the same time, I don't believe that there's enough evidence for me to believe it. And Erie's obviously very Catholic, so it's. But even though we believe different, we have different faiths. She's believes in God. I don't. You get the idea. It's never really come between us. It's because we're just people.
We're just trying to make our way in the world somehow.
Yeah,
Did you guys see Midnight Mass?
We've had arguments about and discussions about our beliefs, but it's never really gotten to the point of like being a serious issue because we've been able to agree to disagree on enough things.
Have you guys ever seen the show Midnight Mass, the Mike Flanagan?
I don't think so.
Horror show.
Yeah,
So it's 7 episodes. I think might be 7, maybe. But anyways, the first 5 episodes of it are probably some of the best television that's ever been made. The 6th episode is kind of okay, and then the 7th episode sort of craters the whole season. But there's a very, very great scene in which a woman, actually, who is a devout Catholic, and a guy who's an atheist sort of go over what they think the afterlife would be like. Just so like, hey, in your view, what do you think it's like when you die? And it's probably one of the best written conversations on like theology and existence and the idea of atheists still being able to have something that you could probably at least objectively describe as a spirituality, even if it's coming at it from a totally different direction. And I thought that scene did a really great job of presenting those perspectives in a way that was as a conversation between two people who loved each other too. So it was like not
interesting.
It wasn't an argument at all. It was they were trying to be like, hey, like what do you think your death will be like? And the Catholic woman kind of explains her version of it, and then the atheist guy kind of says, well, when I die, this is what's going to happen for me. And then he sort of goes over that. Strong recommend. Just understand they kind of crater the show in the last 2 episodes.
And what's it called?
The
Midnight Mass.
Midnight
Some
Mass.
of the best performances, like, oh man, it's the first 5 episodes are so good. Like, you will honestly be like, this is the best show that's ever been
And
made.
they ruin at the end.
Yeah, and then you'll get to the last 2, you're like, wow, they really stepped on the gas pedal to get to the ending, didn't they? Maybe they should have not made this a limited series and done a season 2, or totally gone about the conclusion in a totally different way.
Did they pull a Marvel and it's like, oh, it totally limited series the entire time, guys. It's not canceled.
No. I think because Mike Flanagan, all of his Netflix series are kind of limited series off the bat. I mean, The Haunting, he sort of did 2, but they were so different from each other that they might as well not have had anything to do with each other at all, like Hill House and Bly Manor. But then Midnight Mass is if I even tell you what kind of horror it is, it's a bit of a spoiler, but it's good. It's good, and it's violent at times and pretty awesome and scary. And
With psychological horror.
Heck yeah, horror.
Although it is more genre-ish than you're gonna maybe think it is at first. But I think by the end of like the 2nd episode, you'll be like, okay, I see where this is going. But I sort of don't want to give it. I don't want to tip the hand if you haven't seen it, because it's one of those things that if you find out what kind of horror show it is organically, it'll be like, oh, okay.
Wait, have you seen speaking of horror shows? Have you seen what's it called, Blood and Honey, the Winnie the Pooh horror movie?
No, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, Winnie the
Pooh slasher film.
Was it any good? I heard Moist Critical didn't like it.
I heard it was awful, but everyone loved it. Like that's kind of it's getting a sequel.
Okay, interesting.
Well, I mean, with a movie like that, they don't have to make a lot of money.
Yeah, it was very, very,
like,
very.
They can be very profitable if they make anything at all.
I think it was like a $400,000 budget. They made like $1.4 million, something like that.
Yeah,
it was something like that. It was
That's a lot of money.
So, but because the budget was low, it was a success. So they're making a sequel.
This is a very dark game, and I don't mean it like
physically,
I mean physically dark. Like I cannot see anything. It's like
I think it's because I've
Batman
set
movie.
I've
It
set
might
the
be your
brightness.
capture
pretty-
card settings, or if you're, it might just be the brightness of the Streamlabs or
the-
whatever you're using to capture it.
No, I set the game to pretty dark. Where is the setting for that? Visuals, brightness.
What am I doing?
Let me get back at medium.
There we
go.
go. There we go. We could see the symbol on the left. That's better.
I think it's got a bit too much. Oh no! Don't fucking kill me while I'm in the menu. What was I going to say? Oh yes, I was going to talk about Daredevil because one of the things I really like about Daredevil is how his faith fits
Catholicism
into his
factors
character.
and yeah.
Oh yeah.
Literature Devil made a great video on that.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Muslims.
It's
and-
comparing it to Kamala Khan. Yeah.
Yeah.
American
I think-
Kamala Khan.
The thing is, I don't. In the first issue, of Daredevil, I don't think he was even established he was Catholic. That's and that was part of my point. It's like, yeah, it fits that he's Catholic. He was always Catholic, technically speaking, but canonically, this development wise, he didn't start off that way. But you never knew until they point out in the future storyline. But you never knew because it wasn't important. It wasn't something they felt they need to push on you in order for the character to be established or good.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. With Kamala Khan, it's like, oh, she's Muslim.
That's
And she drinks alcohol. How dare!
The first ever Muslim superhero ever.
But yeah, the bestest ever. She wasn't though. Like, I think it was Dust.
Yeah,
I think it was Dust. Who was
I
the
know,
next
wasn't that it was an EVS character?
Yeah, that was an EVS character. Like he made a lot of these minority characters that everyone loved. Like he made what's her name? Jessica Cruz, who actually appeared in that Super Pets movie. I didn't hear anyone mention that, but he invented her. He invented her.
There was the Twitter thread that was absolutely hilarious. Oh, Ethan Van Skyther would hate this character because she's diverse and that she's a woman, and it turned out that he wrote her.
I think he responded to that. He said, "I made her, dummy."
Like, yeah, you should probably check out this person's fan wikia page because
Oh man.
It's great. I love it when that stuff
when
happens.
you hear original.
Me
creator-
too. That's my favorite. Oh, you're just racist. You don't like diverse people. Well, you're an idiot. How about that?
Take this, you evil Comicsgate bros or whatever. You guys hate diversity, right? Well, we have Jessica Cruz. EVS made her. You moron. Oh yeah, well, we also have Dust. I heard you guys don't like Muslims. Okay, EVS made her too, dummy. But they actually got to
That's
erase
always
Dust
fun.
because so they can get Kamala Khan to be the first Muslim superhero instead.
Inflicted heavy damage to the separatist dreadnought.
Well, I mean, you know,
It was true for us.
then it was for the greater good.
The greater good.
The greater good.
The greater good.
If they, because they are doing another Daredevil show, aren't they? With the same actor, but it's not a continuation of the
Yeah,
show.
The
Daredevil
crowd is
Born
going to be
Again.
different.
I've got a feeling that they aren't going to lean on the Catholicism aspect.
Well, it's
I've
called
just got a feeling that
Daredevil
they're not.
Born Again, so
Born Again.
they might be throwing some element of religion in there, or just using that as a red herring, so that if religious people get upset, they could be like, "Well, we called it Daredevil Born Again."
Born
Which
Again was an
really
interesting
is
storyline by Frank Miller. That's like it's basically just Daredevil being canceled because Jose and oil, and when his girlfriend gave up his secret identity for some drugs or something.
Yeah.
And then Wilson Fisk is like, you know what? I'm not going to kill him. I'm going to ruin his life.
Oh.
And so he has trouble with the IRS. He got kicked out of his apartment. He's under investigation by the FBI.
I just like the idea of Wilson Fisk just fucking with him.
Yeah, that's
for
kind of
shits
what he
and
does.
giggles.
He's like, I'm not going to kill him. I'm just going to ruin his life.
I'm
Well,
gonna totally fuck with him.
I mean, maybe they're just adapting it. I know that Frank Miller obviously wrote a big role for Kate Bishop in that story, so because I hear that it is going to be Daredevil and Kate Bishop taking down Wilson Fisk once and for all.
Of course. If they can't give him
Or
a
maybe
daughter,
the-
then they can't
actually,
they have to give him a teenage girl.
I might be incorrect because I might have read that as a rumor for the new Spider-Man movie being
Gotta quit-
Spider-Man, Daredevil, like Tom Holland, Spider-Man, Daredevil, and Wilson and Kate Bishop taking down Kingpin.
Got to put in Kate Bishop somewhere
Oh, yeah, okay.
for some reason.
You know, I'm kind of a little bit annoyed though that Disney was responsible for canceling Daredevil because it was actually starting to get good again, and they just ended it.
I honestly think the only big misstep they had with those Netflix shows was the Defenders. Like,
it was interesting.
And well, I mean, I guess by extension, Iron Fist, because the same showrunner.
We don't talk about Iron Fist.
Well, exactly. So why would they give the Iron Fist showrunner Defenders? Like now let's tank every single thing we've done setting these characters.
I like the Punisher, but I didn't like the Punisher show on Netflix because I didn't really like the redneck Punisher.
I didn't mind it.
I like Italian Francis Castigliago Punisher.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Italians clearly they are.
I like the Italian Punisher way better. Like all of a sudden you have a John Wick remake and John Wick is a redneck. Like it doesn't really work as the same. You killed my dog, buddy.
You'll find out now.
Yeah, ma'am, I reckon I taught that dog fetch when he was but a year old.
That'd be crazy. It looks like a John Wick parody, but he's a redneck, and like it's like the Continental. It's not the Continental. It's like a bar or something.
Yeah, I reckon I'm back.
And people keep asking me, "Hey Jeb, you back?" Nice. I don't know, tell them. Yep, but I think now,
I reckon I'm back.
I reckon I'm back. And here he goes, yeah.
Oh hell yeah!
Give us that show.
That'd be awesome.
At first, I thought it was Grease's cooking.
I mean, I don't think a redneck John Wick would fly because most rednecks already have guns and they're already OP, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's why it would be really believable.
Yeah,
that's most of
true to life.
It's like, hey, you know who would be really good with guns? Rednecks. Probably better than Belarusian ballerina assassins.
Hey, you probably wouldn't even need like a sommelier. Like, hey, yeah, shit up, buddy. Give me that one over there. Give me the grips and like he knows all the accessories to put in there. He gets like tactical overalls or something. Like he gets shot in the overalls. He blocks the bullets.
I don't know why. I always like thought of this character that's like Charlotte from what's it called? You know, Princess and the Frog. But she's more redneck, and I just think of her like saying like, "Daddy, Daddy, I got myself a man," and you were right. The shotgun did help.
I remember her. She was great. Like her in that movie. I think a movie.
I didn't see Princess and the Frog. Though actually, I recently watched
I like the Princess
Atlantis, and man, that holds up.
Same thing
good
with
animation in that.
I feel like Atlantis was mid. I thought it was.
I don't know. I liked it.
The animation of Atlantis and the animation of like Treasure Planet is fantastic.
I
mean that might have been doing it.
I just didn't like Kida. I just didn't like her. I just felt
what's not to like? She's got plenty of plot.
Yeah, lots of plot.
Plot all over her.
She just kind of like felt like I don't know. She felt kind of bimbo-y to me, you know.
I mean,
not bimbo, but clueless. And it's like it got annoying, and then she's like this OP kind of what?
Let's see.
The Stargate. If any of you, well, I know Erie hasn't watched Stargate. I know LitDev hasn't watched Stargate. Mark, have you watched Stargate?
I watched the original movie.
All right, so you know who Daniel Jackson is?
Isn't he James Spader's character?
I don't know the original actor.
He's the scientist guy.
He's the scientist guy. Yeah, he's the archaeologist. There are so many parallels you can draw between Daniel Jackson and the protagonist of Atlantis. It is insane.
Oh, yeah.
I only ever noticed it when a YouTuber pointed it out. But what's funnier is that there are so many connections between the two. So there was the movie, and then there was Atlantis, and then there was the Stargate TV show. So between them, there are many parallels that fit both after and before the Atlantis movie that just happened to show up. Like the connection between Daniel Jackson and his father also being a bit of an alien conspiracy nut. And that was the same thing with Atlantis, weirdly enough. And they both kind of have outlandish theories that people don't really like about them, that are kind of dismissed by the wider community, kind of like ancient alien conspiracy. That's the funny thing. Daniel Jackson is an ancient alien conspiracy theorist, but yet he's 100% right, and that's the best part.
Speaking of ancient aliens and stuff like that, did you know that the Star Wars girl is going to be talking with an Atlantis guy?
Wait,
I forgot what his name is.
Is Graham Hancock?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's him.
That's
what the
crazy.
fuck?
Because apparently she's also into this whole Atlantis conspiracy stuff. Me
Well,
too.
I mean, Gary,
the cool
Gary
thing.
and
Oh, I
Adam
thought you meant
Krigler
the
have
movie.
the show.
Oh no,
No, Graham Hancock, the knot that says there was an ancient civilization
Sahara.
before, and it was it has Atlantis and fucking what was the other thing that he said?
Well, I mean,
That
he's got
Antarctica
his-
was in the middle of the Atlantic, and then it just moved itself, and that was the bed of ancient civilization.
I
saw
think so. Hancock, he doesn't really come up with the theories himself. I think that he kind of considers himself a journalist that's like collecting
things
these
together.
alternative archaeological theories. And I don't know. I thought his show, at least on Netflix, the documentary series that he did, was quite well
Which
presented.
one?
And I think
It's
that
called Apocalypse. Or
Which
something?
one?
ancient apocalypse.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
is what
watching
it's
that one
called.
right now.
Yeah,
No,
but-
it's very bad. A lot of the interviews that he pulls, they're taken straight out of context to twist it to his own
I mean, yeah,
narratives,
and that's fair.
as well
Yeah,
as
maybe.
but I
like,
would
there
also
are
say
points
that
in which he lies as well. Like he claims that he wasn't allowed into what was it, the ancient snake burial ground or whatever the fuck it was, and then claimed that was him because people didn't like him. But in actuality, he only sent a request to go there 4 days prior, and it's an active archaeological site. So you need more than 4 days prior notice to arrive on the site. But he acts like it's because people don't like him. And in every single episode, he just whinges, "Oh, archaeologists just don't like me. They just don't like that I'm saying something different." It's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
You
he
just
does.
can't
I'm
say
telling
whingy
the
yet.
truth. They're
I mean, like,
suppressing
he
me.
definitely does say that a
They even
lot,
edit it
and
that
I
way.
think
But
that
he-
you could. I would not make any or at least significant arguments towards like, hey, well, no, man, I know that he checks his sources, like because I mean I don't. I know what I've seen based on having watched the show. And but I would say the same thing about, like, say, a Michael Moore documentary. I'd be like, even if you could make the argument that he's really dishonest and does a lot of emotional manipulation to drive his point home, I'd be like, yeah, that's fair. But I do think that it's presented in a way that's convincing,
Entertaining.
even if it's as a piece of like, hey, this is a documentary that's going to tell you something that's going to blow your mind. Filmmaking, which is what I would consider it, not necessarily fictional, but also maybe not objectively factual either. Like
I also quite like it for not for like information purposes exactly, but for inspirational purposes, for like writing or something like that. Like, well, this cool. I could use this thing for a story. What if I put Atlantis and Dr. Alpha? It'd be pretty awesome.
Well, yeah, it's an interesting kind of thought experiment too. You're
Exactly.
like, hey,
Well,
what if everything we know about the paradigm of the way human evolution and history developed was incorrect because we've been misled on a very significant thing. I think it's a
cool
fun
prospect.
idea to consider. I think though that I would always caution anyone from who watches anything that could be described as conspiracy theory content, always take it with a healthy serving of skepticism. Just be like, yeah, it's probably not true, but it's
But
interesting how
it is
this
fun
argument's
to entertain
presented.
it for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will admit that there is a fun aspect, especially if you use it for stories, and if you like watch a lot of who's the guy that made 2012 and a lot of other
Oh, that guy.
Roland Emmerich.
Roland Emmerich. Roland Emmerich
He also
loves
made
these conspiracy
Stargate.
theories, and
He directed
he
Stargate as well. The original
yeah, he did as
Stargate
well.
movie.
Fantastic.
So he takes a lot of these conspiracy theorists and turns he doesn't believe them himself, but he turns them into his own stories. So Stargate is quite literally ancient aliens,
Yeah.
and that's quite genius. I love that. But I just have this big irk against people that essentially spew bollocks, and that's why I don't like Elon Musk, and that's why I don't like a lot of people, and that's originally why I had my spat with Doomcock, because I just didn't like a lot of what he's saying was bollocks.
I still have. I still have.
Also, might I
So-
add, Dr. Crow's Carnival Comics sent $5 in super chat, and he says the British accent is just a sped up Southern accent. It's like the nerd core of the English language. What the hell does that even mean? What does this mean?
Going on there. What
A
is this
nerdcore
nonsense?
is a
I ain't
genre
no
of
Britain. All right.
I saw that on Twitter, and I remember he liked it, and he just repeated it, and I'm just, what does that mean? British accent is just sped up Southern accent.
Look, I ain't no Britain, all right. Stop spouting that blasphemy.
Oh, he says Nightcore of the English language.
Nightcore.
Nightcore. Does anyone know what Nightcore
Isn't
is?
it the anime stuff? The anime
Yes,
version of the
it's
song?
like when a song is like really, really sped up to sound like an anime character singing it.
Yeah.
And it's not
like the way
Nightcore.
that's the way they used to make the Chipmunks songs.
Yes.
Christmas.
Anyway, my apologies. Keep going.
Anyway, yeah. So essentially, I just that's the reason why I don't like Graham Hancock. If he was coming a bit more honestly to a lot of this, I would be much more open to, like, I don't know, be kinder to him. But in my mind, the moment someone starts talking bollocks, I just really, really have an irk against them.
Then you would really hate the History Channel at 3 a.m.
I do. I hate the History Channel.
Aliens.
Fucking ancient aliens, my lord.
Gary was talking about him on the on Real BBC yesterday. Apparently he met him like a while before Ancient Aliens was made, and he was just like a crazy dude that was living on one of his buddies' couches. Or like not that he was actually crazy. It's just he seemed like he was the crazy dude with the weird hair that just always talked about aliens and UFOs and lived on this guy's couch. And yeah, then a couple of years later, Gary's like watching Ancient Aliens. He's like, holy shit, man, this guy's blown.
The description of him sounds very accurate. A guy who just talks about aliens all day, lives on his buddy's couch.
Yeah, and, you know, he made
Sounds
it
about
work
right.
for him.
What was it that like Hitler, like Nazis were aliens or something like that?
One of the ancient alien theories is that the Nazis had alien technology, and then that they pose that, did the Nazis look like aliens, or did the aliens look like Nazis? How weird would that be?
Why not both?
I think there's the Antarctic base thing, which I think they discovered evidence for, and there's also that I think there was that the Nazis made like UFO style machines.
Yeah, so that is based upon one report from an Italian scientist that claimed that the Nazis
I
had
love this stuff.
anti-gravity technology.
Speaking of Wolfenstein, the new Colossus, which we were talking about earlier,
This is my
There's
my
no
most guilty
evidence
pleasure.
for it, but yet
My most
people
guilty
will go
pleasure
fucking crazy.
Is looking up this stuff about like this conspiracy theory stuff. This
All-
stuff like,
all
oh, it's behind the scenes. Oh, the Nazis had an anti-gravitational thing. I love this stuff. It's great.
That's the whole base of the Wolfenstein franchise, which is
Yes,
kind of the first-person shooter ever
I
made.
love Wolfenstein.
Yeah,
I love
it's all-
Wolfenstein.
It's the idea of the Nazis developing paranormal science stuff.
Because the thing is,
That's
it didn't actually happen, but Hitler did have like a paranormal division on in Europe, and he did have like a.
Hitler loved the occult.
And
He
the
loved the occult.
Wolfenstein
Himmler-
franchise is based on the very simple premise of, hey, what if all of Hitler's occult stuff was true?
It was real and it worked out. It's crazy.
Well, that's the same as Indiana
such a
Jones
simple
as well.
question.
That's the stuff. That's why I watch this stuff, so I can do that. I love taking these
I think that's
ideas.
kind of Indiana Jones too.
Yeah, the Indiana
Yeah,
Jones,
the-
the Ark of the Covenant, all that stuff.
That's a whole.
I am so tired of like getting into conspiracy theories because, of course, like I lean rightward, so I know a lot of more right-wing people, and then it's like the further you go, the more very strange things.
Interdimensional pedophile vampires.
Exactly.
Oh, but
Exactly.
speaking of that, though, there's I think I was listening to a Joe Rogan interview with I forgot who it was, but a guy was talking about how they were taking DMT because Joe Rogan loves DMT, and they would do experiments
DMT.
where they would give a bunch of people in the same room DMT, and they all experience the same realm. They all encounter the same entities over the course of these experiments. Like that's awesome. All the stuff. It sounds awesome to me.
That kind of does sound awesome.
feel
I
like
wouldn't
you
try it though.
Like you just take like a story and like you how people take these drugs and they can look into other dimensions and it's all the same area. That sounds awesome.
The big thing with DMT that people often will, oh, of course, now my puppy starts growling. The big thing with DMT that people will often have, like you could say, independent experiences which share similar features are the idea of speaking with entities. Like, it's a whole big thing on DMT that you meet these aliens that you talk to about the meaning of life and the true concept of existence. And
That's about right.
It's how you just realize that everything's all connected and you're all just energy and everything's going to be okay. And which is why people come out of DMT trips and they're like, oh yeah, everything's just kind of fine now. But I mean, I would make the argument that perhaps there's some value in studying that stuff for things like depression, post-traumatic stress disorder treatment.
Oh yeah.
You know, there's that might not necessarily be a bad thing, but it is interesting, and I guess explore responsibly, both from a health standpoint and a legal standpoint, because we don't want anyone going to jail
after a while.
When I do what Joe Rogan does, this takes like every day or something like that.
I mean, maybe you can get away with that if you're Joe Rogan. I'm sure he has a team of people around him who tell him every possible loophole to use, but
possibly
currently, I cannot recommend that anyone do illicit drugs unless you are 100% certain of a way that you can do it in a legal-ish
legal capacity.
Yeah. A gray legal way. Go to Peru or something.
Like DMT, the stuff that makes you crazy after a while, like of using it.
Well,
Because like there was that
honestly,
one
any
like
psychoactive substance can, but I think that the danger with psychoactive substances preceding mental illness tend to be explained as well. The schizophrenia was there and the psychedelic drug triggered it, as opposed to it causing it.
It makes the situation worse, like alcohol. It's not the root of an issue, but it can exacerbate it.
Yeah. It can get someone further along the path of like paranoid delusional schizophrenia than they would otherwise have been, but they might have always got there. It just might have taken them till they were in their 70s, you know. But I don't know. It's which is why I think that any type of recreational substance, including alcohol usage, should be responsible.
Be careful with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't
drink responsibly.
Don't go nuts. You know?
This stream brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Drivers.
Yeah. Keep it in the pocket.
Your new master harbors great darkness.
I remember when people discovered that I did weed like a handful of times, like, oh, Shiny,
oh my
you did
God,
weed.
You did devil's lettuce?
I smoked pot once and now I'm gay.
I love the ads where you know, like the drug PSAs. Specifically, I love the one which
Reefer Madness.
Like the guy has one puff of weed and then shoots himself in the face with a shotgun.
Oh, I've seen that one. Yeah,
what?
Yeah, there's a drug PSA where the guy just shoots. So there's a gun cabinet behind him, and he's smoking weed with a friend, and his friend like convinces him to take it, and he goes, "Ha! I'm invincible!" Pulls out a shotgun and shoots himself.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the last thing that happened on weed. So, like,
Yeah,
what happened
man.
probably is like, man, you're so awesome, man. Like, you're the best guy ever, man. That sort of thing.
I've noticed that when I do weed, I just essentially I'm a giggling fuck. All I do is just laugh.
That's pretty much how it goes.
Haha, you can't have weed because it's not legal yet.
I have a friend who
I'm in
did it.
Canada.
Okay.
It is here. Woo!
I'm
have a
so
friend who has, like, a
jealous
really
of
obsessed with it.
Americans and their weed products because I don't like. The one thing I hate is like the smell of weed because it just stinks of piss. And whenever I've been to a friend's place that does it, it stinks. Even if like they only handle the weed inside and then like they take it outside, it's
Pretty
still
strong.
stinks.
Are they burning it like combustible weed, like smoking
Yeah.
it? Without, yeah. See that's probably why.
So and the thing is, Americans now have vapes of weed, and I have a friend that has it, and she and her boyfriend do that, and I'm so jealous. I want to do that because it doesn't stink. You don't get it doesn't hurt your lungs because you're not smoking.
Got one right
ash.
here.
I want one. But it's not legal here.
I can't send you one, but if you come visit me,
Stick it up my bum and take it back to the.
Well, I didn't say take it home. I said open here.
You can try it out here.
Because it's 100% legal here. I should point out to you two.
I feel like if I ever go to
turn my camera off if I'm going to use it on YouTube. Oddly enough, though, Rumble was like, yeah, no, that's fine.
If I ever go to America again, I feel like I'm going to end up going on a road trip, meeting like Glib, Lit Dev, Eerie, just like all the people I've got to meet if I go there again.
And then smoke weed.
Well, I mean, we're going to be in Vegas on the 25th of April.
When
I'm
what was it? Oh yeah, so when weed first came out, I was in Colorado soon after, and I drank an infused beer, which was insane. It was really, really strong.
That's interesting too, because did it have any kind of buttery taste to it?
I don't remember.
So because for THC to be soluble through ingestion, it needs to be mixed with some kind of fat, because THC isn't water soluble, it's fat soluble. So it's why every time you get like a soda pop or like a grape juice or an orange soda with weed in it, even at like a shop here, everyone always says, yeah, there's something that tastes kind of weird and creamy about it, though. I don't know what it is. And I was just like, yeah, it's because there's probably like butter in it. Because you can't actually get weed into a drinkable format without a fat. But which is why, cookies are probably a better bet than a soda.
I also had some chocolate, which is I was like, oh, chocolate, I'll just eat this, and then it's like, whoa.
Well, yeah, you really see the thing with
edibles apparently much worse.
Well, it's not. It's just it's a lot harder for if you don't know how much you're taking. There's no turning back with an edible, and there's no gauging how far along the trail you are. You know what I mean?
I see.
Whereas like when you're smoking, you can be like, oh man, I'm getting really high. Okay, I'm putting this down. That's it. It's enough for me for at least a little while.
Told by people who are much more experienced in these areas that essentially it ingests into your system much faster than smoking.
Oh no, way slower actually. But the thing is, it's.
Have you not seen these edibles ain't shit memes?
So it takes a while to kick in, and what I mean about you're not given as much of an indication of how far down the road you are is because if you're smoking, you're immediately feeling how high you're getting, and you can just be like, okay, I'm getting way too stoned. I'm just going to put this down. It's fine. Whereas you'll eat an edible and you might be thinking, okay, whatever. I don't know how much this is. 50 milligrams. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I'm sure that's okay. And then you find out later that it's like, oh yeah, probably for a first time, 5 milligrams is kind of the ceiling. So if you just took a 50, you're not going to notice how hard that's going to hit you until it's hit you, and it's far too late to do anything about it. So you're right. It takes far longer to process. So you're dealing with like 5 hours of that feeling as opposed to like 45 minutes, which is what you get when
imagine
you
that. Have you seen Wolf of Wall Street when they take those like really old ludes?
Oh yeah,
and like there's something happening. It's like they start working out, and like these are duds, man. These are duds, and then all of a sudden it kicks. It's like, whoa, no. He's on the phone with the FBI. Get off the phone.
Wasn't there a story in America where an American athlete went to, like, was it Russia, and then took their weed with them and got arrested?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that was a massive scandal for a while, just because they didn't realize that they couldn't take their weed to Russia.
It's even scarier is that there is like
if you're on the road to El Paso, basketball player.
If you're on the road to El Paso, there's a point where you can't turn back. Like there's a fork in the road. And if you don't get it right, you're on your way to Mexico and there's no way back. And so one time this guy took the wrong turn and he had a truck full of guns. Like he's not a gun runner or anything. Like he's like an 18-wheeler full of guns or something like that. And he's like, oh crap, I can't turn around. So in order to turn around, he had to go into Mexico and turn around. But once he crossed into Mexico, it's illegal to take guns. So they took him to prison.
Oh no.
Oh man.
So watch out. Don't take the wrong turn.
Insult to the Human Race sent $5 in super chats, and he said, "A small tip for the war effort. Hope you had a good birthday, Shiny."
Thank you very much.
Don't take that wrong turn to Mexico. You go to Juarez too. It's not even. It's just straight to Juarez.
That is not the part of Mexico you want to find yourself in by accident. If you're in Juarez, you want to know that you're in Juarez and why.
Yeah. You don't want to actually
get your shit done and get the hell out.
Don't get out of Juarez as soon as possible, probably. Like usually, 9 times out of 10.
It's like MS-13's headquarters.
I think they go on a challenge over there. I think they own that place.
Yeah, I'll admit though, I'm gonna say their higher up leadership probably somewhere really in the middle of nowhere.
Probably.
Like in the middle of the Mexican jungle, they've got a palace or something like that. But if that is true, I know nothing at all about it, and please do not send anyone after me. Amigos.
Let's see.
I already let it
This
slip
kind of
that I'm
reminds me of that.
telling.
I'm just thinking of that one Vine. Chris, is that a weed? I'm calling the police.
Is that a weed?
No, is that the police? I'm calling the weeds.
And then she like dials 911 on the microwave, and he's like, "How the heck?"
No, I think
911,
she
is there
dials
emergency?
420. No, it's dials 420, and then it says, "Hello, weed. What's your emergency?"
No weed.
You quoted the meme wrong. At least that's not the meme
I
that
think there's
think
two
you're
of
quoting.
them because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Is that weed? Is it police? I'm calling the weed.
No, I think there was an original and a
I've
remake.
got the first Krauser fight. This one's all about parries. Has anyone ever seen the film Universal Soldier?
Sorry, man.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah, and Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah.
This character is basically Dolph Lundgren's character from Universal Soldier. Like almost exactly. It's
Dolph
borderline
Lundgren is-
plagiarism.
Dolph Lundgren is interesting. I heard a story one time where a guy broke into a house, and he's like, "Oh, this is a great big house. I could probably steal a lot of things here." And then he finds Dolph Lundgren's pictures that like in the it's Dolph Lundgren's house. Like, I better get out of here.
Yeah,
Dolph
I
Lundgren.
should not be here.
Not only is Dolph Lundgren like this physical Adonis, he's also a genius, which I think they wrote into the Expendables. I think he has like a
Yeah,
hardcore
he's
engineering
like a Mensa member, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
That's really wild. Because you just kind of picture that in the context of Ivan Drago, and it becomes hilarious. It's like,
It's
wow,
like, oh,
he
this guy's a genius,
he
really?
actually is like a superhuman.
Kind of is, yeah.
By the way, did Cocaine Bear come out yet?
Yeah, it wasn't very good.
It wasn't that good?
It's
Probably Elizabeth
dumb.
Banks.
It's silly fun, but it's like also you don't have to go see it in a theater. You can wait.
When I first
It's
heard of it,
not-
I
skipped it.
I assumed it was a parody movie.
I mean, it kind of
sounds
plays
like
that way, and I'd say there are elements of the movie that are funny, but it's really one joke that gets stretched out for an entire film, and once you figure, oh well, a drug dealer drops some cocaine in the woods, a bear finds it, hijinks ensue. It's like, okay, you understand the movie. at this
You
point.
want a
understand
good cocaine
everything about it.
movie? Watch Scarface. Way better cocaine movie.
Yeah. Ray Liotta though gives his last on-screen performance in
Oh,
Cocaine.
yeah,
Bear.
I forgot. That was like he was in there, but he died.
Yeah. His last performance, and he dies in the movie too. Spoiler alert! But
I only know
you know
who
what, if you're gonna
Ray
get
Liotta.
mad at me for ruining Cocaine Bear for you, I guess I'm not
Oh,
one of
no.
them here.
I only know who Ray Liotta is from the from the B
Oh,
movie.
my.
The B movie.
You need to watch Goodfellas.
Yeah,
Goodfellas is what you need to watch.
What was it? Yeah, Goodfellas. Good. Yeah, ever since I was a kid, I always want to be a gangster.
Yeah, Goodfellas, I'd say is his all-time
His one
standout.
movie that he made.
Hey, Jojo.
His best
think he-
appearance was in the B movie, of course.
I think he voiced the
forget?
main character in Vice City. But
Yeah, he does. Tommy Vercetti.
yeah.
According to all known laws of aviation, a bee should not be able to fly. Its fat little body, stubby little wing, should be able to get its fat little body off the ground. But a bee does it fucking anyway because it doesn't care what a human thinks. And there's just a quote they made up for the film. It's not even real.
Obviously, it works.
Why would
'cause they
you
fly.
start something with a fictional quote?
It's a fictional movie, obviously.
Yeah.
It's such a
It's
great
your
movie, though.
premise,
It's
why-
a
Look
It
at his
is
dog though. She's like a
fever
teddy
dream
bear.
of a movie. Oh, what a cutie!
This is the poodle.
He's a poodle.
She's very tiny.
She
And her
is
name
very
is Jo-
tiny.
Her name is Jojo, but she's named after Joseph Joestar. Not Joe.
Not Jotaro.
No,
Jonathan.
not Jotaro, but Jotaro's daughter though is the one that is the first female JoJo.
Oh yeah.
And she's good though. I like her, but I had not seen Stone Ocean when we got this puppy. So yeah, Joseph Joestar.
She's adorable.
Yeah, she's wonderful. She's very grumpy though, but only in regards to the Chihuahua. He's over here still. But, although, what time is it?
Having a demon with us on stream, no, that's completely fine. Having a puppy near it, no.
Oh god,
no! How dare!
Yeah, literature double. Please do not eat my puppy. I already live with a Vietnamese woman.
Yeah, gotta watch out.
Oh no, believe me, X-Ray Girl is the one who makes the puppy eating jokes more than I do. I get to make one every now and then. Okay? It's not
You get
racist. I married her. Okay, all of my half of my current family is Vietnamese.
I think that's
They're
why I
wonderful.
got away with the Latina people stealing stuff earlier today.
That was
the
funny
Latina pass.
because it was so out of nowhere. Oh man!
Was that the other day? When was it? I can't remember.
I think
It was either
morning.
yesterday or this
Oh, it was
morning.
yesterday.
Yesterday.
That wasn't on this morning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yesterday. Let's see.
I have
We
a
covered
Jack Russell.
the Blue Beetle yesterday.
Oh yeah, I joked that he stole it.
Yeah, he stole it.
God, the ending of that trailer, man! I can't believe they went there.
Can't wait for this thing to fail. It's gonna be pretty funny.
I mean, like, I kind of didn't want it to, though, because, like, Miguel from Cobra Kai's in it. I was like, oh, I want him to do well. I like that guy.
These are things that make fun of nonsense. I guess, but
Yeah.
the writers, I saw someone compare all the superhero trailers and like, oh, look, it's this thing from that trailer. It's that whole thing
Oh,
where
yeah,
he
yeah, yeah,
falls and
Lofty
stops like in
did,
Shazam. And all.
Yeah, Lofty did, like,
Oh,
a
shit.
supercut where
Oh, shit.
he showed the kind of shot for shot, like,
Yeah,
here's
it's
this
crazy.
moment happening in the first Shazam, here's it happening in Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Multiverse of Madness.
When I watched
And,
that trailer, I knew that it reminded me of Shazam for some reason, as well as Venom. And I think that that shot in the trailer where he's like he instantly flies and then comes back down to the surface and then hovers above the water. That's probably what gave me those kind of vibes, as well as the family kind of stuff they've got going on.
Well,
which is
I think that
um,
it's the lie the lie which came with the success of the first Shazam and the first Venom. Because I think that people were so sort of starved for something that was a little different from Marvel and a little different from DC that they talked about those movies as being more impressive than they actually were.
Yeah.
And acted like, oh yeah, man, Venom's pretty good. But it's like, well, I mean, yeah, no,
It
it
was alright.
sucks, but it's, I guess, a little bit different than most of the MCU
I
movies have
don't-
been for the last little bit.
I don't
The
think
same with
Venom's like
Shazam. It's like, it's really not good, but it also isn't. It's not BBS or Man of Steel. You know, it's sort of a
it's
different thing.
enjoyable.
Yeah,
It was
well, I
alright.
mean, but you could make the argument that you could say it's enjoyable, but also I think you could make a solid argument for like, nah, Shazam is kind of a shitty movie also.
Yeah.
Like,
I
at the
would
same
I'd be the
time.
first person to agree.
One
And
thing
and
know
I
about
think
the-
that the those films both getting sequels that kind of bombed, at least relative to their predecessors, is shouldn't be a giant surprise to everybody. I mean, it's a little sad that it happened, I suppose, but I think we
I
might
kinda
be
like
entering a
the
better
actors,
paradigm with
Who's the guy that
sorry,
plays,
the actors in
Shazam?
what? Oh yeah, they're
Um,
good.
Like
That
the
guy's
actor who
based.
plays Shazam, I kind of like him. I can't forget his name.
Yeah,
Zach something?
He's like a normal guy.
Zachary Levi.
Zachary Levi. I kind of like Zachary Levi, and I
He's like
kind
a
of feel
normal
sorry for him.
He seems great.
He was really trying to back for this movie, and he's like, you know, there's better movies out there in the cinema, but we really would love your support. And I was like, I
Very humble.
don't
Humility.
want to watch it, but at the same time, it's like you're being nice enough that I kind of want to be good to you.
See, like humility works way better than you're racist. Go watch this movie. Like it
Yeah.
works way better.
Yeah.
It's like, well, of course these bigots wouldn't want to come see our movie. It's like, yeah, it's not gonna get you on side, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna purposely not
I
go watch
don't know who you're trying to convince, but it's not gonna be me.
it. You know, in order to get my money immediately without any questions asked, instead of George Lopez, I kick him out first of all, and nail that beard he has to the wall, and then second of all, Instead of George Lopez, hire Cheech Marin, and Danny Trejo.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I would
You're
immediately
right.
watch this.
I immediately would have been better. Would have been more okay with the Batman's a fascist line if it were Cheech.
Exactly. Hey,
I'd be like,
Batman's
"Oh,
a
Cheech."
fascist, home.
That's just Cheech being crazy.
Yeah, it's just Cheech.
That's his thing,
Hey, ole, man, Batman's a fascist.
We probably entered the era though where the existence of Cheech Marin is racist.
Yeah, probably.
It's like, no, that's how I actually am.
no, man, it's
No,
how
Cheech,
I am,
you're not
I see.
allowed to exist anymore.
Your existence is racist.
Tommy John just like, well, he's my friend, man.
He's my friend, man. Like, I want to watch something with Cheech Marin now. Like,
Hey,
I go back and watch From Dusk Till Dawn. That's just, hey, we got everything here, man. We got, we got hot
different types of
pussy,
pussy.
Joe pussy, like that whole scene. Got chicken. That's a crazy movie. And then he came back in like another one. Like he plays like 10 people in From Dusk Till Dawn. He's in a lot of Robert Rodriguez.
He's the border inspector, and then he's the bouncer at the bar. But my puppies are going insane. I think
She
I might
sounds
have
like
to
a
go feed
toy
them.
toy. She sounds like a little
Yeah,
rubber duck.
she's very hungry. I should probably actually take off because I realize I'm about an hour late on her dinner, and she's not letting me hear the end of it. But happy birthday, Shiny.
Thank you very much.
I will. You have a VR headset, do you not?
Yeah, I have VR headset.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a game because I have a whole bunch of VR
okay.
codes, and
Ooh.
I don't ever want to give those away on my local. I actually segued perfectly into promoting my locals. I give away Steam codes on my locals pretty often, but I never want to give away the VR ones because I feel like someone's gonna cash it in and be like, "Oh shit, I don't have a VR."
A VR headset.
So, yeah. Do you have Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Gotta maybe find one that you don't have. Okay, so I'll send you some options.
Okay.
All right.
But it was great hanging out with you, Mark. It's been a while. I don't even think we've been on stream since my last birthday.
Yeah, like I've been super busy this past year, but things have been going pretty well. Now my most successful video that I've ever made is on my 6,000 subscriber channel, and I've got like 80 videos on the 400,000 sub Geeks and Gamers. So it's kind of neat that now my biggest video is on my own channel because my Metroid video is up to like 280K, and it's a 2-hour long look at the entire Metroid franchise that took me like 10 months to make. So super awesome that it became a rewarding project. I'm like, oh, thank God.
Great.
So
That's
much
over. Glad Nick gets over.
Yeah, but I stream pretty frequently on my channel if anyone wants to find me, and I'll be on NeFap on Saturday talking about the Resident Evil 4 remake, which is what I was playing the entire time, even if you guys only saw a bit. But yeah, Literature Double, great to see you again. Erie, good to meet you, I suppose, and because I don't think we've ever spoken before, correct?
Nope.
Okay, good. Whew, I always hated when it's always the worst one. It's like, yeah, no, actually, we've been on like 4 shows together. I'm like, oh,
never noticed.
Oh no, I'm that guy now. But yeah. Anyways, though, it was very pleasant, and now I will go feed this growling puppy. It has not been my air conditioner or anything. It's been the puppy the whole time.
If you ever want to hang out again, I suppose you know how to contact me, as well as I'm sure if you ever want to jump on Money Nonsense again, LitDev's probably open to an invite.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Are you guys doing anything on Friday or Monday, like Good Friday or Easter Monday?
I haven't decided yet, but maybe.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I'll be around. I guess usually the reason I wouldn't be able to be on Morning Nonsense just because I'm at work during the day. But on days that I'm off, I would love to be on. So yeah,
sounds good to me.
Keep me posted.
All right.
But anyways, guys, take it easy, and girl, take it easy.
Around.
Great meeting you.
Yeah. See you later.
Ciao.
Force is with me. It connects us.
One the force and the force is with me. One with the force, the force is with me.
Oh,
one the force,
don't give me PTSD.
One the force, one the force,
he repeats it so fucking much.
I want the force, the force with me. I want with the force, the force with me. I want with the force, the force.
Shut up.
I want the force, force with me.
Is that like a mantra or something?
I love it. He's such a cool character in that movie.
There's a character he's not a Jedi, but he's a blind force sensitive. Chirrut Unwi, I think his character is, and
oh, wasn't he in the Force Awakens?
He was in
Rogue
One, and he has this thing that he repeats. So, the thing in Star Wars, may the Force be with you.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a shit copy of that, and he'll just say, I'm one with the Force and the Force is with me, and he just won't shut the fuck up. He says it over and over.
I remember
and
that
over again, and it's his little prayer, and that little prayer means that he can just walk through lasers and not get shot.
That was awesome. I don't know why. I guess you're racist or something. If we didn't think that was awesome.
You're racist now, Shiny. How do you feel?
How's it feel to be
What the heck is
racist?
It genuinely might be like something to do with
Racism.
my autism, because like I there's some things that I like audibly will just really irk me, and often it's like repetition. Like needless repetition will irk me way more than everyone else.
I'm sorry, don't tell me. I think there's something flying in here. And I just heard it. And now I'm scared.
The Force is, you're one with the Force, and the Force is with you. The one with the Force, the Force is I think the Rogue One typecasted Donnie Yen in America because he's also playing a blind swordsman in John Wick 4. I was like, wait a minute. Haven't I seen him play a blind guy before? Oh, yeah, it was Rogue One. But he's way better than John Wick 4, obviously.
Yeah,
There's
I think
no mantra, he
something
says.
flew in here. So if you hear me screaming out of nowhere, now you know why.
Hopefully it's not a cockroach. Those things will freak you out. And start flying.
I live in a place where there are stink bugs everywhere. Like, you don't even know.
Those are
Like,
terrible.
they are. And I remember there was once a year when I used to live in New York where there were just so many of them for some reason. And they would just line like the windowsill and just get everywhere. And it's like, what is up with it? Why is there such a freaking... It's like it was like a plague of them. Like a biblical plague of stink bugs.
It's like once a year, and then they all die in this like a horrendous stench.
Oh yeah, when you kill them.
Yeah.
Why they got the name?
But like they're big too, and they just fly around places, and they're just annoying. You know, they don't do anything. They're just annoying.
Yeah, they're just very annoying. That's kind of the main thing.
And if they land on you,
Just
you will
smelly.
feel it. So like I remember the other night, like there was like a stink bug that landed on me while I was in bed, and it scared the crud out of me.
At least it wasn't a spider.
Once we were just hanging out, and you just screamed out of nowhere, and it's honest to God, it sounded like the kind of scream that you'd hear in a horror film. And I was wondering, like, I was just sitting there minding my own business, and all of a sudden she just makes one of those screams, like what the fuck is going on? It's like, you okay, Eerie?
You just die or something?
And I don't hear from her for like 5 minutes, and it turns out that she's just fighting some stink bug.
I had to find a stink bug.
They're just like
That's
these
just
flat
justification
little
for scaring
suckers,
me
you
half to
know.
death.
You must have thought I was getting murdered.
Well, then don't scream like you're getting murdered.
All you gotta do is say you're one with the Force. And the Force
You've got a very feminine scream. The exact type that you'd hear in a horror film.
One with the Force.
Oh my gosh.
You can't see my health bar right now, but one hit and I'm dead. Ooh.
Oh yeah, I see you're evil because you have a red lightsaber.
Oh god!
I remember Shad had I think Shad talked about that, didn't he? Like one time, like, oh, I want to have a red lightsaber. It'd be so cool, but it means you're evil. I don't want to be evil. Now, obviously, the red lightsaber is evil because the blue lightsaber is the best. Obviously.
Yes.
Okay. One with the Force, and the Force is with me.
That we're just skipping over the mini boss battle.
I want them to, if they make the KOTOR remake game, I want them to give it to FromSoft. That'd be insane.
Stage buried here. At the time, it was considered precious.
FromSoft? Like the developer?
The people that made, I think, Dark Souls and
Yeah,
Elden Ring.
yeah.
I think
Elden Ring, Star Wars. But I know.
If
I know it's like
anything,
this.
it might be interesting to have a spin-off KOTOR from them, like something maybe based in that era. But Or maybe even KOTOR 3 would be interesting, because I'm not satisfied with the Old Republic as a sequel, because it's not a sequel. It's just doing its own thing, but it blocks off the idea of having a sequel because it fills in the timeline, so you can't fit a sequel in there. It's annoying.
I think if they could do that, in a FromSoft game would work. If it's like you're like a bounty hunter and you were on this backwater planet hunting bounties, so you have long stretches of just loneliness and this desolate nonsense.
I thought you'd pick FromSoft for their like combat.
Yeah, the combat too. How
would a bounty hunter work? Because they probably use a blaster rather than a lightsaber. What about a Sith? What about a Sith character?
That'd be kind of interesting. It's like wandering samurai, like a wandering samurai scenario. Wandered in town and clean up the town. Classic samurai scenario. Although I guess you can be evil or good. That would make sense.
Oh, I just threw the wrong guy.
That's a big boy. Damn.
I pushed him. Damn it. When you push him, when he's doing his abilities, he's supposed to become weak. It's easy to take down.
Posting you.
Oh, Dev, I've been meaning to ask you, what's your thoughts on the Chupa movie?
Oh yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
The what movie?
You know,
Chupacabra movie.
The Chupacabra, but it's called Chupa, and Chupacabra means goat sucker, and cabra means goat. So Chupa means sucker.
Yeah,
sucks.
It's interesting. I mean, the Chupacabra is age-old like myth in Mexico. I think they proved it to be real. I can't remember, but that was really awesome. Dexter's Laboratory back in the 90s had a whole episode about the Chupacabra and tried to be really adorable in that one. Like he just wants to suck the blood of some chickens, and that's it. That's about it. Chupacabra was like one of the original like cryptids I learned about like a long time ago. It's really interesting.
Fuck you, goat.
Let's see, goat sucker.
But imagine like being a Spanish speaker, right? And you're scrolling through Netflix and you see a movie that's called Sucks.
I assume like if they speak Spanish, but I know about the Chupacabra, it's like, oh, Chupacabra. But it makes sense.
Yeah. Or like a Bigfoot movie, but like it's in another language and it's just called Foot.
A foot. Oh, it's like, there'll be a lot of people complaining about this movie. I thought it was going to be something else called Foot.
I thought it was going to be like
goat
fetish.
I was going to be a movie where this woman with big feet crushes eggs or something. And if they were seeing King of the Hill or where Peggy Hill starts doing that because she has enormous feet.
Oh, really?
She
I haven't seen that episode.
And she starts crushing like eggs and stuff.
That boy ain't right.
That boy ain't right.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
Well, Dad, what if they want it well done? Well, we politely yet firmly ask them to leave. Base tank hill.
Yeah, King of the Hill is hilarious. I've only seen it in like bits and pieces. It's like I've only seen Family Guy in bits and pieces, and I'm like, oh,
the best way to watch Family Guy.
Kind of funny, huh?
Best way to watch Family Guy is in bits and pieces.
Yeah.
I really want to watch the whole episode. It's not in the later seasons.
It's like a very clippable show, you know? Like it's made just to be clipped. What's that big orb thing on the ceiling?
Oh, I'm supposed to break that. I have to drop it, but I'm trying to remember how I'm supposed to do it. There's a trick to it, and it's always fuddled me. So this has to be burned, and I can only burn him with these little orbs, like those ones you can see over there. But I can't take the orbs over here because they'll go in the water and they'll go out. I can't throw the waters through that little waterfall there because it'll go out as well. So I need to essentially figure out a way of getting it there.
It's like a Zelda puzzle, but not
Oh wait,
Zelda.
I think this is it. I think I've got it. I remembered now. But I've done this like 3 times. So throw it into that, it'll get caught. Pick it up again. Bada bing, bada boom. Fuck! So, anyone see the ludicrous display last night?
The what?
Play?
Thing about arsenals, they always try and walk it in. I'm going to eternally reference that one episode of IT Crowd, and no one's going to ever understand what I'm saying.
I think Piers Morgan is an Arsenal fan.
It's supposed to break the ice because it's a bit of dead air.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like
the IT Crowd.
Dead air.
Essentially, it's one of the characters is very socially awkward and he doesn't know how to talk to people. So he goes on a website which it teaches him how to like interact with normal people or normal men. And the one is it'll give him essentially a bunch of conversation starters. And the joke is that all the conversational starters are the same. So it's you see that ludicrous display last night. Thing about Arsenal is they always try and walk it in. What was Wenger thinking sending Rudy on that early?
And then they all kill him.
As a pronunciation guide.
Assume they all kill him at that point. So
he manages to get in with a bunch of guys and they turn out to be criminals and they're using him as a getaway driver.
That sounds about right, actually.
They actually end up convincing people that they're real men, quotation marks.
When you said it and they all killed him at that point, it made me think of that one clip with Steve Harvey. And he just screams, kill, and then it's Family Feud. They get it right, and then the crowd roars in laughter and it cuts. And it just sounds like the crowd is going on a murderous rampage. It's really
How do you always do that?
Yeah. And of course, who could forget that one guy screaming naked grandma and it being the correct answer.
Still exist.
F. Murray Abraham?
In Astrium. You ever
Kind
heard
of looks
of
like him.
Me neither. But a key. Yeah, I understand that. Looks like we know what we have to find.
So, are you Sith or are you a Jedi?
Back.
That's the main
character.
question. Just going.
See, I'm not too big of a Star Wars. I just know Star Wars things, but just in bits and pieces that I could barely put together.
I think Shiny is a gray Jedi.
A morally gray Jedi.
That's where he's going. I think he's playing the gray Jedi path. Right, Shiny?
A lot of paths in this game.
Your favorite people are the gray Jedi, as far as I know.
You're trying to irk me again. He'll always do this. He'll always say things like, "Oh, Ezra, you mean Ahsoka Tano's boyfriend?"
Oh, yeah, that's canon, isn't it?
No, it isn't. You
Ezra Miller is Ahsoka Tano's boyfriend.
Ezra Miller. Why Ezra Miller?
Because it's gone from Ezra from Rebels, the character I hate, to fucking Ezra Miller now.
A real life person you hate.
Grey Jedi, I hate them because there are so many edgy fucks that want to be different. It's like, the Jedi are wrong and the Sith are wrong, but I'm essentially, you know how like political centrists are?
Yeah, the centrist. Yeah.
That is the equivalent of a Grey Jedi.
You guys are all dumb except for me.
Yeah, it's like, I'm so edgy. I use the dark side. So the thing is about the dark side is rage and hate and etc. 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 In which that's what powers you. So a dark side act is very definitively killing. It's a very bad thing. So to try and act like rage and killing is like, oh, totally fine to get your power from, like, and as well as using the light side of the it doesn't. The logic doesn't function.
It's
it doesn't flow.
It's some kind of trap.
Killing is wrong or bad. Killing is bad wrong. Badong. Killing
it's particularly like killing in cold blood, which is a very much considered dark side action.
My favorite piece about Star Wars games is usually people want to be evil enough to get Force lightning, and then they're good after that.
The Copper Owl says he's got to go, but he wishes you a happy birthday, Shiny.
Thank you very much, Copper Owl. Sorry, I'm eating a fry. It only just occurred to me I haven't eaten.
Yeah. Killing is wrong when you do it, but it's based when I do it. Basically.
Yes. Essentially, I just don't like the leap-in logic edginess that they just want to be different, but they want to claim that they're better somehow, and they have some kind of fucking superiority. I hate people with superiority complexes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm better for X reason.
See, you're not smart because you don't have the statistics. And
Having a good time, BD?
No matter what side you take, you're wrong.
Okay, so if you want to go to Ancient Aliens, there's one part I hate about people who actually believe Ancient Aliens, and it's the part where they'll act like they have some secret knowledge that only they have, and you just too blind to see the truth. That kind of shit.
Oh, yeah. That's more of a conspiracy theorist type thing. It's not like a political thing.
No, but there are plenty of people who essentially look for arbitrary reasons to consider themselves better than you.
Yeah.
In which, it's absolutely conspiracy theorist and political at the same time. Like, it's just something a lot of people will do.
Dr. Crow's Carnival Comics asks, how's college going, Erie? Yeah, college is going pretty good so far. I'm at the last stretch of the race. I'm writing a thesis, y'all. Writing a thesis, doing data analytics, all that fun jazz. And the thesis is on whether or not we can forecast cinematic trends based off of genre stability. Yeah. Very technical stuff. So I'm using statistics as well as Microsoft Excel, which like only 8% of Microsoft users actually use. And, I'm going to figure out if I could forecast what the next genre boom will be. So that's what the thesis is about. So yeah, pretty excited.
By the way, LitDev, do you really want to go the route of trying to insult me on specific things? Because I know a few things about you that could insult you at the same time.
Uh-oh.
So, how do you feel about Latinx representation?
If you love it, say nothing.
Yeah,
See, he loves it.
LitDev loves Latinx.
Our favorite Latinx representation devil. See, he has no word in.
He's so speechless. He loves it.
He's so speechless.
That's great. My favorite, in fact.
Wait, this is the Mirror Universe devil. He's been kidnapped. That's what the silence was.
Who are you? What you doing to Dev?
There's been a switch.
I love that this Mirror Universe devil has like a beard.
Instead of a mustache. Normal.
Well, it's like the Mirror Universe characters always have like beards.
Yeah, they have beards like this. But instead
like
it's a mustache. Yeah. I think that was a gag on like Futurama or something, where all the evil people have beards, including the women.
You know, you should give Literature Angel a beard.
In the Mirror Universe, LitDev is of course Lit Angel, and he's all about inclusivity and body positivity.
Yeah.
As well as we say Latine or Latinx, because Latino or Latina is just putting people in boxes.
No one's that evil.
Not gender neutral enough.
Not even evil universe people are like, oh yeah, let's lose Tina. That's just crazy talk.
Hello.
See, they blocked off this area so that way you can't just boot them off the ledge and just call it a day.
Yeah, here's the bullshit thing is that even if you win this battle, they still essentially you still lose. It's bollocks. Because
Even when you win, you lose.
Look, in a minute he's just gonna stun me because I'm winning. Look, see, there you go, and I can't do anything about it. Bollocks.
I got a Jedi, sir. I'm on the radar, sir.
Oh, it's like a cutscene that requires you to be defeated.
Mm-hmm.
That was always suck.
Where are we?
You weren't strong enough. I defeated you, but I could have beat you up if you didn't. Gah.
Little buddy, where are you? BD? Gotta find a way out of here. Wherever here is. Something back there. Is that a power cable?
A very secure cell right here.
That did it.
That,
Oh, wow,
that
you just
opens
break
the
free.
cell.
Air's cold. Stale.
And
This is
there's
how
no one
Jeffrey
guard.
Epstein escaped. Or no, wait.
Jeffrey
He didn't
Epstein
kill
killed
himself.
himself.
The lightsaber is missing.
I was trying to make an Epstein joke, but it didn't work.
I love I think the best Epstein joke is the one that what's his face? Ricky Gervais said.
What was it?
Ricky Gervais just like didn't kill himself, like Jeffrey Epstein, and then they all boo and it says, I know he's your friend. I know he's your friend, but I don't care.
But don't care. Last time. Don't care.
Man, God bless Ricky Gervais.
He's a gift.
He is.
But now you're getting James Gordon back.
Oh.
His show's gonna get canceled. You can
James
get him back.
Corden, yeah.
Wait, did he go back to England finally?
For a second, you said James Gordon, and I
Jim Gordon.
I was like, wait, what? Where
Did he
Batman
finally go
come
back to England?
I need to bring
He's
me pictures of Batman.
He's not gone back yet. He's just that it's been announced that his show's been cancelled.
Oh, take him back already. Come on, please. We don't want him anymore. James Corden is that one guy who thinks he's funny, but he's just loud and fat.
Yeah.
Like kind of like a knockoff British Seth Rogen.
Yeah, essentially.
Also, can you have like what's his name? Oliver? Can you have him
John
drop
Oliver.
him off?
John Oliver?
Yeah, John Oliver drop him off and then just never have him leave again. They detain him.
No,
like North
look,
Korean style.
you get to have Henry Cavill. If you get Henry Cavill, you at the very least have to keep John Oliver and
No. Take him.
Ricky Gervais.
Take him back.
Well, fine. We'll take Henry Cavill back then.
No.
I think he's
We keep
American
him.
now. I think he's American.
We'll take Benedict Cumberbatch with him too. Thank you.
Also, we try to take if we take away Henry Cavill, I'm pretty sure that Star Wars girl would put together some sort of like clandestine operation to keep.
Like the fucking Avengers and all, like you got that Star Wars
I'm
girl.
putting
you
together
got
a team.
essentially all the women that simp for Henry Cavill, just essentially forming against us.
That's not good.
All right.
The Womengers. The Women
Womengers.
Avengers.
Woman.
That's going to be a parody. Someone's got to make the woman just.
By the way, Liteb, I was thinking of make Shiny watch.
Watch me. Oh, watch me. Do what exactly? What
I'm
you
gonna
gonna
watch
Shiny?
Watch you shine.
Watch the Twilight series. Have you seen it?
Oh yeah. Wait a minute. The vampire crap?
Yes.
Can I record it?
Huh?
Can I record our session of it? It'd be kind of funny.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of like, what the heck is falling right now?
I was definitely watching. I'll be up for watching that because looking at actually watching the movies, and the thing
You
is,
could join us if you want.
I was thinking
we do watch
I was thinking about moving over to Gumroad from Subscribestar because I can have more rewards over there because like kind of like a video archive.
Yeah.
And I could just put the viewing of Twilight on there. I think it'd be pretty cool. Like it'd be exclusive on Gumroad. I don't know what to do for rewards to Subscribestar. Like I can't really post videos on there. Not really.
What kind of rewards do people usually do? And then just kind of copy that.
But usually I'm this like video content, and that's stuff I can usually do. But that's better on Gumroad, I think.
I'm gonna Google it. You could do like early access. You could do polls. You could do merch.
Let's get that restraining
Q&A. Yeah.
With Gumroad, it can have exclusive like long form content, and I can actually watch things on Gumroad. So I can like this, for example, I could have record like a stream of me watching Red. What is it called? Running Red. And I could have just uploaded it to Gumroad, exclusive.
Oh yeah.
You could download it off of that site too.
Oh, something else that I've seen somebody do was while they edit their video, they just have the community, the subscribers join along, like just watch them as they edit their video. I don't know.
That's interesting.
And, yeah, or like have like a watch along, and you just watch something that's like copyrighted, but it's on your Subscribestar, so it's cool. So yeah, those are a couple ideas.
I think I'd prefer to watch Cowboy Bebop before I watch fucking what is it? The Twilight.
Are you sure about that?
I would prefer it.
You would eat your words if you saw the Huh?
Talking about live action Cowboy Bebop?
Yes.
No, I said Cowboy Bebop. No, I said Cowboy Bebop. I didn't. Whenever I refer to the live action, I call it Cowboy Beep Boop.
Beep Boop.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think you'd like Cowboy Bebop.
That's a weird choice. It's kind of like saying I'd rather eat cake than die. Oh, will you? Do you now?
Again, it's like if I'm allergic to, let's say, I don't know, nuts. It's like saying I'd prefer to have a peanut cake.
You prefer to have peanut butter than be shot to death?
Yeah, if I was allergic to peanuts, then yeah, I'd prefer to have peanut butter.
That's how Puss in Boots died. He's like, oh, he's eating a shellfish. He's like, this shellfish? And he said, yeah. He's like, that's good. And then he died. He's allergic to shellfish.
At the very least, you know, Cowboy Bebop is good. It's not really to my, you know, my non-weeb taste.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty palatable for non-weebs, I'd say.
No, but I mean, like, I don't like weebs.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's more like a Western show, like it's Westerner show. It's like a space Western.
Space Western. There you go.
It's like if The Mandalorian was good.
Hello.
Like really good and jazzy. 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Beating up this giant frog thing.
Fuck you, frog. Oh shit.
The turn of freaking frog's gay.
It is ugly.
That's an ugly frog.
Oh shit. Bugs. Fuck off, bugs.
So this is like a Coliseum type execution? This is
Yeah.
a pretty lame execution if they're just going to put little bugs in there.
No, they're building up to it. And what's annoying is that I haven't been going around collecting the little health potions, so I get more of them.
Great. You talked too much.
Do we get to see Princess Leia tied to a pillar?
I wish. No, wait, that's the wrong one.
Yeah, you get to
talking
see-
about
Padme Amidala.
Unfortunately, you get to see Prince Leo tied to the pillar instead. Not as good. Like that guy from Monty Python Holy Grail. Like, I just want to sing. Like, no. There's no singing around here. No, none of that.
It's quite silly.
It's quite silly, actually. And what happens when you build a castle in the swamp? The first one fell down, sank with the swamp. And you built another castle. That one also sank with the swamp. And with the third castle, that one stayed up. Then it caught fire, fell over, then sank in the swamp. But the fourth one stayed up.
I'd like to see that again.
I know she did a whole video on that one scene from Monty Python Holy Grail where it's like, message for you, sir. Like, can you really do that? Can you really feasibly send a message via an arrow?
Ow.
Maybe.
Ah, shit.
What a disappointment.
What a disappointment.
You're a
A
disappointment.
little bitch.
Very disappointed.
You're horrible.
You're horrible. What took you so
that
long,
was, like,
idiot?
So that was a Puss in Boots thing, because I've never seen Puss in Boots.
Yeah, this is what's his name? I think the bad guy's name.
Jack Horner.
Jack Horner. Cat Nicole.
Yeah, I gotta watch it because somebody uploaded the whole thing on
That's really
Twitter,
good.
and I'm like, cool, it's for free.
It's really, really good.
Yeah, so we hear. Like, animation quality looks top tier.
Even Critical Drinker liked it.
You know it's good if Critical Drinker likes it.
Absolutely. He's drunk. He shouldn't like anything.
Well, how is being drunk the quality that makes you not like anything?
There's a belligerent Scotsman drunk.
I was just wondering the same thing silently.
I assume like belligerent drunk Scotsmen just hate everything.
I was thinking of Critical Drinker, and then I was thinking of Doctor Who, and I was thinking, wouldn't it be funny if there was a Doctor Who episode where they just kind of like Doctor Who, where the Doctor just goes into the future and they just gaslight him on thinking he's very far into the future, but he's actually in like Japan where they have like futuristic like technology and stuff, and he thinks, "Damn, I'm far," and it turns out it's just I don't know, like some guy is like trying to like, oh, this brick, has all the knowledge of the known universe, and it's a smartphone or something. And then a car comes out of a vending machine, and they have to go through a hologram concert. Just really embellishing on things we already have.
Something kind of like that happened, I think, in Star Trek Next Generation. There's a guy who pretended to be a guy from the future to scam everyone to giving him stuff, and then it turned out he was just a guy from the same time area. He just had like some weird gadgets that he would show off to make people think he's from the future.
Yeah.
This one's fucking dead now. There we go.
Like, I know Japan has some like really futuristic type technology. Like they have car vending machines, they have hologram concerts, they've got I know they have billboards that look like they have characters like standing on top of them.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of crazy things over there in Japan because there's a bunch of nerds over there. So they have like giant robots and
heck yeah.
There are some nerds that have way too much money to waste, so they make giant robots.
It's probably all those manga people like rolling in dough after they just outsold the entirety of the American comic book industry with one book.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I gotta fight this fucker.
Here we
the
go.
Fucker I bodied, but then cheated.
You'll have to try harder. This doesn't hurt.
So nipple.
Their name is Bad Fran.
Ow. Ow, you fucking bullshit. Knock me down, then I can't defend myself.
No, I didn't. It's bullets. Nice box.
Fuck you.
You know the CIA? Yeah. They probably use something way better than this.
He already hasn't seen Black Books.
You have to see Black Books.
I have not.
It's on the list.
You have to
But
see
I
it.
shall pretend that I've seen it, just to
She's
laugh
been
along.
busy a lot recently, so we haven't been able to watch a lot of the stuff that we've been intending to watch.
Yeah,
There's a little fireman in his hair.
The little man in my hair is going to get very, very angry.
There's a fireman. What? There's a little fireman in his hair. It was. I keep forgetting it was Nick Frost too. Like it was Nick Frost like way early in his career or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just installing the thing. Like I heard the CIA has this invisible ink that disappears. You write with it and it disappears.
Yeah.
No, it's bollocks. Straight to his face, like, nah, it sucks. No, it's stupid.
Let's see. The entire mission is now at risk.
Then the rest of the episode, Manny gets locked inside and he can't escape.
Lonely soldier. Lonely.
Bernard has to essentially figure out what to do when he's locked out of his home.
Yeah, he has to go back to the movies, and then he can only have. It's like, excuse me, yes, I just bought a popcorn and soda, and
now I have no
any
money.
And I don't have any money. It's like a tiny popcorn, and like a tiny drink too. This is microscopic, both.
It's accurate to going to the cinema, which is why I always bring my own stuff whenever I go.
And also why they don't want you to bring your own stuff whenever you go. Like you're not supposed to, but we do anyway.
Well, we found Tarful.
There's nothing legally that says you can't bring them in, and
They
they
like
can't
it, dude.
stop you.
The Empire overran our
Like
position.
they literally, if you could hold it in their faces, hey, look, I got a Fanta, and they may not like it, but there's shit all they can do.
You too.
I looked at that episode where Fran had this weird thing that she doesn't know what it is, and she's so obsessed about it.
Yeah,
And she forgets to go to her friend's birth. And she,
Oh, yeah.
she's like, where's my birthing part?
It's gonna be fine.
And then at the end of the episode,
That's
like,
the
oh my
first
god,
episode.
I forgot. I think that's the first episode. Like I sell a lot of wank, don't
Is
I?
that's the one where Manny basically
But look-
becomes Jesus?
Yeah, Little Book of Calm. That's a real book.
Yeah, he swallowed the little book of calm, and he essentially just walks around with the power of calm.
There's dogs barking at him. He's like, just holds his hands up and holds him down. And dogs
What was
stop
it, the
barking.
Christians that come round trying to like convert people, and Manny opens the door, and they're like, they run away because he looks like Jesus.
There's another one that was what was it? I think the same episode is he doesn't want to do his taxes. Like Bernard
Yeah,
doesn't
so
wanna
he
do his
invites
taxes.
them in.
And he invites them in.
As-
He's like, "Can we talk to you about Jesus?" And he's like, "Oh, it's like, what's your favorite story about Jesus?" Like, they were afraid.
They're originally scared because
they're afraid.
they
never got
no
this
one
far.
invites them in. We've never got this far before.
Like, I'm scared. I think the one from tries to run away or something. Like that.
It's just people don't generally want to hear about Jesus.
Well, can we
I
get
want to
this
hear
far?
what's happening to Jesus. What's he doing these days?
What's he doing with this? Come on in. What's he up to?
Came along, all I cared
It's like, what's your favorite story? It has to be the money lenders. The money lenders, you know.
game term.
I know what it is.
And like Bernard knows more about the Bible than they do. He's like, oh, really? The cleaner episode where they have to go. It's really filthy, and Manny calls a cleaner, and it's so dirty in there.
Dirty.
The cleaner puts on a glove, wipes his finger across the open air, and there's dust on it.
I'm eating crumbled egg with a comb from a shoe.
From a shoe.
Look at it, and then he points the phone at all the dirt.
Like, look, see,
and everything the cleaner does, it's like an uncomfortable innuendo. It's like, I want to clean your dusty cups.
Dirty. It's pretty hilarious. I want you to come immediately. You have to come at once. Okay, tomorrow. But early, first thing in the morning. Okay, 6 o'clock.
It sounds like a really good comedy.
It's really
it is. Bernard is essentially a prick who is just, he's just an asshole. Manny's a bit of a dunce, but he's like nice, and then Fran is a drunk. And
That's
yeah,
basically it.
she's essentially the woman friend, the middle ground between the two.
Yeah, she's the most reasonable though.
So we have
Manny-
the id, the super ego, and the ego.
essentially, yeah. Could be all, well, not all. Manny doesn't really drink as much. Fran and Bernard drink all the time.
Well, I love Bernard because he's just an unapologetic asshole.
Bernard. I like there's one time where like Bernard leaves and all the customers are like, oh, he's gone, and then they all flood into the store to shop because he always kicks out the customers and stuff. He's gone. We can shop now.
And then everything sells out.
Like, Manny, what did you do? I sold all your books. Well, now I got to call the book place, and I have to restock, and I have to do all kinds of things.
And have to price them.
They price them. Manny.
Or when they become a cafe. Not,
Joystick and Mari drew a map to your rendezvous point.
They were the one where you have to teach the gangster how to read.
That you were overrun. I didn't realize it would be this bad.
He wrote a book, right? He's an evil, bloodthirsty, murdering gangster. Like, oh, you're going to read your book. He's like, yeah, I'm going to read my book on Sunday. By the way, could anyone teach me to read?
Good to see you.
Sorry, I couldn't be.
he used a ghostwriter.
Use a ghostwriter to do it.
The same one that did the Spice Girls.
Already gone. It's too high.
And then like Fran had to come in. That's the one where Fran actually gets a regular job, and she has no idea what to do because no one tells her what to do. She just like walks
But
in.
she bosses people around, and then she gets like a pat on the back.
She got a promotion by giving a nonsense presentation by going, "Are we, or are we not a company?" And everyone claps, and she gets a promotion. And from this nonsense, and she starts bossing everyone around. And then she calls everyone she has nicknames like the fat lady she calls Fatty, and the guy with the spots on his face he has called Spotty, and the guy who plays with his balls near the water cooler. And then
I'm pretty sure it's him jacking off, not playing with his balls.
She calls the guy who plays with his balls. That's what I know that because when they sign the card, they sign it Fatty, Spotty, and guys who plays with his balls by the water cooler.
I love the idea that that's their actual names.
That's their actual names. Let's see. Mums were mentioned. Mums. Now that's a show we got to watch. Like we got to watch that, and I can put that on Gumroad. They're pretty funny.
You know, but we'll do that sometime. We'll watch Black Books.
My friend and I's favorite.
Sounds like a plan to me.
My friend and my favorite episode is the one with the wine, where they do the house sitting and they actually drink this miracle wine.
Yeah, it's a wine brewed by
grapes grown on a rose bush.
Yeah, it's really expensive. It's like the wine fit for kings, and he's going to give one to the Pope. It's that important, and it's worth like $300,000.
Yeah, it's like really expensive, and they drink it all like party wine. It's crazy.
So they have to invent a new wine to rival the wine fit for Jesus, and it ends up killing the guy. It kills the Pope.
And then it's like, oh, Bernard, look, and it has a headline of "Man detained for killing the Pope."
It's for killing the Pope.
And then Bernard goes, "Oh my goodness, it's my birthday."
It's my birthday. He has no idea.
It's hilarious. It's like we gotta do something to make it up. We could pencils. We get him a box of pencils. Yeah, yes. I think though that if you're going to get a man like a box of pencils for drinking his wine, you should have magical pencils. Like you draw something, draw a cow comes to life. That sort of thing.
You can quote this show almost perfectly.
I can quote a lot of things, and it's kind of crazy.
Sounds like you've watched it multiple times.
You see me with American Psycho.
Never seen Lit Dev this obsessive about anything that's British.
I like
That's
a lot
not
of British
American
things.
Psycho.
Don't you know my very author is Neil Gaiman? He's pretty British.
Oh, so you're a
Anglophile.
Anglophile. There you go. That's
I'm like,
the word I was looking
Lee Child's wife. Like Lee Child is a what are they called? What's it when you're obsessed with America? What was it? Yankee? Like he loves
No.
Lee Child's he's from Britain.
It's either File or Boo. Freedom Booze. Was it Freedom Booze? I think it's Freedom Booze.
But he's one of those guys. Like Lee Child is obsessed with America. He lives in New York. He's a Yankees fan. He married his wife, who is an Anglophile from America. So like, kind of fit.
Sounds like the perfect match.
Yeah. Okay. So, but of course, they moved to America, and he's a Yankees fan. But I mean, she marries a British man, so that's fine. But he was the original canceled guy. He wrote Jack Reacher because he got fired from the BBC because they didn't like him. He fired him over why he was on vacation. He came back, he was fired. So he's like, I have no other skills other than writing stories, so I'm just gonna write a book and see how that goes. And then he wrote Jack Reacher. They're pretty well though.
The funny thing is that I remember when Erie met me, she claimed that she didn't get like what the fuss was about British accents. She claimed that she's not an Anglophile, and then suspiciously after we've spent some time together, she just magically becomes an Anglophile. I don't know what happens. And all of a sudden, she's really complimenting my British accent.
All of a sudden, all these things you once grew up with are actually British.
Oh yes, that was a very painful revelation for me. I had
the sheep is
idea.
British.
All the stuff is British.
Yeah, Bob.
The favorite
Builder
part is Shaun the
British.
sheep. Why would you think Shaun the sheep was American?
I was an idiot child
There's
when
no
I
sheep
watched
in America.
it, and they didn't speak at all. So I'm like, must be American then.
Turns out
Be
your
American
childhood
or
was
forever
Britain.
behold your silence. And then, so yeah, Shaun the Sheep is British. Bob the Builder, I had no idea was British. Christian Bale is British.
Yeah, Christian Bale's British.
That still blows my mind because he's the American Psycho. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's American Psycho, but he's British.
And for some reason, he uses his American accent in Howl's Moving Castle. When
I don't know
he
why.
should be
Everyone else is
using-
British in the movie.
Exactly. So I'm like, he's got to be American then. Nope, he is not.
The funny thing about American Psycho is that he played Patrick Bateman, obviously, but then his mother was a Playboy bunny when she was younger, and she protested the film for being sexist. Usually, Playboy bunnies like they become resentful because they're Playboy bunnies and they get kicked out. You know?
Sounds like pot calling the kettle black, you know? No, son, you can't do this movie. It's so sexist. Meanwhile, I want to go to this sketchy mansion with all these men in scantily clad clothes and
That's fine.
bunny ears, y'all. See you around. Smell you later, kiddo.
Patrick Batman.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna see a similar thing with like OnlyFans. The moment when they grow up and they lose their looks, they're gonna end up, being quite resentful towards OnlyFans. What the fuck?
I'm resentful of the men because like, why don't you give him money anymore? They won't understand.
Push it.
I don't know why, but like Bob the Builder was my biggest British revelation to me. I had no idea it was British.
I thought he was Latino because everyone I knew who was a builder was Hispanic.
Well, they still had one. It was Handy Manny. I'm not sure if you know Handy.
Maybe that was it. That was it.
Yeah, Handy Manny was like a Hispanic like contractor guy, and he had talking tools, and yeah.
I like that guy. That guy's awesome.
Yeah, Bob the Builder. I could see him being Hispanic. But yeah, there was one character in Bob the Builder that I liked, but then for some reason they only switched him to the British dub, and I hated him. Y'all know like the talking scarecrow Spud from Bob the Builder.
I think so.
Yeah, he sounded fine. in the American dub, and I thought that was the original dub. And for some reason, they changed his dub back to British, but just him. And he has like this annoying squawky voice, you know what I mean? You know, and it was so irritating. And I remember I wanted to strangle him as a child.
You okay? Speaking of irritating voices, did you know? Remember that what was it called? Red Alert 3. It's on sale. Well, at least it was for $5. Would it be worth getting, Shiny? That's the one where like, we're going to the last place untainted by capitalism.
That was it. Yeah, that's it.
It's
I am escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
That was it.
Space.
Is that worth?
Yeah,
is that worth getting?
Honestly, I've never played it. I've only ever like watched people talk about it, and it's considered to be one of the like inferior of the game. I think the second game is referred to as the best.
I have the second one. The second one's amazing.
So yeah, it probably is. It's worth getting the third one.
I played a lot of the Command and Conquer games. Red Alert. They're usually pretty good. But I mean that one has what's his name in there? I think
Gina Carano.
No, it has what's his name? The main guy. He plays it.
It's got a lot of people in there. It's got J.K. Simmons. It's got
J.K. Rowling.
Hasselhoff.
It has the Hoff in there.
Yeah, it has Hasselhoff. He's a vice president.
It sounds crazy, but I just don't like the premise of I have to play Russia, where they.
No, you don't. You have to play Russia.
I want to fight Russia. I don't want to be Russia.
Yeah, you can. In the third game, you have the option of the Rising Sun Empire, or you can play the Russians, the Soviet Union, or you can play the Allies, which is basically just America.
Yeah, I'll play America.
Yeah, just America.
America.
America. Also, I don't know what's up, but something about America. Even though we are neighbors with Canada, I never hear anything happening in Canada ever.
I only
hear
they're extremely isolated.
I hear things about what he's doing in Canada. We're like, oh, it's evil. Oh, look, we're concentration camps that you have to pay for yourself. Basically, what's his name? He's just Hitler over there. He's just putting people in concentration camps. Trudeau.
When the EU essentially hates what you're doing, you know you're fucked up.
Yeah, it's like how do people? I'm pretty sure at this point I wouldn't put it past him to just cheat the voting system because he's just that corrupt.
He does because he calls elections when he's favoring in the polls, and he has the power of calling elections.
He's pretty broken to me. I think Prime Minister of Canada needs to be nerfed. Get on those devs.
Well, they wanted to move it to the representative of the Queen that can only call elections, but then I think it's something console royal something blah blah blah, like the official title. But essentially, in Canada, the quotation marks representative of the Queen, or sorry, the King now. Sorry, because
God save the King.
She also he's under the sway of Trudeau, so.
Oh.
Yeah, it would be basically pointless to put the King's representative in charge of calling elections.
Yeah, Trudeau is like super villain evil. Like he's kind of crazy. And he did blackface.
What's hilarious is there's people like what was his face? John Oliver that unironically support him. It's insane. The fact that anyone can support Trudeau.
This is why you need to take John Oliver back immediately.
I don't want him back.
The guy sucks.
There's a reason why he's over there, and that's because he's a failed comedian.
Is there a reason why we get all the sucky British people because they fled?
Yes, because they sucked over here, and then because
they can make it over here.
Unironically, John Oliver is a failed comedian over here in the UK, and then he went to the US, and he was the funniest thing ever, according to Americans.
Oh boy. Orange man bad. Ha 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 ha.
It's current year. Oh yes, very funny, John Oliver. It is current year, but it's current year. Yes, I got to understand. I think he came up with Drumpf, which is like supposed to be the funniest thing ever. Like
he came up with the Drumpf thing, and then he made an app that on Google Chrome that replaced every time it says Trump with Drumpf.
Like, they really tried hard to make that the funniest thing ever, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't funny. And even okay, here's a cringe thing. I used to think John Oliver was funny when I was 16. Okay, look, I was a different time. I was a different person.
I wasn't a clone yet.
I disavow
myself.
I don't like John Oliver,
and I disapprove of
what he did.
Of what he did.
Oh, yes. Glib let me know that Sam Hyde actually has a Gumroad. I didn't know that. That sounds awesome. I want to see how much it is.
Thanks, PD.
That sounds incredible. Does it have all the Sam Hyde stuff at my fingertips? Would be fantastic.
I'm almost at the Shadowlands.
The power of Sam Hyde.
Power of Sam Hyde.
The palm of my hands.
A living meme.
Oh, by the way, did you know that they let Chris Chan out of jail?
Yeah, somebody bailed him out, I think.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate, Chris Chan, and QAnon Shaman all out of jail around the same time.
And QAnon Shaman?
And QAnon Shaman. QAnon Shaman was let out of jail after they released the tapes, and they saw that, oh, this is not an insurrection. It was people taking selfies in the Capitol.
Oh, shit.
They let him in. You know what? I'm going to be honest, because I have no clue what to make of January 6th. None whatsoever. Because
I think it's so contradictory.
It is. Because the way I see it is like those on the right wing took the Capitol. They wanted to. And then, from my point of view, this is only from my point of view.
The Jedi.
It's like, no, it's like the right was doing the thing that they were condemning the left for. The left was rioting. The left was, doing like all the George Floyd protesting and causing a lot of mayhem. Meanwhile, the right did the same thing. So to me, that looks like hypocrisy. Like I don't know anything else.
What the tapes revealed was that they just walked into the Capitol. That they were let in. The doors were open for them. The Capitol Police were letting them in, and were actually like giving tours almost. There's like that's why there's like an 80-year-old lady who's in there. Oh, hello everyone, and just taking doing the guide rails and everything. It was like some random cringe guys who came in there and started doing the ruckus and the stuff like that. Those guys should be punished. Like Bake Alaska, I'm glad he had to go to jail. But the other one was there was another tape where there was a guy with a MAGA hat saying they're entering the Capitol. This is our Capitol. What are you doing? He's yelling at the police, and the police are just standing there doing nothing, letting it happen.
Even Alex Jones was on the ground saying, "Hey, look, they're going to use this against us. Stop before this was all over CNN, and they did it anyway."
And the thing is, with the when they unleashed Trump's Twitter account, one of the last few tweets he said was, "Go peacefully to the Capitol. Do not commit violence." Like he's ordering people not to engage in any violence or rioting or anything like that.
Right.
So the whole aspect of him saying, "Go attack the Capitol" is just nonsense. It's so easily debunked.
But it's like I don't know what to make of it because there's so much contradiction, and it just looks. And to me, as someone who's like not as politically aligned anymore, it looks really, really bad.
It's supposed to.
I guess, but like they'll be like, "Oh, it was Antifa's fault," and I'm like, "Where?"
They had the little posters out there where they said, "Okay, on January 6th, wear MAGA hats and dress up as Trump supporters, so we can do horrible things, and they will get blamed for it."
I mean, there's no evidence that it was taken at the time, or
The only thing we have evidence for is a video
who they were,
and then the videotapes revealed that it wasn't exactly this whole big ruckus that everyone's talking about. So, it was just soon after Tucker Carlson released the videotapes, like, I guess QAnon Shaman's free.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have any idea what to make of it, and everyone just like says two completely, like, not just two, but multiple completely different things about it. And I'm like, I have no idea what's true about January 6th anymore. It just looks like it's something that happened, and I cannot say anything for certain what actually did happen. Does that make sense?
So far, all the big people that the so-called puppet masters like Alex Jones, Trump, it's provable that they said go peacefully. That's also been proven. Like, be peaceful, don't commit any crime, things like that. Then you have the America First guys who came in there, and like, those guys are actually alt-right guys, and which I was happy to see them go to jail. That's pretty funny. I found it hilarious. They deserve it. Those guys are awful. Like Bake Alaska, I like seeing him go to jail. That guy's awful. He deserves some jail time. In fact, he deserved more. Like, I'm pretty sure he sold out a bunch of people to get a month. Like, he broke into Nancy Pelosi's office, got a month in prison. Like, does this seem right?
I don't know. I honestly have no clue. And it's like, both sides say so one side will say it's a protest and then nothing happened. The other will be like, oh, it was an insurrection. It was a disruption. It was even worse than 9/11, which of course I know it's not.
It's probably somewhere in the middle. Like, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I can't find the middle. That's the thing. I can't find any concrete truths about January 6th.
They hid it all. It's like we need to be this evil insurrection to blame Trump with, and then boom, they hit the
and
tapes.
then all I remember was seeing it on the news, and I was just thinking, this just makes our side look so terrible and just invalidates every stance that we've ever had. Because then, when one side does something, because when the left does something, they'll be crazy about it. And they do. And then the right, complains like, oh, look how crazy the left is. Oh my gosh, how could they? Look how far they're taking it. Jeez. And then as soon as the right just steps out of line just even a little bit, then the left could just basically just pull a reverse Uno and be like, oh, look what the right's doing. Oh, January 6th, we'll never forget, yo. Never forget.
Like moral
it's like, come on.
It's like, oh, the entire side that I disagree with is immoral because of this specific reason that they use as reference.
Right. It's like when you have siblings, right? And then the younger sibling just gets away with everything, and then the older one's like, "Mom, look what he's doing. Mom, look, Mom." And then the mom is just turning a blind eye. And then the moment that the older sibling steps out of line, how could you? Like, I expected more from you. Like it's like that. Does that make any sense at all? It just looks it's just a weird dynamic between the left and the right, where it's just January 6th is just the culmination of just no one can seem to get to the bottom of what's true about it. Does that make sense at all?
You'll be left behind.
I think so.
Move out.
Come on. We're going to find Tarkle.
So it's like,
Hope these don't freak Grease out.
I don't know what to believe in.
To me, it has nothing to do with me. So
because you're British.
I like when you came out and said like, Trump, not my president, on like when Biden got elected, and everyone was like, he's your president. Like, no, I'm British.
No, I said I don't care what's happening. He's not my president. And then that did happen. Yeah, I forgot about that.
That was funny.
Like Americans thinking I care.
He's not my president. Like, oh, yeah, he is. He's your president. You gotta suck it up. Like, no, I'm British. This is literally not my president.
One thing that did bother me for a while, I did talk to Glib about it eventually, was that the fact that Morning Nonsense to me at least has always been kind of like a fun thing that we talk about media, and then every time Glib come on, he was always rant about like whatever was in the political news that day.
Oh yeah.
It was very like it wasn't the purpose of Morning Nonsense. It wasn't Saigon of a card. It was us talking about Star Wars or what's happening with Star Trek this week or what's happening with Marvel.
I even stopped covering videos that IEFAP. I don't even do that much anymore. The last time I did that was with Ben Shapiro, only because he covered John Wick 4. I want to see what he said about it.
It's funny how we used to do a lot of video coverage, and then it was just kind of changed over time.
I just prefer to do other things. I don't really want to do the EFAP thing. It's just that's that kind of their shtick, and it kind of bores me to do that every single day. It's just anger. It's just like, that's dumb, and then just bunk it. All right, let's talk about things I like.
Yeah.
We now we just kind of talk about articles.
Yeah, and What's
And
in
we
there?
use that as conversation starters. Because we never finished videos either.
Yeah.
Because we only use them as conversation starters, in which the articles that report on similar news can just do the exact same thing.
It's actually a bingo thing. The video goes unfinished.
The video goes unfinished.
I don't finish a video.
Yeah, I actually like joined Morning Nonsense like as just a chat, as just someone in the chat because it was like free writing advice. You know, I was like, cool guy who's a literature major or a master's. I can't. I don't-
I have a degree.
Majors or masters?
I didn't go to masters yet. It's like I was going to, but everyone I've ever heard, I did research, and everyone who actually did get their masters like, don't do it.
Oh,
it's a waste of time and money. I just get the major, just get the degree, and that's about as good as you get.
yeah. But I was like, hey, a guy with a literature major who knows what he's talking about as far as like narrative structure and all that stuff, just giving free advice. It feels illegal almost.
You absolutely don't need a degree to understand writing.
Really don't. Not really.
You need someone who knows about writing to teach about writing.
Yeah, but it's just you need to know the
At the
knowledge.
same time, I've never had anyone which taught me. Everything I learned about writing mostly came from let's say just watching movie criticisms at the same time as like problems I would find in shows, as well as just reading in general, as well as films. It's something that you can. It's helpful to have someone that can teach you. It's even more helpful if you do get a degree in it, but it's not a requirement. There are plenty of paths that you can go down to understand writing.
Many needed knowledge. The thing is, it's different now. Where it's like, oh, I have a degree, therefore I'm right. Where it used to be, I have right. Oh, do you have a degree? Well, yes, I do.
Well, yeah, because during the first edition streams, it was like, oh, he knows what he's talking about as far as Kisho Tenketsu, Circle Theory, the hero's journey, etc., etc. I'm like, oh, cool, free writing advice.
Remember what was her face that was obsessed with the hero's journey, and then she came up with the heroine's journey.
And there was another one called, it was actually a feminist literature book called The Heroine's Journey, which is basically one of the students of Joseph Campbell was like, I don't really like this thing because men usually go on the journey. And so I'm gonna make my own journey.
We're gonna make up our own thing.
Yeah, make my own journey. It's called The
And
Heroine's
wasn't
Journey.
one of them like the worm baby or something like that?
I don't remember that part.
It was something crazy. It made
always
more
funny
sense.
when out of the blue, or Wit and Folly, that was it.
Wit and Folly, yeah.
We covered so many people on the Smudcast and Morning Nonsense that it's difficult to kind of remember all of them, and they all kind of fade together. So that there's at times where someone just reminds me of like this video that we covered at some point, or that you'll talk about, or even someone like I'll see on Twitter, like what's her face that popped up recently. The woman with who overexposed her lighting so that she looked pale white like a ghost, and then she had a giant porg in the background. Jenny Nicholson? Yeah, I think it's Jenny Nicholson. Remember her?
Kind of ring the bell. Kind of.
Well, I don't know if you'd ever seen it, but essentially it was a person that we watched a few times on the Smudcast. Oh, another person I got reminded of when I randomly saw his video on YouTube was one of the Star Wars guys, but he had the giant poster of that worm from Rise of Skywalker.
Sorry.
This is a question for Litdev.
Oh, Litdev. Say nothing if you agree. All right, he agrees. Yeah. That's something that I love to tease Matt about. Like sometimes he'll just leave and then
it was something gold. I don't think it's Asmongold. I don't think.
Yeah. I mean,
but yeah, it's all the times that we'll just randomly come across these people. It's like, oh, I remember him or her.
Yeah.
and all the insane arguments that they used to come up with.
Dr. Crow, don't you dare. Hey, Litdev, say nothing if Eerie should draw my book for free. You better not.
Execution.
These spider things are so ugly.
They are.
Just something about like the fat thorax and the hair bits. It's so gross looking.
Look at
It's
it.
got 8 eyes.
Got a fat behind. It's got a big bottom.
It just kind of reminds me of my my old pet jumping spider, but so much less cute. I had a pet jumping spider for like 1 week in my first semester, and then I let him go.
You mean you kept him prisoner?
I just put her in a little jar, and it was really, really small and really cute. You know, there were
I
like
think I
fire
did that
ants
when I was
outside.
5.
What, keep bugs?
Yeah, keep a spider.
Oh. Well, it might seem a bit immature, but jumping spiders are cute, you know?
I don't know. To me, a spider's a spider. I don't really care.
That's where we're supposed to meet Tarkin.
I always find it. Okay, so whenever I've lived outside of home, so I used to live at student accommodations in a building. So essentially, it was a big building that used to be a hospital, and one corridor was for guys and one corridor was for girls. I remember that whenever there was a fucking spider in one of the girls' rooms, who was the fucking person that had to go in and get it? Me. Because like, hey, are you awake? And it's like 12 o'clock, and I was like thinking, what the fuck is it now? So, there's a spider in my room. It's like, okay. And the exact same thing happened. So you might think living with 4 girls in your house is going to be a hoot. Trust me, it's not. It's really not. Because if they love one thing, love drama.
Oh, yeah.
I remember when I mentioned to my friends that I'm living with 4 girls in my house. Their minds all went to dirty places. Like, oh, he's gonna get it on. It's like, no, that's not what happens. Because all the girls just love drama. And guess who gets stuck in the middle of it? It's me. And like I'm like I can't take anyone's side in anything. So essentially whenever they complain about each other, I'm like, yeah, yeah, of course.
You don't want to make any enemies, yeah.
Well, because I still want to get along with all of them. I don't want it to be difficult living in this house.
Glad you made it. This
Yeah.
is Tarful.
Dr. Crow wants to know how I knew the spider was a her. Because you can tell. I looked it up online. You can sex spiders. You can
Yeah.
figure out like what the gender of a spider
You
is.
go on Twitter and they tell you the pronouns.
Basically, you put no cards with she, her, and he, him, and whatever, or they, them, and then the spider will walk to whichever one. And he says, "You're afraid of stink bugs, but not afraid of spiders." Okay, jumping spiders can be tiny, but stink bugs, they're like the size of.
They last forever.
Yeah, they're gross. They're nasty.
Sorry, I interrupt you. I just remembered who it was. The Gold Man. That was it.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, I remember
That's the guy I was trying to think of.
He did the
I
whole thing
remember
about this cringe defense of the sequel movies.
Yeah, and
Difference of opinion.
he had that giant worm in his background, that big cutout
Yeah, I
from one of
remember
the Rise of Skywalker.
Didn't the Star Wars girl come on to help us
Yeah,
debunk
she
him?
came on out of the blue, and she the first comment she made about him was, "How does he bring girls back to his place with that
thing in this room?"
Because like the first thing me and voice in the radio noticed was like, how do you go to sleep with that thing staring at you in your room?
It's very creepy. It's a very creepy. I think that was like his channel name or like his group name. It was in there, that worm thing. I forgot what it was called though.
Yeah.
I even got a comment recently that said on one of my old Star Wars videos that Goldman already debunked all of these points.
That is
okay.
the ugliest looking Wookiee I've ever seen rendered.
Yeah,
ever.
the fur isn't rendered extremely well. There's also I think there's a texture glitch right here. Look.
Oh, his hand.
I don't remember the texture glitch being there. Oh no, is it a texture glitch? No, his hand's just really fucked up.
Yeah, it looks like it.
His hand is just fucked to hell. I
They're
don't
just
remember
praying
that
you don't
glitch being
notice.
there. No, but I didn't remember it being there. And I've seen it on a few of the Wookiees.
The Empire can't take our compassion.
Yes, it can. The Empire.
They might take our homes, but they'll never take our compassion.
The Empire provides prosperity, unity, love, peace, opportunity.
Peace, freedom, something in my new empire. Your new empire.
Your new empire. Right? They just to democracy. That's dumb, Obi-Wan. Democracy's dumb. What I say.
Also, might I add, I'm so sorry. I was thinking about the jumping spider. Jumping spiders are like tiny, tiny puppies. They act like dogs, but small.
It'd be a cool superhero name, Jumping Spider.
Yeah, because like they'll look at you with their 8 eyes, and like 2 of them are like really big, and they will like watch what you're doing. And there's a video online where there's this this woman, and she's like knitting something, and the spider was like imitating with its little legs like the knitting that she was doing. It was so cute. And also Lucas the Spider. Just look up Lucas the Spider on YouTube. It's the cutest thing ever.
It's CGI though, it's not real.
Huh?
It's CGI, it's not real.
I know, but like he is realistic looking enough, and he's cute, you know? He's a cutie.
By the way, last night there was also a purge in Conan Exiles, and I think I was watching Nina Infinity's stream when she was streaming Conan Exiles, and she was in Shad's place because all the women just moved in with Shad. They all have rooms in his castle, so like she was looking through chests for things, and apparently Shad has like a chest full of like what was it? Slaves. He has a chest full of slaves.
What?
Like what? Like a chest full like metal. Chest full of weapons, chest full of slaves. Because once you break,
as you do,
once you break an NPC, they become like object you can carry around.
I didn't know that Shad became an owner of a brothel.
Apparently, he's got there's like a chest full of like a bunch of like fighters and blacksmiths, all in one little chest. Like, oh, he got a chest full of dudes for some reason.
One of the main reasons all the girls have just gone to him is so that they don't have to play the game properly. Like they just get to leech off him.
Yeah, I mean, he makes them like that's exactly what happened. He just makes them epic armor. He gives them like iron golems.
That's the real way you get women, apparently.
Giant weapons. Yeah, that's why they call him Shaddy Daddy.
Shaddy Daddy.
Yeah, the nickname is Shaddy Daddy because he provides everything: water, food, everything, prosperity.
Sheesh.
Az and I, on the other hand, have built our own buildings. I built a tower in the middle of everyone else's civilization.
How many people are on the server?
I had no idea. I'm not really sure.
But is it like a heavily populated place or quite sparsely populated?
Kind of sparse. I mean, it's like 10 people, maybe.
PvP?
No PvP. Like it's all working together to conquer the bosses and the world bosses. We had a lot of world bosses.
No, not rockets.
The purges can be intense.
No.
Firing on the enemy. Jedi's hurting.
Fuck off.
Who gave that guy? Who gave that guy a rocket launcher? Like, why would you fire a rocket launcher at a Jedi?
That could be quite effective.
You should arm a bunch of guys with flamethrowers. Flamethrowers probably defeat Jedi.
Oh yeah. I'm one hit and I'm down, and I took down every single one of them.
Heck yeah.
Ginger power.
No. No.
Only a ginger.
Go
Call
Power
another
of the
ginger.
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 That whole video is just a massive innuendo, and I love it. Only a ginger could call another ginger.
Two G's, an ER, an N, and an I.
It's because we've reclaimed it as our own. Doesn't mean you can use it. Something like that.
This is the South Park episode where Cartman becomes a ginger. He makes like a ginger cult.
You think the Empire would have come after Kashyyyk so hard if we hadn't intervened? The Jedi are.
Man, I gotta watch more South Park. I just don't know where to watch it.
I think it's on HBO Max.
Mm-hmm.
I just endanger them again.
I know that there was the one where what was it, Kenny and Token were doing TikToks, and they were making fun of TikTok, as well as what was it, like Cartman's like little angel thing was Kanye West.
Oh yeah, is that the one that turned him into Kanye West?
Yeah.
Turned him into Ye. On misgender Kanye.
Then he keeps like spreading like all these Jewish conspiracies. It's really, yeah.
And he's like, I think he doesn't take his medicine and he goes back to normal or something.
I think, yeah. He just had to take his meds and that's it. Dr. Crow's Chronicle. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Ye is fine now because he according to Ye, he watched 21 Jump Street with Jonah Hill, and now he likes Jewish people again.
Okay. All right. Like, mentally, this guy is obviously not well.
He's a genius, apparently, according to Kanye.
Apparently.
I love that even when Alex Jones is trying to give you like ways out, and he just kept not taking it. Like, it's just hilarious.
So you like the uniforms, and that's it, right? He's like, no.
There's a lot of things I love
about Sam Hyde. A lot of things.
Oh man, Dr. Crow's Carnival Comics. Hey Erie, I wrote up 2 pages of notes that explain a bunch of stuff going over Red Squirrel's backstory and pre-book lore. Do you want me to send this over to you now or wait till after the semester is over? Yeah, just send it over so that way I can just read it. I have not been able to get to anything art related, commission related, even video related, even though I was doing pretty well. Simply because, my schoolwork's been taking up all my time. But, once this semester's over, I'm set for life. You know what I mean? At least I hope I am. That's how STEM degrees are supposed to work, right?
It's supposed to give you a job for life. Supposed to.
Supposed to. It's supposed to. It's a weird looking dude. He's like very yellow underneath all that black.
It's a girl.
I am a woman.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to misgender.
On my planet, I was the most beautiful and fertile woman on my planet.
Let me guess. She's the enemy, right?
Yeah, she's the boss for this level.
Ah, I see.
This is roundabout where I was when I last finished playing this on my birthday.
Yeah.
Okay, now cut it off here. So it's the same person.
And I remember I couldn't make it, so I apologized. And it ended up that we just talked all night. We just texted each other back and forth.
Yeah, because I invited you to my birthday, and then you didn't reply.
Sorry.
We've known each other for over a year now. That's weird.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Yeah. Dr. Crow, she has bigger boobs than most Marvel heroes.
She does.
And that was the start of a beautiful friendship.
You're just friend zoning me here live on stream.
No, I'm not. And then it became something more. Okay, it became even more than that. It's the understatement of the century.
So good friends.
No, that's not what I meant.
What even is that lady you're fighting?
I don't know. She's one of the aliens from the sequels.
Sequel? I don't remember that. I don't remember those things.
It was one of the background ones.
What is that?
Big Bird.
The Knights is called. On second thought, she listens to their transmissions. Better find out on her own.
See, insult to the human race, got it. But you were good friends first. That is the most important. That is a very important step. See, I get what I mean.
I think it's funny. Our first conversation was insulting each other.
Yes. Haha, you're British, so you're stupid. Haha,
You,
you're
you tried to get
American.
me on
You're stupid.
with the fact that what was it? The Rule Britannia says Britain will never be slaves.
Yeah, because I'm like, oh, when were they ever slaves? That's a weird statement.
It's poetic way of saying that we'll never give up and we'll never surrender.
Yeah.
Like we'll never be conquered by anyone. Fuck you all.
Dun 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 dun.
The official one will always be the anime version for me.
Oh,
The anime version.
Britannia rules the waves.
Anime rules the waves.
Never will be slaves. It's great. Why the fuck isn't that national anthem? Why is it God Save the Queen? God Save the Queen kind of sucks.
Well, now it's God Save the King, I guess.
I know it's God Save the
Oh,
King.
God Save the King.
There is no Santa Claus. There is no Easter Bunny.
Easter
and there is no
Bunny.
Queen of England.
that joke is now like
It's really good
It's
now.
going to be really aged for anyone that grows up now watching that film.
There is no Queen of
Ah.
England. There
That,
isn't.
that film
The
aged
original
very
joke
well.
is that she is real and now she's gone. So he's what he's saying is completely true.
There is no Queen of England.
That aged
Nope.
like
Ow.
fine wine. But at the same time, it's also a tongue-in-cheek joke if you really think about it. Because like kids who actually do believe in Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny know, haha, the Queen of England is real.
So is the Easter Bunny.
So he's wrong, you know.
Superman would disagree because Superman also believes in Santa Claus.
Yeah. I wonder how he makes it around the world in one night. That's always baffled me.
There's multiple Santa men, I think.
Oh, he has
Santa
helpers?
people.
Yeah.
You say Santa people, you gotta be
Well,
inclusive.
no, they have to be men because they have to lift a bunch of toys. Or coal if they're in a poor area.
If they're in a poor area. And I still don't understand how
Wasn't
the Tooth
there,
Fairy, has all that money. Is she rich? I don't know.
Was there a Danish like Christmas tradition, or was it an Easter tradition that was essentially blackface?
Oh, wasn't it like Sinterklaas or something?
Yeah, but
And,
it
like,
was. I think
one
it was
of his main
an
elf was a
Easter or
black
Christmas
guy.
tradition. Yeah. No, I think it was Christmas. Yeah. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, I was gonna check my ability. Oh, but I can't check that here.
See, growing up in a Catholic family, I grew up with Saint Nicholas.
Yeah.
It's Saint Nicholas is coming to your house.
Santa
Base
Claus.
Saint Nicholas.
Saint Claus.
We've almost been on for 6 hours.
Have we? Oh, I haven't even.
Yeah.
The times have flown by.
Time flies when you're having fun, you know?
Ow! Ow!
Need an assist.
Did you say penises?
That's the one thing you hear.
Penises, and then he gets fully healed.
He said need an assist.
Penises.
Right here, BD.
Right here, Peenie.
Come on, hit me.
Shows where
Hit
your
me.
mind is at.
Hit me.
I want you to do it. I want you to.
Ow.
job. I like my job. I like it a lot.
Hit me! Hit me! Hit me! Hit me! Stop! Yeah, that's right.
I don't know why, but I'm like, when you stab it, I just want like something nasty to like bleed out, like
blood.
some kind of pus or something.
Goo.
Right. Because they're nasty looking.
Hey, BD, let's go.
What the? Oh, there. It's just a random stormtrooper helmet.
The stormtrooper was dragged here by some type of creature. And scary.
Stormtrooper
You
drag
think?
show.
I think Grease is gonna like this one.
So, Lithead,
hope
how's
it doesn't get too
Dr. Alpha doing these days?
I was doing great. He's doing like
Yeah.
He's on his 9,000th crunch, I think, in a row. And I'm hoping to get to page. I was talking to my my artist. I was like, can we get to page 60 by the end of April? And so that's our goal right now, which will leave 16 more to go. And then Anthony Figueroa is working on the back cover, and the next set of 10 pages are being colored at the moment. And I already paid for half of the lettering for the book. So it's going pretty well. And I commissioned the artwork for a trading card. So it should be coming in as well. And hopefully I might be able to, we might be streaming with Narwhal next week, which would be awesome.
Narwhal. Who's
And
Narwhal?
Narwhal's he's a writer in Comics Gate, very well known. He's-
Nice.
So of all the comics I've read, that I backed and I've read, he's probably
For
the
generations,
best
the Wookiees made a
I've
pilgrimage
read.
to the top.
Narwhal is actually really good. He's a really good writer. I was really, really impressed.
Sorry, I was just scrolling through Twitter looking for some kind of conversation starter. Like, give me some news.
Something
please.
to get angry at.
What to talk about?
Something.
I can't wait for them to send Trump to jail and he becomes like this awesome powerhouse man who's like jacked and ripped. Yeah, also I'm
So
working Lady
the-
Midnight as well.
So,
Pretty
okay,
good
Lady Midnight.
progress on that. Pretty cool stuff. Finally, our progress on that.
So what's the basis that Trump's getting arrested again? That he paid off a prostitute.
He paid off
Yeah.
a porn star named Stormy Daniels, and the only reason he's getting, according to this, they're going after him is because he filed it under the wrong thing, like he filed under legal expenses.
Okay. Thing is,
Really,
because
it
it's
should-
not exactly like the kind of thing, like I think everyone's expecting to get him on, and that's because no one's even talking about why he was arrested. It's
Yeah, no one's
only
talking about
that he
why.
was.
Like they want you to assume, like, oh, he's getting arrested for what he did during his presidency. Haha! Like, no, it's
Yeah.
something he did before his presidency, and it was not even real. Like, it's like she's claiming it, but who knows if it's
Mhm.
real or not, true or not. And of course, should she give the money back? Because obviously she's not being quiet about it.
I mean, it was supposed to be hush money.
It would be hush money, and they're going to start getting presidents on hush money. They're
It wasn't
sending a very
exactly
dangerous
a,
president.
a legally enclosed document, was it?
Funny
I
that
mean,
the hush money
we
made her
can-
louder.
But I mean, if they're going to start getting former presidents on hush money, I mean, they're setting a very dangerous precedent.
The funny thing is,
hello,
like,
Bill
the
Clinton.
amount of things that have happened to presidents and all the presidents have done, and they don't get any like repercussions for it. They don't go to jail for
People
some
still think
horrific
Obama's
thing.
a saint.
and yet they and this is the one that goes like gets in trouble. That's what happened during his fucking presidency.
Not even something there's not even something that happened during his presidency.
Yeah, like what? So he paid this woman hush money. Is that like illegal or something? Like,
No, it's the fact that he filed it under business expenses to get tax exemptions.
Yeah, because he tax exemptions.
Oh.
It is a weakness your enemies.
And
So
let
he
me
wrongly
guess,
filed the payment.
the usual suspects are seething or foaming at the mouth.
So now everyone knows it's nonsense. Like everyone is calling it out for what it is. Even Chris Rock is like, "This is nonsense. Don't do this," because everyone knows it's going to backfire in a huge way.
Yeah, and Andrew Tate is being released from jail. Why?
Apparently, I think he repented. He said he was sorry. And
The Steven Universe ending. It's okay, guys. He said he was sorry.
Legitimately, I think that's why they let him out, because he said he was sorry. At least that's what they said is the reason.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry. We're sorry.
So if you want to know a fun trick about this game, you can actually fly.
You're just
He's a keep
spazzing
jumping
in the air.
That's a really good Jedi trick.
Not something the Jedi would tell you.
Not from a Jedi.
But the
But
moment
yeah.
you get double jump, you can glitch the system. Ow, fucking birds.
So Donald Trump is going to jail
Ow.
because
He's being
Because-
they had his trial to see. They didn't have a trial yet, so I think it's gonna be
Nothing's-
set for years later, probably.
years
he-
later.
He had grand jury. I've been on grand jury before. It doesn't send anyone to jail. It's just that they voted that this one case can proceed to a trial.
Oh, okay. And then Andrew Tate is let go because he said he was sorry.
That's what I heard. It is. That's
And then
about
Chris
what I
Chan
heard.
has been let out because
The
someone
world
bailed him
is
out.
screwed over. I mean, no just world would let Chris Chan be on his own. All right.
Oh,
Wait, Chris Chan, the one that said weird things about his mother, he raped
Chris
his mother. or
Chan
something.
is a lot of
Yeah.
things. Okay, there's a
He
whole.
is.
There's someone made a whole channel documenting everything about Chris Chan.
Because he
It's
keeps filming himself and he keeps documenting his whole life, putting it on the internet,
This
and then
guy
it
is
just gets worse and worse.
it's a crazy thing. I can't. If I were to tell you anything about Chris Chan, it would take another 6 hours at the very least to get started.
Just to get started.
Just to get started on this crap.
It's like, I don't know Chris Chan, but at some level, I pity him because he was raised by parents who obviously had serious mental issues. And he obviously has some serious mental issues.
To say the least, yeah.
Huh?
To say the least, he has some.
To
mental
say the least, yeah. And just
He has severe crippling autism that was never treated, and he was coddled his entire life.
yeah, and his mother was like a hoarder, right?
Yeah, major hoarder.
She was a compulsive hoarder. I don't know why the spazzing looks so funny to me.
Ooh, Shad's on.
Can fly.
And then he also invented Sonichu.
Yes,
And
he
then,
invented that in school. It was a school project, and it's like he just made Sonichu by combining Pikachu and Sonic. And he thought that was like the greatest thing that's ever been created on the face of the earth.
Yeah. And then he also has like this headcanon where he's going to have like the fictional and the real universe
The dimensional merge,
collide.
yeah.
Yeah. And he's gonna like meet up with his fictional characters and they're gonna rescue him from this dimension or something. I don't
If you ever
fucking
feel
know.
sorry about your life or sad about anything, go watch
Remember, at
Chris
least you're not
Chan.
Chris Chan.
Yeah, at least you're not Chris Chan.
Is it like well, who's the guy who was shirtless all the time and Ifap was like always having fun with him about him? Sorry,
this guy who's shirtless. Was it that one?
the guy who's shirtless, Ifap. Like, I have a terrible memory when it comes to these things. It's weird. I have a fantastic memory in some cases.
It wasn't Quentin reviews, was it?
No, it wasn't Quentin. It was Quentin wears a shirt. Jared Genesis. That's it.
Oh, that guy. That guy.
Is it like Jared Genesis?
Oh, way worse. Way worse. Garrett Genesis is like Mozart compared to.
I think Jared Genesis called someone the N-word on a stream.
There's Chris Chan does that before breakfast.
He probably has like legitimate learning difficulties.
Chris Chan's he does it. He used to do it before breakfast, like 9 times before breakfast. I mean, it's like this. That's low on the list of Chris Chan stuff.
And then like he admitted on phone of what he did to his mom and then he got arrested.
That's gross. That's so gross. Just keep him in an institution. Like he can't really be on his own.
Yeah, it's like the grossest thing that he's ever done, but he's no stranger to being gross, you know? Because like, didn't he have like a thing around his neck, and that thing like they told him to shove it up his,
Yeah,
and he
because
did.
what happened was that they I know way too much. But
You seem to know way too much.
I watched like the entire series, but like
You did?
Yeah, I watched it all. It's fascinating. But one thing that what happened was because he was so obsessed with Sonichu, he made a Sonichu medallion out of model magic. He made like those clay model things, and he made a Sonichu medallion they loved to death because he's like, I'm Christian Weston Chandler, creator of Sonichu and stuff like that. That's how he always introduced himself. He loves Sonichu. One time he thought he was going to get a video game because he thought a troll tricked him to thinking that he was corresponding with the Nintendo guy.
Oh, Miyamoto.
Yeah, Miyamoto, and that they were going to make a video game about Sonichu for some reason. But he got the medallion, and one troll was able to trick Chris Chan into giving into I forgot what happened, but like somehow the troll got a hold of his PSN account, so he's unable to, and they changed the password and everything. He's unable to access his PlayStation Network account, and so instead of like calling the people and fixing it, he had to talk to the troll, and the troll said, "Okay, here's what you do." And so they made Chris Chan do all kinds of demeaning things in exchange for his PSN stuff back, including shoving the medallion up his butt.
Oh no!
So that was one of it. Like it was that's the story of that. That's how that goes.
Man, Chris had the worst life, in my opinion.
He's also kind of a jerk. So I mean, a really major jerk.
What do you mean?
Like he did horrible things as well. I mean,
I know the thing he did with his mom. So
that's like the latest thing. Was that one time where he went into a GameStop and vandalized it because Sonic's arms are supposed to be tan instead of blue or something like that?
Oh.
And he pepper sprayed a employee because when an employee approached him, I think this is during his trans portion of his life, where he's Christine Weston Chandler at that point. Like I felt unsafe, so it's like came in, destroyed this poster of Sonic, I think who has blue arms, and he's like, Sonic, that's what's that blue arms, and so he just went in there and vandalized the GameStop a little bit, and then ran out. But then one of the employees was trying to stop him, and so he pulled out mace and maced the guy.
My gosh,
that was like that was the last one I think that he made the news for, and he kind of became forgotten again.
Don't they call him like the most documented person on the internet?
And I think of all the history, like he videotapes everything.
He does. But yeah, I feel terrible for him, to be quite honest. Because it's like he had a crap start in life, and then like so many unrectified issues. Then it just devolves and gets worse.
Well, he kind of relied on the whole thing about being lazy, like this. He's like, I'm autistic, so I can't have a job and like that. So basically, don't get a job, just rely on the government, that sort of thing. They went that route. I think he had jobs and always got fired for being like a lazy weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
So he would never want to work. And during his like this famous girlfriend quest, where he's like, I want a boyfriend-free girl, he had that attraction poster listing all the qualities that the girlfriend supposedly needed to have. She always needed to have a good job so that she could pay for everything, and he could sit in his room play video games all day.
Oh,
didn't work, obviously.
So essentially, he wanted to be a woman.
Essentially, he wanted to be a kid forever and just play video games all day, but he also wanted a girlfriend. But he wanted the girlfriend to provide and to buy everything and purchase everything and to pay all the bills and to probably buy.
So what you're saying is women are children.
What?
They never work. They just sit in the kitchen
You're saying
all day.
that women should line themselves along the side of the lobsters.
What you're saying is women should align themselves on the lines of Chris Chan.
Oh, Chris Chan, no.
Let's see. He wanted a girlfriend mommy. That's kind of what he wanted.
That's weird.
Oh boy.
I'm already getting weird vibes to.
You don't even know. That's not even the tip of the iceberg.
What was the video that you showed me that was like really disgusting, in which it was the girl that pretended to be a baby with her boyfriend.
Oh yeah, there was a video of like Love Don't Judge, and there was a woman who was like wearing diapers and with pacifiers and would talk in like a
Isn't that
baby
baby
voice.
fetish thing?
Yeah.
That stuff makes me vomit. Like, I just no.
Yeah.
And then they made
But
the claim
gross.
that, oh yeah, we don't do this outside the house, and then immediately
Yeah.
cut to them
doing it outside
in a
the house.
park with women, with children. Sorry,
With actual children watching.
yeah, like children just in the background. Oh yeah, we don't do
Yeah.
this in public. Proceeds to do it in public.
We
And
didn't
then there
say the
was-
word yet.
And then there was that one with the mother and her daughter both doing OnlyFans, but like the same OnlyFans account.
Oh god, yeah.
And like
And that was really scummy because the mother was very obvious that she was a porn star and then lost her looks and then convinced her daughter to start an OnlyFans that they do together. And it's quite obvious that no one subscribes to their OnlyFans for the mother. It's like it's only the daughter that
Only
they're
for the
subscribed
daughter.
for.
There is no love in this world. There's no humanity.
And one with the force is me. 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 One with the force is
I have to be extremely accurate with my blocks because I'm on Jedi Master difficulty.
Ooh, fancy.
Ooh.
That's easy, right?
But yeah, there's a lot of like weird stuff on Love Don't Judge. Like for instance, there was one that was like a very effeminate man and a very butch woman like together, and he likes to like dress up in heels and like makeup and all that, and she's like into football and all that. And it was like, oh, okay, interesting.
Is that lightsaber one of the lightsabers that spin around and makes him fly?
Yeah. They don't do this in that game though. It's only in Rebels that they do it, and it's so dumb. They just have them fucking fly away like a cartoon villain.
Didn't they make the canon that the spinning does not make it they make them fly? It's the force, and then I think it was an EFAP. Like, why does it spin then? Because it looks cool.
Yeah.
Because it looks cool.
That's one for me.
I bet feminists love this character.
He looks like some.
And ugly, just like
He's
them.
Totally me. Totally me, you guys.
Oh, god damn it.
BD.
This is like the Dark Souls of Star Wars, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. That's what a lot of people actually compare it to.
Look, it had this whole thing where like you die, you sit at a campfire thingy, and then everyone responds.
Yeah.
You're not winning this.
Oh, B. Wrong button.
Quick time event.
B. Oh.
Oh, by the way, I haven't showed you the video of the guy who was very in love with his car.
Oh boy.
Have I ever
think
showed you?
I'm fine.
I don't. Have you seen that one?
I'm fine. I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's like very, very friendly with his car, and it's
Very
like
friendly.
he's just the one car, you know.
There's a video about a guy who has a balloon fetish, but there's like a balloon
Oh,
fetish
balloon
thing.
fetish guy. Yes, I remember him.
But he doesn't like to pop, so he goes to the other room and just kind of videotapes someone else popping the balloon. He said he likes to see
Really?
it pop.
Yes, she's just into like the balloons and like slowly kissing the balloons and rubbing the balloons. It's so weird.
These things are important to know when you're in a writing.
Ow.
area. You have to have a wide reservoir to pull from. If I want to write a weird guy, I can totally give him a balloon fetish.
Yeah, or just make him Sam Brinton, you know, the
Sam Hyde.
luggage stealer guy. Do you remember Sam Brinton?
I don't think so.
You don't remember Sam Brinton? He was he worked for Joe Biden, and he worked for nuclear something, I think nuclear waste or whatever. And he was very openly into puppy play.
First time.
Let's go. But yeah, he was very into like the dog thing. Like he would like dress up as a dog and wear a collar.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That's kind of almost, at this point in America, she's kind of vanilla.
You know,
Let's see. That person says, "Oh, Litab." Well, it seems like one of your video thumbnails was posted on subreddit called Anime Circle Jerk. Is that good? I assume it's not.
Uh-oh.
What is it? When the Western versus Eastern storytelling? I don't know. I guess so.
I won't let you touch them. You can't stop the Empire.
I can stop you.
Bye-bye.
He just took down an Inquisitor.
Hello.
Big Bird.
I thought you were dead.
Man, you were able to defeat her on the first try. Damn.
Every other time I played this game, at least took me like 2 tries, sometimes more than that.
You're okay. We should get back. Seer and Grease are expecting us.
Good that I have gotten better, I guess. There's some really frustrating boss battles in this game, like there's another fallen Jedi. Can't remember his name.
Can't remember the name of it. There's a cook there.
There's a cook there.
Because back then we didn't have Dojo.
Steven Seagal, just out of the blue. Steven Seagal.
I'm surprised JonTron didn't go over the whole thing where, like, the story where he poops his pants. That's a really good story about Steven Seagal.
He what?
Yeah, remember the one where he gets he's like, I can't be knocked down, and so like to put him in a headlock, and immediately starts pooping his pants. You just hear, I forgot who it was. I think he describes it as you hear.
No.
It smelled horrible.
Yeah.
No.
He shot himself, apparently. Steven Seagal comes out of his office. I just read the best script ever. And he's like, oh, who wrote it? Me. Me.
Oh, man. Steven.
Have I showed you the all the Steven Seagal stuff?
I remember us watching the Steven Seagal JonTron video, but anywhere
that's a really good video.
That's only the start. There is so much more to the rabbit hole of Steven Seagal.
I like the fact
I
that
know he's like friends with Putin.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I like that he has a car that can withstand gas attacks. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so he claims essentially Steven Seagal is like that kid in school that claimed his dad worked at Nintendo. Because Steven Seagal comes out and he's like, "Oh, my car, it could be hermetically sealed in case of a gas attack." And then he just starts coming up with all this bollocks, and he always like says, I'm Asian, or I'm like black, or I'm a Russian Mongol, and he'll come up with. He just wants to be special, but he can't be like himself. He has to essentially just fake it till he makes it.
He just wants to be
So,
cool
like,
so bad.
Then he fatly
So,
goes
like,
around
he
corners.
uses what's the martial art that he loves?
Aikido.
Again, it's
Aikido?
Aikido. That's it. And it's
Aikido.
the bullshit martial art that it doesn't do anything. And he's like standing in the middle of the room and he just tosses some people around, and he like everyone like acts surprised, like oh my god,
Oh my
like,
gosh, he did it. Yeah.
He tossed the guy like he was a bag of sand.
If they make like, I want Steven Seagal to play live action Jack Horner. That'd be pretty interesting. They're kind of the same size.
Oh, I found the post on Reddit.
What's the post?
Says r/anime circle jerk. Only just found out this channel exists, and I'm already not convinced. And then it's your woke American comics versus manga.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. And then
Already-
someone comments, "Oh boy, these types of videos. Most people are usually these types of channels side types of Most people are usually on these types of channels side. Sadly, sure, I love when they get called out because they like genuinely make it their do or die mission to make you feel bad for simply liking Superman something, comma. But from my experience, this is a run-on sentence. Jeez. But from my experience,
Apparently, this person
comma,
never learned sentence structure.
but from my experience, comma, even the comment section here will eventually be extremely one-sided, and it always eventually leads to sales, which people usually source from a sketchy random site that no one has even heard, or just be false narratives, or West writers being afraid of maturity and deep topics for something. Period.
What's he even talking about? What did the person even say?
I'll just give you the post. I'll just send it to you.
I think it's kind of funny that LitDev is one of those channels that if you like, it's easy to look at his thumbnails and judge him purely based on that, like, oh, he's going to, the Geeks and Gamers, or it's another nerd erotic. But then in actuality, it lures you in, and then it makes you think, because it's not about that at all. Well, that's the quote from 2012. It's like, oh, you lure them in with comedy and you make them think.
Yeah, you make them think. That's exactly. I learned this trick from Milo Yiannopoulos. You would do this crazy nonsense back when he was good. Everyone loved Milo Yiannopoulos back in the day. But he would do these crazy. He would do these crazy headlines. Like Hillary Clinton read out some of his headlines when she was against Trump, and it was like birth control makes you ugly and fat. And then in the actual body of the post, he gives like facts and figures, not as extreme. That's when he was doing that stuff. But then he got greedy, big, goofy teeth, and that's kind of like a different era of his career for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, you hit him with like something that'll spark an emotion, and then you lure him in with here's my perspective on things, and here's why. Here's some support. And the thing is, it's not even like a right-wing thing. I most commonly use quotes and evidence I get from authors that are good and have good perspectives on writing that are pretty much left-wing. Like everyone I use is like pretty much left-wing, and some of them are TDSers and everything, but they write about writing, so I use them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really care what the politics are. I really don't care what Neil Gaiman's politics are. He's just right about writing.
But it's funny that some people will judge the videos based on like thumbnails and titles, and just automatically assume. JXC had this. JXC, she is very left-leaning. Obviously, it's just that Jay likes to hang out a lot with EFAP. And Jay made a 5-hour-long video criticizing Jodie Whittaker's Doctor Who, like the entire era.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone did the long man bad thing, and then automatically judged Jay for essentially just hating on Doctor Who. It's like, oh, it's another nerd erotic. Oh, it's another Mauler. And it's like, oh, it's just hating. And then there was that one really cringe guy who's like, he claimed the video was 5 hours of hating, and he said, "Oh, point one, Chibnall and Doctor Who era is terrible. Point one, Chibnall is really bad." It's this really condescending voice for like 5 minutes, and he thought he was like owning him, but it was like just cringe. And here's all go, first point, Chibnall, it's very bad. Chibnall, it's really bad. Like. It's just a further like
that's
a
why
literal
it's
straw
kind of like
man.
when Voshka made video was hilarious, because he's like all these assumptions. It's like, oh, he'll never say
he'd never call him man
is Mary Sue. Oh, by the way, Wesley Crusher is Mary Sue.
Wesley Crusher,
stone faced. I was like,
then he just ignored it, just because that would defeat his fucking point.
It was fantastic.
Freaking
It was
Vosh.
hilarious.
He
It
needed
was
you
great.
to be a sexist, so he just ignored the fact that you pointed out Wesley Crushes and Mary Sue.
He is. He's a
That
big-time
nobody
Mary Sue.
likes.
And then didn't his audience turn against him because
His
he was
own
wrong
chat
about
started
something?
turning against him. Like, wait a minute, no.
And then he got triggered about it.
He got triggered about it. 'cause
That's
his own
why
audience.
you have to be honest, because if you're not honest, it's people will notice and they're going to turn against you for it.
It was really funny.
Things are bad down there.
It was really, really hilarious. I
I'll
thought that was gonna be. Oh no, I'm being taken down by this large YouTuber. But I was like, oh, this is hilariously stupid. I debunked all of his points a year before he made his.
It's funny how your YouTube attracts more like reactions, and my tweets somehow attract more reactions. Because you try to get like people enraged on Twitter, and I do it by accident.
Yeah, it's crazy. You just do nothing, and then all of a sudden you're trending on Twitter that one time.
Felt that I would die before I would.
You say, "Oh, then
That is
remember,
my
remember Iron Patriot."
the-
It's like, what Iron Patriot? How dare you?
my two biggest contributions to the world will be my
The
Venator
world.
Corridor and Iron Patriot fucking trending on Twitter with people telling me to kill myself.
All you did was say, "Remember Iron Patriot," and everyone went insane.
Yeah,
Everyone just
the
started
tweet
losing
was
their mind.
literally, "They'll never let a black man wear the stars and stripes," and then Iron Patriot, and then GIF of Iron Patriot.
Oh yeah.
The world has lost its mind. What? No, how dare you prove us wrong with
Whenever you
easily
search
provable
my name
facts.
into Google, it literally kept coming up with the Iron Patriot tweet. You know, that video was actually on TikTok. Like I randomly came across someone sending me that video on I think it was Mauler's Discord, and it was strange because he just looked at my tweet and said, "People like this, they're just looking to." What was it? Tell you that your lived racism experience isn't real. It's like I said, Iron Patriot exists.
Iron Patriot exists.
Like, that's all I said. Like that is literally it.
Iron Patriot. This how dare you say racism isn't real? Hitler? You're literally Hitler right now. Hitler knows Iron Patriot exists. Okay.
Ready to go?
This guy's living.
What was the meme? Most people rejected his message. They
Yeah, he
hated
told the
it.
truth.
They hated it because he told them the
Chick
truth.
track.
I have managed to make people angry on Twitter before with the smirk thing, but everyone who is a professional artist is like, "Yeah, it's real." And I cited what's his name? I cited a FBI analyst, a behavioral FBI analyst, and it's like, "No, it's not real."
Because smirking is a really lazy way of like trying to give like character to your characters. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like if you were to try and give essentially, okay, your character has zero character. What are you going to do on the front cover? Give them a smirk. It's lazy. It's because they have no character to actually show any
Wow, they're
emotion.
so
for.
dynamic and
But
quirky.
the reason why a smirk works to instantly give your character is because of all the things that I said that it gives them. It gives them a sense of mischievousness. It gives them a sense of superiority, depending on what kind of smirk it is. It gives them character because a smirk. We know what a smirk is. We all know what a smirk is. Y'all trying to pretend that we don't, but we do. And I cited. I forgot his name is Navarro. I forgot his first name though. But like he's an actual FBI analyst, behavioral analyst, and he goes over the smirk. This guy's explored criminals and criminal behavior for a living, and plus people who explore ideas of facial expressions, drawing people and the physical portions of people, like comic book artists. They all said I was right as well. Like EVS, all those guys who are legends in their industry, who have years of experience drawing different kinds of body shapes, people, body language. They all said I was right. Who said I was wrong? Some moron named Quentin Reviews. All right. So I think I'm correct.
Well, it's on the surface, it looks kind of, or you think, well, smirking's nothing. And then it's actually when you start to dig deeper into it that it actually turns out, yeah, it's a really lazy way of trying to add character. And it's essentially always comes with these like really like characters, terrible characters that try to be quirky and have this annoying superiority complex for nothing.
Yeah. Well, that's the way I made Dr.
It's
Octopus first.
there is a hint of truth to it, and like you're not, yeah, you're completely right, but it's easy to make it seem like you're wrong. Like it's a whole perspective thing.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I don't know. Sitch retweeted that too because he's like, because I was right. I was correct, and they just couldn't stand the fact that I was correct. And I basically, it's kind of like when Gina Carano said, "Hey, don't be Nazis. You know, don't. The Nazis are only able to take power because everyone else is also demonized, but the Nazis hold them demonized, and they basically holding up a mirror to the SJW lefty or whatever." And when they looked into that mirror that Gina Carano held up, they saw a Nazi staring back at them, and they could not forgive her for that, revealing their true selves. Kind of the movie The Witches. Or the Witches where they're all like, it's a bunch of witches meeting in like New York, or they're meeting in what they called England, and which is just England, where he has a weird accent. But they're meeting there, and they all reveal who they actually look like, and just look terrible. All these old-looking witches. Let's see. Which was written by Roald Dahl, by the way. Also, same guy who wrote Willy Wonka.
Just cheat into all these areas. Just fly into them. I'm not supposed to be in them yet, but I just go, yep, I'm here now. Fuck you.
We're speed running it at this point.
Something Ray says, I said before, no, wait. Actually, the video we watched where the hippie weirdos tried spirit fighting. Yes, I remember that. It's called the No Touch Masters. I think Mad and I went over that at one point. I think we watch it again. But yeah, those No Touch Masters, like when their own dojo, they're just like they hold out a hand and everyone else goes flying or something. So they believe this is correct and true, and No Touch Master people, and so they just believe it, and then they go up against a real guy who thinks is all nonsense, and they get pummeled, just obliterated because it's nonsense. And then they make some excuse like, I ate Taco Bell this morning, so it wasn't working correctly. One guy actually said like my tongue was in the wrong place, so it wasn't the chi wasn't flowing like it's supposed to.
The Night Sister. I had heard you were all dead.
Not all. Dathomir is forbidden to you. Leave at once.
Can you summon men with the Force?
Perhaps we could help you.
Well, Night Sister magic's different.
Easy. I'm not your enemy.
Your actions.
Also, funny enough, this is also another girl that everyone simps over.
Really?
Yeah, Merrin. Well, you'll definitely know why when she takes off her hood.
Let's see. Well, it looks like in universe people simp over her as well. So you guys just send dudes at you.
The Zabrak's just a simp. Okay, so
wasn't he though? Wasn't he like a Savage simp?
Yeah, Savage was a bit of a simp. Well, the funny in-universe thing was that the whole ritual. So, looked up and seen the Clone Wars, and the whole thing Savage went through was essentially it was a ritual to choose who was going to be Ventress's mate. So he thought he was going to go mate with Ventress.
Get married.
Well, not married. Essentially, just to have a mate and then go back to the village.
Oh yeah, I thought they separate or something.
It turns out that it didn't turn out that way. But they don't say this at all in the show, and apart from one character that said Ventress chose him as his mate. Like when Anakin and Obi-Wan go back to the village.
Right.
So, canonically, Savage thought he was going to get laid.
Why are they separate, though? It's kind of strange.
What do you mean, why are they separate?
Don't they separate the women from the men? Like they live in different
villages?
Yeah,
they do.
Why are they separate? Did they ever mention that?
Essentially, the Night Brothers are kind of slaves to the Night Sisters. Like they're not their own people. They're there to serve them.
But they are Sims.
So that's why the Night Sisters can come in and just take whatever they want.
Just summon them.
Just pick one as a mate and then fuck off.
I didn't leave.
Then if they have a boy, and it's going to be for some reason, if they have a boy, it's Zabrak. If they have a girl, it's just a full-blooded Night Sister, and I don't get that either. To be quite frank. because it doesn't make any sense. I think I've just glitched into an area much further away than I'm supposed to be.
Oh, does that mean the cutscenes are not going to play?
I think I might need to go back because I'm supposed to come to here and then I get a little. Oh no, I'm supposed to. I haven't broken it. I've just skipped a bunch of people. Okay, well that works for me. Speed running. Hello.
Fellow wanderer. I see you met the resident night sister.
Oh, he's got a black hood. You know what that
Maybe he's
means? He's
evil.
usually not good. He's bad news.
It's Palpatine.
Well, lightsaber. No, don't hide it.
Palpatine's behind it all.
That would explain your survival.
Who are you?
No one to fear. Just a traveler.
Who are you? Steven Seagal.
Distinct cultures.
I can see Steven Seagal being a Sith. I mean, they have like Lizzo in Mandalorian. Why not have Steven Seagal at this point?
Yeah. I think having Lizzo in there is just too funny.
Like, I mean, why not?
Was Lizzo the last that they had in
Jabba the
She-Hulk?
Hutt's wife.
They had Bill Burr. Actually, had Lizzo. Yeah, they had Lizzo in Mandalorian for real.
No, She-Hulk. Was she the one that did the twerking? Oh, I think it's someone else.
Oh, that
she's
was
known-
Megan Thee Stallion.
She's known for being fat. That's kind of her whole thing. She's a singer who's known for being fat
And black at the same time.
Yeah, fat and black at the same time. That's where their fame is from.
That's a bad sign if your notoriety is based off of qualities of what you are instead of who you are. Because to be quite honest, okay, I'm gonna say this. I like Lizzo's music. I think she's a very talented music writer and singer.
She's
you
known
know?
for being fat. That's like everything. The
But
only
she's
thing we'll
known
talk
just for
about.
this one, like these two things, being fat and being black. Like that's the saddest thing ever. Like if I was somebody, right, who was famous, I'd want to be known for like talent and prowess instead of what I am, Oh, she's a woman, She
Right, like,
represents
what was
women
it-
everywhere.
what was his name?
Oh, she's a Latina. She represents Latinx people everywhere. Just shut up, okay?
Like, Idris Elba was like he also got fed up with this. Like I'm no longer describing myself as a black actor. Like I just want to be an actor.
Right, exactly.
I remember
Not
as well
everybody
that
can be
he
faced
didn't
like
want to
Morgan Freeman.
be because a lot of people were calling for him to be James Bond, and he flat out said he didn't want to be James Bond because then he would be the black James Bond, and but he wanted to play a James Bond like character.
It's like make a new James Bond character. It's not that difficult.
Yeah.
Gonna cheat the system. Haha. Fuck you.
Looks climbable, but not without equipment.
Hey, he just appeared out of nowhere.
Die!
Die!
Oh, and he disappeared.
And he
He's gone.
vanishes. I'm very curious what happens if I don't get the equipment I need to finish this level and I just go in here. I'm worried it's going to break the game. I might have broken the game.
Oh.
The game has been
'Cause
broken.
It's not going to let me out now. It might not activate the cutscene.
Finish him.
Let's go, BD.
No.
No, it might actually let me play this. I've just skipped an entire section of the game. The whole part where I have to fight the bat.
Whatever that was.
The Batman.
Yeah, I feel bad now because I've just skipped it all.
Yeah.
Behind it
You
all.
might be screwed. You might be screwed.
There's Palpatine. It's his fault.
Because I'm now going back to the Order 66 thing.
Hey, Cal.
What's going on?
Yeah, anytime.
This game is almost as good as those Star Wars animations that Disney made.
All right, then. I'll see you later.
Bye.
What, you mean the anime?
What? Oh,
Yeah.
he's talking about Visions.
Every-
No, fuck off with Visions. Fuck off. Umbrella fucking lightsaber. Get out of here.
They made a book about that guy, the samurai. I bought it.
Ooh. Wasn't there this
I buy
one
it.
character and like her eyeliner was blood? Or her eyeshadow was someone's blood?
Yes. So yeah, it was her own blood. It was
That's cool.
It was the one who was a family like
It depends on where the blood came from, though.
the dog. It was for. I think she bit her thumb and.
Oh, it was period blood.
It wasn't period blood, fortunately.
No.
It would
Stop.
be these
BuzzFeed
days.
did it once.
It would be these days, but not this time. Let's see. That was the one where like it was a good one. It was the beginning. It was this bunny girl was lost, and then like this
Ooh, Shiny, you like bunny girls, right?
yeah. And then she was adopted by this powerful family, and then it turns out that the actual blood daughter, who was the actual biological daughter of the father, was pro Empire when the father was like against the Empire, and the daughter turned against her own family and sold her family out to the Empire for the sake of prosperity and peace, and so that leaves the bunny girl adopted daughter between the father and her sister, adopted sister, and they have to clash. Pretty interesting.
Hmm. I'll have to look into it because it's some weeb trash, and I like some of that.
It's pretty. The Studio Trigger made one, which is insane. They're like just fighting in space. Like they don't care about anything. It's like they don't. It's like the lightsaber becomes huge. Like it's whatever. Well, it's whatever they want to do, they do. It's basically just a revamp of Leia and Luke. If Leia and Luke were Sith people raised by the Empire, and then Luke decided to go, you know what? I don't want to do this, and then left, and they had to fight Leia. Then he lands on Tatooine at the end, and his whole mission is going back to save his sister from the clutches of the Empire.
Hopefully, he doesn't kiss her.
I don't think he will. Like
a lot of them have the sex.
A lot of them feel like pilots for their own series. Let's see. Then
You feel like Scott the Woods are just going to lean over and say, "Sex."
Preparation. First though,
Sweet home Alabama.
Rockers. We move out from my.
Did they kill him? They get do you get to fight the stormtroopers? They're pretty awesome.
Are you okay? What's happening? Why did the commander just...
Because he's a dick.
Padawan, something terrible is happening. The clones have betrayed us. There are no answers to your questions. Not yet. We need to get off this ship. Quickly.
Yeah, there was an entire section where you're supposed to fight a giant bat, and I just skipped it.
Do you remember?
Yes, Master.
Yes, Master.
I will create a distraction and meet you.
Child Cal looks really weird.
What about you?
It's
The Force is with
uncanny.
me. I'm one with
Because
the
of his
Force. The Force
nose.
is me.
That's why. He looks like his nose got chopped off.
Remember, Cal.
And he's got bat ears.
The Force is with you. You're one with the Force, and the Force is with you. You're one with the Force, and the Force is with you.
Force be with you.
Because you are one with the Force.
Oh, his fucking Padawan brain just glitched out there.
Shoot to kill.
No, stop!
The Order 66 thing is supposed to be blaring at full blast, but I've turned it down so it doesn't give me copyright.
I need to pull that to get through.
Oh, the music, you mean?
So it's supposed to go da da da. Yeah, the music that they blare at Order 66. It's just
Oh,
really
yeah.
sad.
So why did they want all of the Jedis dead?
Because this Palpatine was a Sith, and the Sith don't like the Jedi. They're like ancient
Yeah.
enemies. Because the Jedi would stop the Sith, and he wants to essentially create a powerful empire, and he knows the Jedi won't let him do that. So his plan is to essentially kill all of them.
Ah.
And I could tell you about this whole thing about this guy. He's called Plagueis, and he was the mastermind
Plagueis
of the
the
plan.
Wise.
Yeah. Darth Plagueis the Wise.
Yeah, I watched all of Star Wars as a child, but none of it like stuck in my mind. It was just something that kind of played in the background, you know.
So Darth Plagueis the Wise stuck in your mind, but not the everything else part.
the memes, the rules. I don't have the rules like stuck in my mind, but like I never was like invested. It just was something that always just played in the background for me. But like the first time I actually paid attention, unfortunately, was the sequels, and I'm like, oh, so this is what the being a Star Wars fan is like, huh?
The second
Okay.
best Star Wars trilogy.
Sorry, Master.
Little bitch, drop your lightsaber, piece of shit.
You're worthless. I'm going to throw you to the stormtroopers.
You trying to trigger me again, aren't you? You purposely said that wrong.
No, I didn't.
Glitching my way through the level. Not supposed to go there.
Do you ever get to fight Shokatana's boyfriend? What's your name?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Mandalorian?
He's funny. Mr.
Proton
Latinx
Stalker.
Devil's funny.
says-
He's got
so
the
what is
joke.
All of the jokes.
So what does this all have to do with Captain Kirk?
Yeah. Where does he come in? Hero of Star Wars.
Look at all these droids.
But yeah, it's like I said, it's something that's always kind of played in the baround. It's nothing I really got really invested in.
Fine.
My
Do you want to
brother-
watch? Do you want to watch
was
through
really
the entirety of Star Wars then with me?
Well, what if Chad? He just walks into the oncoming fire,
He just grabs one.
not even sweating it.
We have to leave now.
Down he goes. It's just fine. I'll just have to watch through the entirety of Star Wars with Eerie.
Down with Hitler.
Yeah, looks like it.
Sounds like an orc. Is it sounds like the same voice actor as Thrall from Warcraft?
Hell, you little shit! You're so useless.
I've been hit. Penises. It's like a Boromir death. Like he's getting hit by arrows.
Essentially, he's force froze them, which is a power from the Force Awakens.
It looks like he just made their budget run out.
he made the motion blur.
Oh my gosh. So the thing is, like, when you have a medium that just blares in the background, and then later on, like all the rules, the initial rules are broken, so you never had a feel for the rules in the first place. It just becomes like a dissident mess. You know what I mean? So it's like we could start over. I could watch it, but at the same time, it's kind of a mess. It's kind of ruined already. You know. Is it just me, or does it look like the ship that you built, Shiny?
Isn't it it?
What do you mean?
I think you built the one from KOTOR.
The intervention.
Yeah,
you're talking about the intervention. The intervention is not a Venator class. It doesn't look like anything like a Venator.
It's got this triangle shape.
No, it doesn't. Look at the intervention. I dare you. Look at the intervention right now. It does not have a triangle anywhere in its design.
Or at least it looks like one of the ships that you made.
No, it doesn't.
I'm not good with shapes or with ships.
Never...
Are you trying to get your dead master? That's pretty hardcore.
Let fear break your connection to the Force. I would have survived had you not been.
He's just berating him. Like, I would have survived you, but if you would have not sucked, okay.
You're not a little shit.
You are a failure, a weakling, a traitor. You are no Jedi!
So you peed yourself at night all the time is very annoying.
Get pissing yourself, little pee piss boy.
Pee piss boy.
Oh no, he broke his lightsaber.
Nothing.
I'm a real freak. I'm not normal.
I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal.
I'm talking watermelon in the thighs level carnage.
Oh, yeah.
Do you see what I'm trying to say here?
Let's just get out of here. I can't.
I want us to be completely
Remember that
different
one.
people by the first 8 hours. Ma'am, please. You have to crush me.
Can't say I didn't warn you.
Leave me alone.
Oh, Palpatine again.
Alone. Lost.
And then Bluebird starts playing. Na 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 na.
Okay, enough of this. Who are you really?
I'm Palpatine. It's Jar Jar Binks. He's in disguise. It'd be awesome. Like the robe falls off and it's Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, it's the big reveal. We all know who this guy is.
You son knew a Jedi.
We have much in common.
I doubt that.
Oh? We both survived the purge. My troops betrayed me.
Ah, your circle nipples. I remember you from the temple.
Desolate place. To the darkness here. It almost took me.
Insult of the human race. I want this to get weird and unsanitary.
Unsanitary.
When the Night Brothers follow.
It's got to be my favorite meme of all time.
Well, these savages only respect strength.
Savages, barely even human.
Force. He's a most powerful ally.
Oh, you used the Force to seize power. That's everything the Jedi stood against.
These are dark times.
Our is cool, Cal.
They will consume us if we do not stand with each other.
I don't need your help.
That broken lightsaber has a different tale. You saw something in there, didn't you?
No.
Terrible. There are many such.
I called to tell you, Bennett, that I'm running away from home.
Join my family. I can teach you how to control its power.
In every Star Wars medium, there's always like a join me, please. And then the hero's got to be like, no, I will never join you kind of thing.
Familiar words, Malicos.
Join me on the dark
like
side.
2 of them.
You
And he says, okay.
Yeah.
For years.
Say what?
You
Alright.
said the Jedi.
Yeah, I'll accept your offer. Good offer.
Yet here one stands. And you seek only to bring him into your family.
You were told to deal with it. Clearly, you
Nothing
lack the
stronger
power
than
to do it.
family.
How? You are mad, Malicos. Dothamir has unmade you, and my misplaced loyalty has allowed you to lead the Night Brothers astray.
Away from slavery. You know, astray.
The Night Sisters of Dothamir do not turn on their kind. Our bond is eternal.
Your sisters are dead.
Yes, their graves are all around you.
Time to go.
Who is she?
Yeah, she's the Night Sister, and she's about to raise. She's the last Night Sister, and she's going to raise the dead.
And I loved how he was like, oh, it's time to go. Like he knew this bitch crazy. He's gonna be like, I'm out.
You both shall learn. When you face one Night Sister of Dothamir, you face us all!
You face one, you face at least 2.
Zombies.
You know, some degen is out there just being like zombie chicks, and that's
Yeah.
hot.
That's unsanitary.
It's probably on Twitter somewhere.
I'm pretty sure there's the zombie chick girl fetish. There's got to be.
I bet they're on Reddit somewhere.
Probably.
Yeah, Rule 34 always holds true. All this entire fucking level down there just skipped entirely because fuck you. That's why. Even all these enemies that are still here because I haven't
killed them
killed
yet.
them.
Oh yeah.
Seer!
Just
Seer,
straight up
help
cheating.
Gracie get the mantis running.
What's happening?
A night sister. She raised the dead. They're after me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. And you're leading them here? Captain, prepare for takeoff.
Just jump over that one.
Fuck you, zombie.
Good.
I think more music is supposed to be playing, but it's turned down.
Turned down for what?
Get us out of here!
What'd you do, kid? I got dead witches crawling all over my ship.
Just go.
Now, with that glitch, I wonder what the fastest speed run is on Jedi Fallen Order.
12 minutes.
Because you could skip so much of the game now.
Did you find the tomb?
Huh. Jedi.
Your master's lightsaber.
Let's see the speedrun record. It is
Bastard Paul. I saw that.
1 hour, 17 minutes, and 27 seconds.
They're completing the entire game in 1 hour? Wow.
Yeah.
China, you
Taken
suck.
by
It's
Germany.
only been
Suck.
7. Yeah, it's already been 7. You should have been done with this 6 hours ago.
I could have helped him. I know it.
Cal, it's time I told you everything that happened to me when I escaped the Empire.
Don't care.
They brought Shirley in the room. And when I saw her eyes, they showed me what I had caused. She was an inquisitor. And something in me gave. And I lost all control. I tapped into the dark side. And I killed them all. Every last one of them.
Not just the men, but the women, the children. And then after that, I assumed to get married because that's what happened with Anakin.
Forgive myself.
So like that. That's like the fact that this is
Because I had
Anakin like, hey, should we get together, Padme? And she's like, no, I'm a senator.
from myself.
And then he kills a bunch of women and children, and he's like, okay, let's get married.
Oh, that's hot.
Started with
Damn.
people. That's
Padme
awesome.
is the Harley Quinn of Star Wars.
As a princess, genocide is kind of hot.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it went.
Get up.
He wasn't really. I wasn't really feeling him until he committed genocide, and that was pretty cool. Not all bad, you know.
I can't change what I did no more than you can change what happened to your master. It's in the past. But Cal, you have to make a choice to move on.
No.
You're gonna start with this. You are going to build a new one.
It's gonna be cool. Blackjack and hookers.
It's gonna be purple. Not this lame virgin red one.
It's gonna be part of the gay Jedi. Wasn't Mace Windu a gray Jedi?
No.
I bet he was one or something. Or was that just like a rumor?
No. I don't know anything about that. I've heard people call Qui-Gon a grey Jedi.
I heard that one too.
Because he was quite outside of the rules.
But I'm ready.
I don't mean just here. Every Jedi faces the dark side. And it's very easy to fail.
You're still struggling with the dark side. even after cutting yourself off from the Force. We will always struggle.
It's only
They're just gonna-
because you're a ginger and you don't have a soul.
They're just going to keep putting this whole thing about you can cut yourself off from the Force, can't they?
That makes us who we are.
This is something that's going to keep reoccurring, isn't it? You would
What's
think-
weird about her eyes as well is like it's not only like
Right.
see the pupils like being tiny, it's like you see the purple, like the pink of her eyes, like you know around about the side.
I guess it's about
Oh yeah,
It's like it's weird.
it's like she's got pink eye. Well, I think I know what's up with her because she has a very sharp face, very sharp features, like with sharp cheekbones, sharp chin. But then, like on the inside of those sharp features are not the continuation of more sharp features. Rather, she has very round, big eyes, and her nose is also very round and. Like you see what I mean? Usually, when it comes to character
you're racist.
designing,
So you're
no,
racist.
it's she's so because the thing is she's an actual person, and that's where the cognitive dissonance is coming from. On a
So you're
design
racist.
perspective, it
So
doesn't
you're
really
racist.
work. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, but like she's a real person, so I can't. Probably shouldn't have started talking in the first place.
So you're racist. Well, not just that. I mean,
Oh man. So, on a design point of view, you can't design a real person, can you?
maybe a little bit.
That's what a certain Austrian dictator thought.
Let's see.
Skipping over certain parts of the game. Wind,
Fire, water, heart, Don Cheadle.
elements of the Avatar.
I become Captain Planet.
Stuart like messaged me one day a couple days ago and says, "Hey, I just got a commission for a bondage Azula."
A bondage Azula.
Why are you telling me this?
No, because
I think he wants to know if you want it.
Yeah, he did. Like it was one of those pillow thingies that they do. That's pretty.
Oh, the body pillow.
Like, no, thank you.
I'm not supposed to be able to climb these surfaces, but I think it's letting me do it anyway because I bugged the game. It's like I never got the item that I was supposed to get to do this.
So you don't actually need
Turns
the
out-
item. They just make you think
Yeah.
you need the item.
Yeah. They just let you do it once you get to this part of the story.
just keep kicking. Just keep kicking.
Oh no! Oh, there we go. That's probably faster just to do it normally.
Do you have like infinite stamina? Like, is there like a certain amount that you can do this?
There's Jedi Force ability stamina, which you only have a limited of, and there's health, and that's the only bars that you have.
Mm-hmm.
But the flying thing is a bug that they. So what it is that you double jump, and then every time you use the Force ability and you can't use it, it resets your jump, so you can double jump again,
Oh.
and you're not supposed to do that.
Dun, 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 dun,
It's almost like a
dun,
cheat
dun.
code.
Great Jedi.
You're a Jedi, Harry.
He returned at points throughout his life to contemplate his many adventures and trials.
Just flying.
I believe I can fly.
I've been
I
shot by the
believe
FBI.
What?
I believe I can die. I've been shot by the FBI.
I'm Jake Freak, and I'm not normal.
The warmth is nice.
What's this shaft of light?
I remember this.
I've got to. It's concentrated sunlight. I've got to maneuver this into position so I can.
The light passed through it and carried its warmth. I bet we can do it too.
Essentially, so I can melt the ice wall.
I see.
Fly, 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 fly. There we go. Huh? I thought that was it. I could have sworn you're supposed to put this on here and then make it go. Why I think I don't know. It's been a while since I've done these puzzles. You can't put this anywhere.
So, like, are there any puzzles that seem like impossible for you guys?
What do you mean?
Like for me, it's the stupid slide puzzles. You know, like when there's like a picture and then you have to like slide it to make a whole picture and there's like one missing.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
I hate those. They are so not easy. I can never figure those things out. Like, do you guys like have like this one puzzle that's just like forget it, screw it?
I don't think so.
No, there's sometimes
like
puzzles in video games that I don't like, but nothing like that. Yeah, I'm missing something. I'm supposed to.
The square root of -1 in real numbers only? That's a good question. Insult to the human race says, I'm currently trying to learn how to do seppuku puzzles.
Seppuku puzzles?
Never tried them.
Sudoku puzzles.
No, it says seppuku puzzle. Seppuku puzzles. I never learned them when I was young, and they are quite a challenge. Seppuku or
Very different.
Sudoku?
How do I kill myself in the most ritualistic way possible?
Seppuku.
I thought that seppuku was the thing where you kill yourself.
Yep, that's
Yeah, it is.
That's ritualistic suicide. Yeah, it can be a puzzle, I guess.
Death, is a
How
puzzle
hard could
of
it be?
sorts. If you think about it really hard, a sword is kind of like a key because when you plug it into someone, it unlocks their death.
Yeah.
I thought a sword was a stick-like weapon.
Very good stick. Stick good.
A sword is basically a very no, it's a gun. It's a gun. It's a very sophisticated stick, and with it, you can kill many communist pedophiles.
Can. That's why Shad made his communist leader. Well,
What's the coolest gun to you guys? Mine's the flintlock.
Old-fashioned gun.
Like the founding fathers intended.
The
Yes.
flintlock. I'm pretty sure.
Have you
George
not seen
Washington-
the meme as the founding fathers intended?
Oh yeah, it was like
No,
they
I
never.
own a flintlock for home defense because that's what the founding fathers intended. I shot a great shot through the hull with the first rapscallion. He's dead on the spot.
It's a very
There's also-
sexy looking gun.
Immediately.
I don't like it for any other reason than that. Do you guys have a favorite gun?
They have a flintlock gun in
P90.
John Wick 4.
What's your favorite?
P90.
B90.
Is that from
P90.
Is that the one from GoldenEye?
No.
B90.
Stargate. It's the one that's have P, not
Oh.
a B, a P. It's a P90. It's the gun they use in Stargate. It's a real gun.
Oh, that's a cool looking gun. Okay.
You googled it.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's from. They also have that in GoldenEye. Yeah, they use those. It's actually a kind of. I think they actually copied this gun for Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. It's called the Saburo Company. It's really interesting stuff. The Sentinel Complex guns are really cool. I love them.
There are so many sci-fi that use the P90 as like a base. But
It looks so like it looks so alien. Like it looks really
yeah,
interesting.
because it was
Yeah, 'cause
Belgian,
it looks
isn't
like
it?
a box.
Yeah, I like European guns are really interesting, despite the fact that Europeans hate guns. The Austrian.
Lit Dev, what's your favorite gun?
I don't know. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of good ones.
Give us your top 10 list.
Let's see.
Top 10 favorite guns by Lit
Top
Dev.
10 favorite guns.
You would not believe believe Lit Dev's top 10 guns. Watch come here, watch Mojo.
Just become a gun channel. Ain't pretty funny.
You like the one that shoots the bullets?
ECP. 45 ECP, 7-round capacity. $1 million a round, Mr. Wick. That's one reason I like John Wick. They go over the gun. He tells you what it is, and it tells you like the attachments and things like that they have it. Speaking of which, we should play Payday 2. That's a good game.
I haven't played Payday 2 in ages.
Coming out with a Payday 3 soon. I saw news of it recently.
I think the last time I played Payday 2 I was 14.
It's been a long time. It's been out a very long time.
It's a cutscene, so you're not dead. Just drag the child in the water. Drown the kid.
Drown the child. Corrupt them all. This is their plan, people. These are demons.
Hey, stop your crying.
Only a ginger could call another ginger.
Ginger.
I don't know. Redheads just feel special because their hair is red. It's very rare.
Very special.
I'm kind of saddened by the ginger side that's going on in the United States right now.
It's funny that like if a woman's a ginger, then she's considered hot. But then if a guy is a ginger, then he's considered a soulless freak.
Well, there's what we want to be true, what is actually true, and in the just world, where they both be considered attractive, of course. But in the real world, one is a soulless freak, and another is a woman with red hair.
Oh no, the Kyber crystal split in two.
The Kyber crystals, Yugi. You need to kill Ray. Quick.
Kill Ray while she's still a child.
She's on not Tatooine.
Failure is not the end, my friend.
The robot is saying that? What?
Good boy, BD. Good boy.
Oh, it was Lit Dev who said that.
No.
I thought that was no. Oh, I was so confused. It sounded like Lit Dev.
I can
Oh
sense
man.
the Jedi Order is upon us.
The Jedi Order is upon us.
No.
Oh, was that Lit Dev? Oh man.
There's not the end.
Pretty sure that's F. Murray Abraham. That'd be kind of cool.
Very part of the path.
It's kind of like how whenever there's a female character, people will say it sounds like me.
You sound like every female character.
I make female noises.
I
And everyone's like, oh my gosh, is that Eerie?
Yes, it is.
It sounds just like Eerie.
And you will help them.
Yeah, because Glib said you sounded like the girl from Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, Faye Valentine.
Oh yeah.
Marie,
And then
I've never watched Cowboy Bebop, so I wouldn't know what Faye Valentine sounds
Live
like.
action or the anime?
the good
Either.
one. The good one.
The good one. The only one that exists.
Yes. And then there was that one like VTuber character that I imitated. I was like, oh my gosh.
The connection with
Exactly
I
the
just-
same.
I just make woman noises and everyone gets impressed. And then there's Harley Quinn, and then there's like Barbie and Dora the Explorer, and you know, all these other
Barbie the
characters.
Explorer.
even whom you choose.
Hola, soy Barbie. Let's go, Ken.
So speaking of soy, come on, Ken.
Old friend.
You can do it, Jedi. I believe in you. Don't give up hope.
You risked them for me.
Ginger, don't cry.
Seriously, BD's adorable. He's best boy.
Yeah, he is pretty cute.
He's got little antenna ears.
Yeah, you're right. There's still a chance.
You know, the original Star Wars trilogy didn't need an adorable robot to work.
In the original trilogy, had an adorable robot.
No, they didn't.
Had R2.
He's not adorable.
R2
is adorable.
He's cool. He's played by He's played by Warwick Davis. That makes him cool, not adorable. It's difference there. It's like calling an action figure a doll. It's not the same. Why are you looking so intensely at this?
Looking at, I can change the crystal by turning it.
And now it's purple.
By the way, have y'all seen the Barbie trailer?
I have.
I can safely
Thoughts?
say no.
It begins with foot fetish.
I actually would like to see it. It actually looks like it feels like a little girl making up a story as she's playing with dolls. You know? She's like, "Hi Barbie, hi Barbie, hi Barbie, hi Barbie,
just
hi
not
Ken,
interested.
hi Barbie." I'm gonna beat you off.
What?
I'm gonna beat you off. Nobody's gonna beat each other off because they're fighting on the beach.
Was it not played by Warwick Davis? I thought it was. I thought R2-D2 was Warwick
I think
Davis.
Warwick Davis, because Warwick Davis was in the original trilogy playing Ewok. And
Yeah, I know
then
that.
Warwick Davis, I think he did it in the sequels.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
I think so.
I knew Warwick Davis was in there somewhere. I do love me some Warwick Davis. Warwick Davis is awesome.
I now
Played by Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling, and Michael Cera's in there too somewhere.
Michael Cera.
Yeah, he's a Ken doll.
I thought he was dead or something.
Yeah, Michael Cera is a funky guy. But yeah, I actually am looking forward to seeing. I would like to see Barbie. Simply because it just looks like a dumb fun movie. But if they try to make it
I'm a
political,
Barbie
then I'm like,
girl.
they better not.
The bad guy's just a Trump doll. the bad guy's Trumpy Bear. Did you see that when Trump was running or something? It was Trumpy Bear.
Trumpy Bear.
The bad guy's Trumpy Bear.
Let's go Barbie. Let's go party.
Yeah.
You want to come over here? I have all the best Barbies. Everyone knows it's the best Barbie that everyone's ever seen. I'm the best Barbie. I'm the most beautiful.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
Isn't there a German guy in that one?
A German guy?
Isn't like a German part of that song? I forgot.
I
Could have sworn there was.
I don't remember.
Miss Shad's live stream.
I just
because
know
you were
it's the most
Oh,
80s thing
what
ever.
a shame! You missed it because you were having such a fun time here.
Yeah.
on
Terrible thing.
Shiny's
Yeah, yeah.
birthday.
I'm sorry to be such an inconvenience to you.
That's okay. I forgive you. I think Chad hated the Mario movie. I'm kind of curious about it.
Yeah, I think he said on Twitter that he didn't like it. In which I kind of predicted it wouldn't be that great.
I think everyone's hating on Seth. I think Seth Rogen's getting a lot of heat for it because he put on a lazy performance. But I don't
What, in
see
the
how
Mario movie?
Yeah, in the Mario movie. But I don't see how Seth Rogen can put on any other performance except for lazy.
Yeah.
I would actually like to see the Mario movie. It just looks like some dumb fun, you know?
It looks like a lot of fun.
Like I just want to watch a movie, you know, if it's fun. It doesn't I guess if it's good, it'll explain for itself. But if it's just fun, then I'm like, okay, cool. A little escapism. I like it.
Stay aware of his sword leaving here alive.
Yeah. He got fucked up.
Just in time.
Apparently critics already don't like the Mario movie, so you know that's a
Who
good
cares
sign.
what critics say? Oh, good.
They were like, it's inaccessible to people who don't know the Mario franchise.
I think if critics like something or not isn't, well, at least Rotten Tomatoes critics isn't a statement of quality.
No, but they went hard on the rating.
That doesn't matter. It's what they say is irrelevant.
Yeah, it is. So it's like, is it really good, or because like they're already stupid as is, you know that they're already going to give their stupid take.
I'm making them fight each other.
Haha.
Ow. Oh shit, he's coming after me now. Ow. Punch him! Punch him! Punch him! Beat the shit out of him! Rack him! Hack him! Hack him! I'm
You're
gonna
like
build an
a
army.
journalist in Mass Effect. Punch him.
I'm gonna watch these three fucking gang up on them. Go on,
I think
beat
every
them up,
video
beat them
game
up.
should give you the option to punch journalists. It'd be pretty funny.
I've just made Robot Fight Club. Get him! Get him! Beat him up!
What I'm waiting for is a Polly Pocket movie. Because I grew up with Polly Pockets. Not really Barbies. I had Barbies. But they weren't as big as Polly Pockets to me.
I think Polly Pocket had a male counterpart named like something Max or something like that. Like the same little.
Oh, yeah. They were like in a
After
little
me?
compact.
Oh shit, he's come after me.
Yeah.
Ow. Hack him. Wait, are these two coming after me? Oh shit, I think I killed my own ones. Yeah, go fight, go fight.
It was Mighty Max. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was. And it was Max
Mighty
something.
Max. Yeah, was the male counterpart of Polly Pocket. It's like the girls got Polly Pockets, and they had like silicone like clothes. So they weren't like clothes made of fabric; they were made out of rubber, and they just kind of kept their shape. And yeah, I remember as a kid, like I just spend all day playing with them. Meanwhile, my brother had action figures, so it was kind of like.
They're called dolls.
But he collected them, He had a bucket of them. And he would talk about them all the time, where even I knew the names of these characters. Oh, yeah. He's so much older now, but he keeps them in like a Ziploc bag. And like one time he just took them out while I was there, and I was like, oh my gosh, I remember these characters.
So many of these.
It's the Jedi. Understood.
And then there were he even had Star Wars characters that don't have a Wikipedia or any information, or even just one piece of information, like Plo Koon and Sefjet
that guy.
Josal.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Plo Koon.
Plo Koon doesn't have a fucking Wikipedia. What are you
Everyone
about?
loves Plo Koon. And what Dash Randar? You have Dash Randar?
Mhm.
These aren't fucking minor characters. Everyone knows them.
You know Plo Koon?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Do I know Plo Koon?
I just thought that I tried looking him up, and he
He's
was
not
like
one
a-
of the.
What about
And
Kit
even
Fisto?
JonTron was like, "Who the fuck is Plo Koon?"
What about Kit Fisto?
Kit Fisto. That kind of rings a bell, but yeah, he had all of them.
Fortunate name, Kit Fisto.
They ain't called Kit Fisto because it's into chicks, if you know what I mean.
What about
Why didn't
Yak
George Lucas
Face?
come up with the last name Fisto? Like, what give him that? What make him think that was a good idea?
There's a character called Yak Face, and he's in the background of one of the Star Wars films.
There's a character named Dexter Jetster, which is awesome.
Mhm.
Look,
He also
don't,
had
don't shit
all
on
of
Dex,
the-
okay? He's awesome.
He also had all of the GI Joe characters, and to this day, GI
Obi-Wan.
Joe has like a place in my heart, even though it's like an abandoned franchise at this point. I'm like, good for them. Doesn't need a rebrand or anything.
I've always wanted to see more about Watto. I think Watto would be a cool main character for a spin.
What to a Star Wars story.
Yeah, it's like how did his rise to power as a low tier junk salesman? Like that'd be kind of interesting.
Hey, Annie.
Hey, Andy. You like sports car? Get a sports car. Hey, I like you like a cool jacket? I got a cool jacket for you, Andy. Come on,
Andy. Oh, come on, fuck off. Fucking ganging up on me.
You like gold chains? I have tons of gold chains. Come on, Andy.
You coward. You won't stop me.
Ow.
Get up there.
Fuck it. Damn it.
Tyler Preston. Hey, Andy, let's go bowling. There's Roman. Let's go bowling. Come on, Andy.
Eddie, I'm a used car salesman.
And Nick,
I
let's go
really
bowling.
don't get where people got like the whole Watto being Jewish thing from.
Oh, he's definitely not Jewish. That's definitely not a thing.
He comes across as Italian used car salesman.
He's more like
not-
Persian. Like he's more like those Persian guys. Like Family Guy made fun of him.
I don't know. It's just like when someone else is like, he has a big nose, makes me think of Jewish person. This
Like
is
every-
racist.
Every
You're
single
racist.
character with a big nose, like, oh, he's obviously a Jewish person. Like, no, that's just because a character has a big nose does that mean they're Jewish? Okay.
Kind of like
then,
the
like,
orcs. Like
the
the
closest
orcs, like,
thing they've ever gotten to like being accurate is what was it the Nemoidians having a Japanese accent, which I don't even think having an accent is racist.
No, it's just normal. It's like shooter. I love the Nemoids. The Nemoids are awesome. Shooter or something.
Or something.
We do not report
Did I do
anything
that?
until there's something to report. Okay.
kind of like orcs. Like extra credits was like, orcs makes me think of black people, which means you're racist.
Which means you're racist.
Oh man, extra credits. It's really funny. Didn't
Come
they
on,
like
shoot me.
want to put a penalty on like if you can play as like a Nazi
Oh, shit.
character, but like randomly?
That was extra credits. I mean,
Yeah, that was extra
Oh
credits.
yeah.
Extra credits.
We should put extra waiting times and
fuck's
maybe a
sake, I
PSA in
blocked it.
between to tell them of the horrors of World War
Constantly
II.
virtue signal to our audience. Pretty sure they know. Pretty sure they're aware.
No one's ever escaped us.
Until now, apparently.
Give me a minute.
Ow.
Is it
fuck's
just
sake.
me or is your character faster? Like fighting
Maybe I might
faster.
faster.
Ginger power.
Like more agile and stealthy.
I think that's just me. I've just got skills. Ow. Says he's
Skill
got hit.
issue. Skill issue.
Ow, fuck off.
Yeah, Riddler 3 is still $5. Interesting.
I fucking force pushed that bollocks.
Jiggle physics.
Bullshit game. Bullshit.
By the way, have y'all ever heard that British rap song that one guy did? My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like it when you wiggle wiggle.
No.
I think so.
No?
Actually.
It was pretty funny because it felt like such polite rap. It was really funny.
Haha, run. Fuck you. Oh, hello. Oh shit, there's tons of people now. Oh, come on.
Just run away from all of them.
Shit. Ow. Fucking hell. Fuck off. Ow, fuck off. Fuck off. Okay, I'm running. I'm just running. Ow, fuck. I'm running.
And a rocket launcher.
Go away. Don't freeze him. Don't freeze him. If he freezes him, I'm dead. Oh, yes.
You're lighting up Imperial channels.
Oh.
Everything they've got it.
Fuck you guys. I'm going home.
Going home.
What about disguising the Mantis' signal?
That trick only works if they're not expecting it. I have enough. I've sliced through their encryption. I'm scrambling transmissions, but it won't be long before they're restored. Hopefully it'll buy us some time.
Thank you. There's stormtroopers everywhere.
Ilum was our planet, Cal.
Here they come to our planet and they fuck it up.
Taking jobs from reasonable, responsible Jedi.
They're taking their gerbs.
Gerbs.
Take our gerbs. Turkatur.
Ow.
Every now and again, I think of, it's like, are you sure, Cal? Are you HIV positive? Because if you want to be HIV negative, that's not funny, Cartman.
And then Carbon asks for Kyle's little bag of Jew gold. That keeps around his neck, apparently.
AIDS isn't funny. Death isn't funny. None of this is funny. Are you sure you're not HIV positive?
I remember one of my teachers got really upset at me once because I made an AIDS joke.
Oh, what was the joke?
I typed in "you have AIDS" into a calculator.
How dare you?
How dare you?
No, we didn't come all this way to get.
Why is your character running so strange?
See her.
He's
It's like
ginger.
this sideways running. This is Ginger running.
It kind of looks like he has to go to the bathroom and he has to hold it. It's like, oh, almost there.
Oh,
I
my
can't.
gosh.
I can't get away until I kill this.
I can't unsee it.
That or his pants are just way too tight or something.
He's got those Sith leather pants.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
I need help, bud.
No, you don't.
Ow! Ow!
Up here.
Ow! What's bullshit about this game is when they gang up on you.
Space Ocelot. Space Ocelot said the stream started at the same time as my shift, but now I'm home. Happy birthday, Shiny.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh shit! Ow! Oh, for fuck's sake. That's what I get for just playing Jedi Master difficulty. Okay, one down. Oh, no, he's not down yet. Now he's down. Fuck you. Come on. Nearly there. I think we'll end soon, just after... I think just before we get to the next boss battle.
Okay, doke.
Just soon. Yeah, so just gotta kill this pilot. It's like, there we go. Take no prisoners.
Almost 8 hours.
We did.
Pretty good.
I wouldn't be here
Oh,
without all
man.
of you. Hold it.
Hey,
But
wasn't there a
Dathomir.
Titanic-class ship on Zepho? Think there's any good loot in that thing?
Dathomir, who wants to go there?
Dathomir, huh?
It's time I faced him.
Yes. You're ready to face your past.
What about you and Trilla?
I don't know if I'll ever be ready. You know what you need to do to start healing. And I'm
Anyone
so
see that
proud of
ludicrous
you
display
for that.
last night?
I have my own path.
I'm here for you if you need me.
I'm just gonna keep saying. You know what I
Those
watched
cowboys.
I rewatched Shaun of the Dead.
Oh yeah, that's a good movie.
Oh, yeah.
Good movie.
I remember when you showed it to me for the first time. It was fantastic.
We still haven't watched World's End.
World's End's also
haven't.
good.
I think
gotta
World's
see it.
End is the most character strong of them, but probably the least funny.
Yeah, probably.
Sensei Ryu sent $12.50 super chat. He says, "Happy birthday, Shiny. Have a tenner."
Thank you very
that's
much.
More than a tenner. But thank you.
Well, no, because a tenner would be £10, not $10. So that probably is £10.
It says $12.50.
But probably because that's how much £10 worth in US dollars.
Haha, our money's more expensive. Ha 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 ha.
I don't know. I'll have to check that fact.
You
I'm
have
just
to fact check
guessing.
me?
I'll get back to you about that. Ow, ow, fucking hell. Fuck you, bugs. Fuck all of you. Fuck yes. I'm going home. I'm going leaving. I'm leaving.
Stim here.
Fuck this shit. I'm gonna fly.
Just skip everything.
This is how he runs away. The soldier's like, okay, how do you report this? He skipped away through the
air. I believe.
How
I
is
can
he doing
fly.
that? He's just flailing. Looks like he's having a seizure. But
I'm coming in
midair.
for landing. I think is there a safe point here? No.
Velociraptor says, "Happy birthday, Shiny, and hello, everyone."
Thank you, Velociraptor. All right, here's for the bounty hunters. I'm ready to throw one of them off. Oh shit!
BD.
Man, he's got a flamethrower. They fly now.
I don't get a flamethrower.
They can fly now.
Ow! Oh, fuck.
Shadow Wingtronics just
You-
did currency calculator. 12.50 equals 10 pounds.
Well,
And yeah, 1 pound is $1.25 in U.S. money.
Is this what passes for a Jedi now?
ow! Shit! I'm nearly dead. Bastards! No, I'm leaving. Ow!
He's quick, huh?
Leaving. I don't care. It's really killing me that I haven't got any of the extra heal buffs. That's really biting me in the balls right now.
Can you get any?
It's essentially you have to go out of your way to go find them.
Oh, I see.
The power of friendship. You fill your force meter with BD points. Automatically deflect blasters while he's running. I'll take that. When performing a precise invasion, Cal will briefly slow enemies as it recovers a small amount of force. Hit those. Right, if they're still there now, I'm going to fuck them up.
Buddy, over here.
Better run. Looks like they're pissed off.
Cool. You get to skip that that noise.
Just skip it through all of the game.
He's here to tell you you're a disgrace again.
You're a little shit, Cal.
You were wrong to return here unarmed.
Not unarmed.
You think that lightsaber proves you a Jedi?
No. Facing you. Memories that have haunted me since Braca. I won't run from them anymore.
Then let us see what manner of death you...
Imagine holding the lightsaber backwards or the wrong way and you impale yourself.
Lazy.
He called you lazy. You gonna take that?
You bitch.
Impressive. Is power the answer?
And he's dead.
I will never forget. The loss has become a part of me. I will honor your teaching.
No, you won't.
Sacrifice.
You're a liar. Just give him a hug. He needs a hug. Hug it out, boys. Come on.
You suck, Cal. Hate you.
What the heck do they have? Are those like scepters
They got
or something?
they got maces, but they're
Okay.
magic infused.
Space magic?
Mace magic.
It's only good at lifting rocks.
In half. Just like Maul.
No, he'll be fine. He's like Maul.
Fine. He's just having a bit of a lie down.
Tis only but a flesh wound.
Flesh wound, your arm's off. No, it isn't.
You will not defeat me.
You will not defeat me, Annie. Hey!
Hello. Oh. He thought he was untouchable. Turns out he wasn't.
Thought.
Fallen sisters,
Face rate.
this man has promised to grant us our vengeance, but only if I teach him our magic.
So what happens if we get a monitor that has 75 hertz refresh rate instead of a 144?
I don't know.
We shouldn't be here.
Is this
I
a setup
don't
for a
know.
joke?
Place is cursed.
I think that does. You're looking at monitors, aren't
Yeah,
you?
look at monitors, yeah, for gaming and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
So one of my monitors is starting to go out a little bit.
I'll be honest. Once I got a 4K monitor, I could never go back.
I thought it was a setup for a joke. What do you get when you have 144?
What do you get when you cross a 75? What do you get when you cross 75 hertz? What's the deal with airline food?
You chose to return,
If you want to know why everyone simps for this girl,
but not why.
there you go.
Maybe. Marin, right? I'm Cal Kestis.
This girl right here.
This
People
girl,
simp
yeah,
for this
everyone,
chick?
yes, this and Trilla.
It's like a nice
Ah.
Many things too.
Tara Malikos.
Yeah, I see it.
It's like she wants to knit you a sweater or something.
Knit you a
dearie.
sweater.
Have a nice rest by the fire. I'll get you some tea.
Isn't what makes you a Jedi.
Then what does?
And then these are the two characters in which Sam Maggs wrote an incredibly cringy novel about.
Oh.
Things I actually like Marin. I think she is kind of hot, but Sam Maggs is cringe.
Kind of a G MILF kind of way.
I was only a child.
Green MILF. They're the same age.
I said G MILF.
Descended upon us.
G MILF? What does that mean?
Well, it's like MILF, but with a G in front, with a grandma in front of it.
You mean a gilf?
Yeah.
Then Malikos came and promised me revenge.
Because of the gray hair?
Yeah, and the bun. I can look.
She just needs chopsticks in the bun.
Yeah, you're perfect.
Malikos was wrong to use that against you. We don't have to be enemies.
We will need this.
Proton stalker. Dem hot anemic women.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll be watching.
Oh, she'll be watching, all right.
Malikos lies ahead. You could turn back.
I wonder if I can just skip the entire battle.
And then he skipped away to the air.
Children who will be hunted down and murdered.
I really want to see if I can just go straight past.
That's probably the best way to do it, because then, like, if they try to report how you got away, like, no one will believe them.
Yeah, so the Jedi we're after, he just kind of started
Skipped
flying.
away.
Is it possible to learn this power?
Not from a Jedi.
Okay, is it literally going to let me skip through this?
I just realized if you ever want to get away with a crime, just do it in the most unthinkable, weird way possible. So that way it sounds like you're making the reporter's making it up.
You can just skip a major boss battle of this game by flying past it.
You know, now that I think about it, I think a majority of Florida Man stories is when they're actually believed, and then the rest of the United States is when these kinds of stories, the 911 dispatcher just hangs up on them.
I heard one was like this guy was calling for the murder of his wife. Like, oh yeah, hey, please, yeah, my wife got shot. I think she's dead. Definitely a third party did this. Definitely a third party. I was somewhere else. So could you come? I'm really distraught right now. Could you come by and, I don't know, scoop her up? You know,
Long time.
At your convenience. At your convenience.
Like, I have no idea what happened. I'm pretty sure she was shot with like a close range shotgun to the face. I don't know. like there's an actual call. This guy's like,
told me to go out, find my place in the galaxy.
Let's see. I just thought of an idea for Let's Have. Do a live stream doing a dramatic reading of the Sam Maggs book Shiny mentioned.
No.
Life has
Do
I
it.
don't want to.
Sam
Do it.
Maggs.
Because I kind of like this story and I don't want it to be ruined by Sam Maggs and a fucking
Sam
love
Maggs
triangle,
Star
a
Wars.
bisexual love triangle.
Oh.
It's called Star Wars Jedi Battle Scars book.
Yeah.
Battle Scars.
You will?
I've spent years waiting for a chance to avenge my sisters. I'm finished waiting. I wish to fight by your side.
I don't know.
Night Sisters and Jedi do not travel together, but
Thing is, I'm being silent because I know the more I say no, the more Lit Dev is gonna want to do it.
Yes.
It's 10 hours long. It's a long book.
Yes, we do. What do you think, BD?
It's a lot of fan fiction.
Yeah, it's 10 hours of fan fiction. Bad ones too.
My crew, they might take.
So many of the reviews are just dunking on it for that. It's hard to.
What if I just read the reviews? It'd be kind of funny.
That would be more sustainable.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be good.
I've cheated past the entire boss battle of the game and the entire section of it. Is Malikos still just waiting there? Yes.
Hello.
Malikos is still there.
Now you have to fight him.
Hello. Hello. She's just sitting there. She's just chilling. Just chilling there. Just chilling.
Don't mind me. Skipping around to the
Hey girl, you come here often? You see, for some reason I like girls who are strangely gothic and have very pale skin. No,
Well, you got the gothic
nothing.
part down.
Well, you know, the ghost part of you is very pale. Maybe that's it. Maybe you just have a thing for goths and I don't even know it.
I mean, who doesn't?
Goth American girls.
I'm writing Lady Midnight. That's if goth GF is not a genre, it's going to be.
He is still just sitting there.
Like I didn't even see like okay, I'm gonna fight this guy so badly.
I'm gonna kill him. Oh no, he's just flying by.
Hey, anyone in the chat heard the brand Kurui for monitors? It has good reviews, but I don't know.
BenQ?
this woman travel.
My chinchilla is staring me down to unlock her running wheel. I'll be right back.
Wanted me to attack them, but they pose no threat.
Sierra.
I don't want to get a Dell.
Used to be
That
a
sounds
Jedi.
dumb.
It's a long story.
I would like to learn. I'll meet you at your ship.
Yeah, Glib knows more about monitors than me. Maybe we should ask him.
I'll ask it. I'll see. I'll ask Glib. See what he knows. I know I need at least 144 hertz refresh rate for gaming. For pretty much anything of quality. I guess I don't need 144 hertz. I guess I don't need 144 hertz.
Oh,
I don't mind screen
fucking
sharing.
these two are back. Bye bye. Bye. Off I go.
And skip.
There might be a health chest here. Might be being the operative word.
I feel like there's like one of those instances where like the DM has set up everything and you just skip past a bunch of his quests. Like a bunch of his dungeons.
That is this. Oh, I've already got the chest here.
I unlocked my chinchilla's running wheel. So you might hear a clanging noise in the background.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. That's just her running.
My two monitors are 4K BenQ monitors, and they've served me pretty well. They look pretty great.
BenQ, let me see. I'll look into those.
It's exactly spelled like that.
I mainly want 4K. I'm looking to 4K, see how that goes. But I kind of want to get a 4K so I can watch John Wick in 4K. When John Wick 4 comes out, it'd be awesome.
Me skipping half the game. There's an entire section of the game where you fight a giant bat and the Night Brothers. And I think the Night Brothers are down this way. But I've just skipped that entire section. Oh my goodness. I think skipping that section of the game has just deleted it from existence.
Oh.
It didn't load.
Oh my. Oh, it's Uh-oh.
It doesn't exist yet. I guess you got to fight the bad guy.
I broke the game.
Game
Broke
broken.
it. Shit. Back. Okay.
He's going to fight somebody.
I'm going to go to here. I'm going to go to the save screen. No, meditate.
Quick, meditate.
Yeah, I think that might fix it. Supposed to reset everything. Nope, yeah, it's still broken. Shit.
Congratulations, you screwed up the game.
I broke. Yeah, okay, I'll try relogging. you just break the game. Not going to be finishing soon anyway, so no harm
Is my
done.
chinchilla making too much noise?
No.
No, she's fine.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure.
I love the video you sent me of Chi-Chi just hiding under your laptop. It's adorable, little head poking out.
Oh yeah, she'll do that. She really loves hiding places, unfortunately. Almost pretty much unfortunately. Because I can't let
Guinea
her
pigs are
on
the same way.
floor. Huh?
Guinea pigs are the exact same way.
Yeah.
They love hiding.
Remember not too long ago, I let her just roam around my bedroom, and then she made her way behind the desk. And under the desk, there's like an area behind the desk that's underneath the drawer, but it's blocked off by a wood panel. So she managed to crawl her way in, but I couldn't get her out. I had to wait until she got out so I could block the area. And she would just crawl through the other, she would just zoom past me and crawl through the other side and get back under there. And I'm like, oh boy, this is not, I was late for church too. So it's not very good timing to do that.
You found it.
And also I took her to my grandma's, and I didn't realize I accidentally left her cage open while we went shopping. And then I just come back and I go to the bathroom and I hear my grandma screaming. She's like, ah, your mouse, your rat. And I'm like, Grandma, she's not a rat. She was hiding under the stove, and she gave me a heart attack, that little chinchilla. She hid underneath the stove, and I was afraid I couldn't get her out. She's very, very small. So that's my main fear, of her getting into some place and I can't get her out and she's stuck and there's nothing I can do.
I don't know what you're saying.
Let's get out there.
They would probably just end it now, actually.
All right.
Played enough.
It's been 8
Looked
hours.
through enough of the game. Played 8 hours of it.
But you gone through a lot of the game because you just skipped literally over a lot of it.
Yeah.
Over the whole thing with the bat and the whole dude, Malicos, and his whole thing.
Also, my chinchilla, she's a little diva. Like, she doesn't like to be touched. Like, I'll put my hand in there and she'll like back off, like, no toques. I just imagine her like as a little like a telenovela star, and she's, she's spoiled like that. Because chinchillas come from the Andes Mountains in what was it? What's the South American country? Anyway, so imagine she just
down.
Argentina.
That really that South American country.
Argentina, I think. And I just imagine her like being like a telenovela
So
star.
that's why Chi-Chi hates me.
She's like, no toques nada.
He's British. Something folk Ireland.
So anyway.
Well, that one's fun. Happy birthday, Shiny.
Fun. Thank you. Had a very
Happy
good birthday.
I sent you $5. $5. Okay.
Yeah, you couldn't give.
Can't even spare $5.
Can't spend more than $5.
You don't have $5. What are you doing with your life?
All right, then. I guess that'll be it. We'll see you all next time.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you later.
All right. See ya.
No, wait, I almost did the wrong thing. I almost press leave the studio. I would have just found...
There he goes.
Which I didn't do, thankfully. End the broadcast. I'm used